We are live at Colecco for Saturday, April 5th. Live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Welcome, everybody. All right. All right. Yeah, we're under tornado warnings again. I literally opened actually, to back up, on my way over here, my alert went off, and it was like, tornado, take shelter now. And I was driving over here, Western County, which is pretty much sort of where we're at. And it's like, take shelter now. And I was like, well, I got to go eat first. Welcome, everybody. Let me put copy link here. And my mom just texted me. She said, Lebanon's under a tornado warning. Go to your safe place now. But we just went out. I mean, when I pulled up, John and Paul was outside, and there's nothing going on. The sun was shining almost. So I don't know what the deal is. Let's see here. All right. Famous last words, yeah. Well, I just hope the roof doesn't blow off and all of y'all's vinyl gets sucked out of here. That would be really bad. Maybe we should go ahead and invoice right quick. Tanner, let me text Tanner. Let's go ahead and do an invoicing cycle right quick. Filter now. There's John is making a delivery. I'm sharing links. There's the email. I think we sold another expensive record on eBay. We sold that garage single for $1,750, as in 1,007. Yeah, Dan Nix. Yeah, that did sell. And something else. Somebody in France made an offer on that I think the MC5, and I was test press. Did they? Maybe somebody just sent a message. Um, Okay. Let's see if I can pull up Anthony. Well, that's what Lebanon looks like right now. Actually, hold on a minute. Yeah. Well, right there's Lebanon. Here's what's coming my way. Right there's Lebanon. Here's what's coming my way. So that'll be here any second now. I get that posted. All right, here we go. So, but regardless of storms, there's one other thing tonight. I'm going to try to get in as much as I can because I just told Tanner before the sale via text message, I was like, if I don't end tonight truly early and get some stuff done, because in case y'all didn't know, Paul's going to be doing the next 3 sales. Paul's going to be here Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday doing the sales. And I just got to have some stuff. And because I'm going out of town, I've just got to take care of some end of the month stuff, blah, blah, blah. And I'm leaving for Augusta at 6 a.m. And that means between now and 6 a.m., I've got to do all that, including sleep. Let me send 2 more messages before I can really focus here. I've got a busy night ahead. Selling records, storm watching. Okay. Late last night, we were going through some sports cards. Had somebody looking for a Michael Jordan card I thought I had, but we didn't. But I did find some cool cards, so I actually might read through these later tonight. We never know when we might be able to sell a Nolan Ryan card, right? And there's a Mike Tyson autograph in there. So let me get this box, and now let's officially start selling some records. But yeah, we're gonna have a busy night. Storm watching. We got storm watching. We got record selling, and then I got to get ready for a trip. So I know y'all are gonna miss me, but Paul's he's gonna hold everything down here for us. He's probably gonna have bigger sales than what I do. You never know about him. He's known to get a little wild sometimes. You got to watch Paul. Now, I might come back and all these crates be empty, and he's like, we've already sold them all, shipped them out, and we don't need you anymore. Do I have any Psy records left? The Japanese band? I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. Here we go. And I will bring you back Masters merchandise at 5 times the sticker price, because that's usually what it sells for. But let's get started with a crate right here in the center. I'm on purple juice tonight. All right. Riders on the storm. Mm-hmm. I got a last year still in stock. I sold one to somebody. Who was it? It's that guy on YouTube. He has a funny YouTube handle. Like, it's something odd. Like, is it Bobblehead Todd? Did I sell him I still got a Masters gnome from last year. I bought a couple because you can, if you grab them, you know, there's some pretty good money to be made on them. I think I've kept one from my. I'm trying to keep them because I've been to the Masters a couple times. They're so cool. But let's. I think I still got one from last year. I just sold a shirt on eBay for $225. So let's go over here. Find this group video. All right, here we go. Let's start. This was the Saturday morning video. We've sold Warlung, Sweet, Warlung, Morgan Wallen, Depeche Mode at Hammersmith, Amos Lee, NFX, Judas Priest, Mike Zito, Hotel California, Parkway Drive, NF, War and Treaty, Amos, Al Shreen, Queens of Stone Age, and Depeche Mode Set in Stone. So we've only sold a few things in here. I don't have any Walter Payton cards. No Walter Payton cards. I do have, no, I don't have any Walter Paytons. Well, that I know of. Just like records, we got a ton of stuff unprocessed. All right, you may have seen some of this before, but it was posted in the video, and I'm going to go ahead and get our auction started right now, too. First thing we have is Halloween, March of Time, that new box set, 5LP colored vinyl, $159.99. I don't know why I don't already have auctions going. Where's our auctions at? Oh, I've got a new New Orleans basket to start. Yeah, I hope everybody's ready. I've got a new, fresh Orleans basket to start. Here it is. One I pulled out of the back. A whole nother basket of New Orleans records. As y'all can imagine, you never know what's going to be in here. So let's go ahead and get started on these. $5 starts. And let's see what we got. And then I'll start chipping away some of the sealed stuff like last week too. We got the Drags. This is called Well Worth Talking About. That's a $5 start. The Drags, $5 start. The question is, this is the Boss Instrumentals EP. The Boss Instrumentals EP, that's a $5 start. So there's our first two New Orleans singles. Also sealed, original. Madonna, Who's That Girl soundtrack. Sealed with hop sticker, a $20 start. First thing we have is Depeche Mode, the best of Depeche Mode. That's a triple LP, new sealed, $69.99. Doug Carn, Spirit of the New Land. Doug Carn is $34.99. Also, we have Depeche Mode, and this one's called Set in Stone. This is sold to Monica Malley. Thank you, Monica Malley. That's sold to you. I've got one more there on yellow vinyl. Also, Van Halen remastered. Nobody Needs Ain't Talking About Love. You Really Got Me. Running with the Devil. Eruption. $33.99. Also, Judas Priest Painkiller. This was our last copy. This is sold to Tim Floyd. Thank you, Tim Floyd. That's sold to you. Also, Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. No More Tears. Crazy Train, Mr. Crowley, $38.99. Teresa's in at 5 and 5. Madonna's a $20 start. I got two copies of Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden is $34.99. No Prayer for the Dying. And we got Pink Floyd, How I Wish You Were Here. $36.99 for Pink Floyd Remastered, $36.99. Boss has a new bid for $6. Madonna is a $20 start. Our first Japanese pressing is actually going to be Jeff Beck, Tim Bogobart, and Carmina Peace. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Beck, Bogart, and a Peace, $35 start. The vinyls, Near Minus and Pristine. There is some spindle marks on the label. Other than that, it's a beautiful Japanese pressing, textured cover with Obi, $35 start. Nice pickup there on the Floyd. Thank you, Andy Wade. I still got those remastered. We got Depeche Mode Hammersmith. This is sold to Chris Smith. Thank you, Chris Smith. That's sold to you. Two copies here of Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark is $39.99. Gatefold 2 LP. Boss is getting bids. What about the Drags? Does this still just have one bid with Teresa? Yeah, Teresa has that for $5. We got System of a Down. Steal this album. System of a Down is $33.99. Chevelle. And Chevelle here is called This Type of Thinking. One left there for $28.99. The new album the new reissue by Guy Clark. 30th anniversary. Blue vinyl, that's $29.99. And then Under Oath. Under Oath is on ruby red vinyl. It's $33.99. Live Throwing Copper, that's a 2 LP, $39.99. And then Sean Fairweather wants on the Hammersmith Odeon list. You got it. Hammersmith Odeon, Depeche Mode, November or October 6th. Yes, let's get a waiting list going for that. That was my last one. I had to think about it, make sure I didn't have them anywhere else, but I don't. That was my last one. Deftones Around the Fur is $33.99. And then Queens of the Stone Age, we did sell one of these. Thank you, Monica Malley. This is called Songs for the Deaf, $46.99, 2 LP there. And then Ozzy, the actual studio album, No More Tears, $44.99 on that. All right, so the Drags just got that one bid, and that's so to Teresa, first single of the night. Who would have thunk it? It goes to Teresa for $5. Now, let's go ahead and get started here with the Boss Instrumentals with a final call to Teresa for $9. Paul Sponable, you have been outbid. What year is the Beck Bogart a piece? I can run the catalog number for you over here on Discogs right quick. I hear wind and I hear the roof popping. Oh my gosh. I'm getting text messages too. My mom's like, I hope you're sheltering. I am not. I need to. This is kind of weird. We have this is a 1973 OG. Yeah, 1973 OG. Eric Dalby on Ozzy. That is sold to Eric Dalby. That is sold to Eric Dalby. I think it's just heavy wind right now. And then Boss Instrumentals, Paul Sponable, you have been outbid, okay? But yeah, that is a 1973 original, $35 start. Madonna is a $20 start. It's a sealed original with hop sticker. It does have a saw mark, and we're about to sell that. Let's grab our next New Orleans single. And our next New Orleans single is Unreleased Instrumentals from the Northwest. Here we go. I wish I had windows back here. This is going to go up for a $5 start. This is called Unreleased Instrumentals from the Northwest, featuring Danny Love and the Sensations, the Casuals, 1959, 60, 61. That's a $5 start. I'm feeling y'all might need to go ahead and hit the road. Yeah, I'll batten down the hatches here. This is the Boss Instrumentals, and this is sold. And this is sold to Teresa for $9. I'm giving instructions to Paul and John to leave the store before it gets any more worse. They need to go ahead and head out because it's not only going to do this right now, but it's going to do this for like probably all night. And let's see what else I got going over here with this video. Okay, so I think I pulled everything that's sold out of there. Let's go ahead and grab another New Orleans single then. I need all CollectCo employees to head home. If you're here in this building, if you can hear me, and you are employed by me here at CollectCo, I'm saying please leave this building and head home. We have Montessor, Jerry Evans, and LaFong. Music from Britt Thompson. From what? From Binghamton. Montessor, Jerry Evans. That's a $5 start, okay? Now, that's pretty much all the newest stuff from the yesterday, condensed down into one crate after multiple read-throughs and posted in the group. So I think I have literally sold these to death. So I don't think there's anything else in here. Everything's been claimed. If anybody else wants anything, you would make my day. But this is probably the last time you've seen this on anything in here. Probably the last time you'll see these, probably until maybe next week, maybe. So if you want something, just let me know. We got Ozzy, Queens of the Stone Age live. And thank you, John. Be careful out there. We have Under Oath. Yeah, it's hitting hard. You're definitely going to get wet getting to your truck. Now, John lives in Westmoreland, and there was a tornado like that. This same storm pattern that's coming through, a tornado touched down where he lives in Westmoreland. So that same storm pattern's coming through here. First thing we have is Susie Breedlove on Chevelle and Van Halen. This is sold to Susie Breedlove, and that's Chevelle and Van Halen. Those are sold and sold. Those are gone and gone. Also, we got Guy Clark, and this is Dublin Blues. That's on blue vinyl, $29.99. System of a Down, Iron Maiden, Pink Floyd, Iron Maiden, Ozzy, Van Halen, Depeche Mode, Doug Carn, Depeche Mode, and Halloween. I think we are all, I think I've all caught up on that crate. And then these LPs didn't get bids, right? So they're bought now. So if anybody does want the Jeff Beck, it's a $35 buy now. Jeff Beck is a $35 buy now. Yeah, springtime in the South. Oh, man. Tornado, and then tomorrow it could be snowing. I mean, you just never know. And then the next day, 2 more tornadoes in a row, and then another snowstorm. Sandy Mile gets Jeff Beck. That's sold for $35. And Madonna, Who's That Girl? And that's a buy now for $25 or $20. Let's do $20. I think I said $20. Beck is sold for $35. Sandy was waiting to jump on that buy now. She did. And Madonna's a $20 buy it now. So that's sold. And then we got 2 New Orleans singles left here on the board. That's a cool copy. It is an original sealed. It does have a saw mark, was in the cutout, probably why it still remains sealed. All right, so what about unreleased and Fong? Is this a Fong? Fong's at 7 with Teresa. And unreleased got up a bid for 9. And Paul Sponable bid 8. So Paul Sponable, you are out on this, okay? There is that. Now, let's swap out crates. I still got another one from that video. And some of this was brought up pretty late, which y'all may have not seen some of it. This is only about a half. Oh, yeah, this was that last crate here. This has got some pretty good stuff in it. Let's go ahead and knock this out. All right. So, have some heavy rain hitting by 6:45. There's heavy rain hitting me right now. It is, it's loud. And you can hear the rain hit this roof. It's loud. It's not usually something I can hear. Let me step up front right quick. And read through some of these right quick. John's dropped off 4 crates of vintage before he head out. First thing we have, and first thing we have here is Lincoln Park Paper Cuts. This was on smoke gray vinyl. It's $44.99. It is a 2 LP. It is open. I'm going to make sure there is no claims. Let me remind myself. Yeah, this is available. Lincoln Park Paper Cuts, which is kind of like a greatest hits, like we said. $44.99. That's called Lincoln Park Paper Cuts. Let's go ahead and introduce another Japanese pressing right quick, and this time it's Cheap Trick in color. Cheap Trick is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? We got Cheap Trick in color. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It does have the insert with it. Now, right up here, we got a little bit of a ding on the cover. Other than that, it's very nice, and that's a $35 start. I could have swore somebody got this, but now it's going to Kelly Vladerchek. Thank you, Kelly. That's so to you. Also, we have Eagles Hotel of California. That is sold to Kathy Collinsworth. Thank you, Kathy. That's so to you. Appreciate that. And then we got 2 copies here of The War and Treaty, Lover's Game. The War and Treaty was sealed for $24.99. This is sold to Michael McCullen. Thank you, Michael McCullen. That's so to you. And there's 1 extra copy here. Lover's Game, The War and Treaty. Now, update on these right here. I think we're done on unreleased instrumentals. Let's go ahead and roll that over here to Teresa for 9. And then LaFong was at 6, and then 7, and then 8, and then 9, and then 10. And they've went out, so that's also sold to Teresa for 10. And then Cheap Trick is our next auction, a $35 start. Well, I tried a Madonna, so the only other thing I could try is Black Oak, Arkansas. Here's a sealed OG Black Oak, Arkansas. It was definitely a cutout record. Probably looks like it was manufactured, reshrinked. It is sealed, though, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. Does have some creases, but it is a sealed record. Black Oak, Arkansas, $15 start. That only means 2 things. We need 2 more New Orleans singles. Let's go ahead and grab them right here. This one looks interesting. And this one looks interesting. Here we go. These are going to go up for $5 starts. We got MX80, Have Another Drink. MX80, Have Another Drink. That's a $5 start. And then the E-Tops, Action Packed. The E-Tops, Action Packed. That's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? There we go. And now the next 2 records here was Bicep Isles. Bicep is sealed for $24.99. Also, I got 1 copy here of Ruben Blades, South Swing. Ruben Blades was sealed for $24.99. And we have Masigo Capital Cuts. That is sealed for $19.99. Masigo Capital Cuts. 2 copies here of Andy Schaaf Neon Skyline. That's sealed for $14.99. Both auctions back here have bids. Cheap Trick's now moving to a final call for $35, and Black Oak has a bid for $15. M80 has bids for $5 and $5 and $5, and so does the E-Tops. Also over here we have Bartees Strange, and this is sealed on yellow vinyl for $14.99, and a Neiman Silver Star. A Neiman is unopened. That's new for $9.99. And the Lone Below Half Moonlight. The Lone Below, those are sealed for $14.99. I've got 3 of those. Also, This one's NF Clouds. And this one was sold to Jared Inc. Thank you, Jared Inc. That's sold to you, NF Clouds. And then I have 2 copies here of Shovels and Rope by Blood. By Blood is sealed for $14.99. And I'm going to pause right here with Colter Wall. Colter Wall was sealed for $24.99. I've got 1 available there. I've got 1 available there of Colter Wall. Okay, so let me go ahead. I'm going to try to find that next box we're going to be doing of probably buy it now singles. So we sold 2 whole boxes last night. Pretty amazing accomplishment. Tanner usually comes in and he's like, "Are you kidding me?" Because and then all the taggers, probably like G and Rebecca, whoever watches the sales, they're probably like, "Did you really do this again?" And my response is, "Oops, I did it again." We sold another 3,045s. Let me grab some handfuls here and start chipping away at these. There's some great ones in here, it looks like. Hit records, cool picture sleeves, more and more. I'm going to start working on them right now, okay? And first thing we have is, let's go ahead and show this right here. This is Bastille, and Bastille is sealed just $14.99. Bastille, $14.99. We still got a few of those. Those are $14.99. And we still got the Kiss picture disc set. These are new for $29.99. It's Peter Criss, Ace Frehley, Paul Stanley, and Gene Simmons. Those are $29.99. Still got a set of those. And then Korn, Follow the Leader. Korn is open. It is near mint, and it's $29.99 for Korn, okay? Fred Cardinal gets the new sealed, or I should say the vintage sealed, the sealed copy of Black Oak, Arkansas. That's sold to Fred Cardinal for $15. And then thank you, Andy, on the Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick here was sold to Andy Wade for $35. Thank you on that. $35. That is sold to Andy Wade. Appreciate that. Now we got M80. We got the E-Tops. And the E-Tops is at $12 with Teresa. And now M80's at $7 with Ryan Anderson. Next is Morgan Wallen, which is One Thing at a Time on blue vinyl here. And that is sold to Chris Smith. Thank you, Chris Smith. That is sold to you. That is sold to you. And then we had Machine Gun Kelly for $19.99. Teresa wants a Bastille, and that's sold to Teresa. Also, we still got 1 copy here of 303 Want. 303 is a 15th anniversary edition on puke green vinyl. $14.99 on that. Let's roll with another Japanese pressing, and this time it's going to be Styx, and this is Cornerstone. Styx is going to go up for a $35 start. It is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. There's that. There's the foil cover, and there's the gatefold, and there is the obi. There is some humidity staining inside the gatefold. $35 start on Cornerstone. Next thing we have is Fred Cardinal on loan, and that was Loan Below. That's back here, and that's sold to Fred Cardinal. Iggy Pop will be coming up in about an hour, probably about an hour. We got Melanie Martinez. This is Cry Baby, and that's on pink vinyl deluxe edition for $49.99. And then NF The Search. I don't know if anybody got this one, NF The Search. There was 2 people wanted that mixtapes, but no one got this NF. They seem to be pretty popular. That's sealed for $29.99. We sold the mixtape, and 2 other people wanted it. And we have Wanderer, Cat Power. Cat Power is sealed for $19.99. Also, Spoon, Hot Thoughts. Spoon is sealed for $19.99. And we have War Lung. Now, there were several people who wanted these War Lungs. The first one was, the first one on a War Lung here, sealed for $19.99, was Joshua Cross. And the other one is sold to Brian Riley. Thank you, Brian Riley. That's sold to you. And then the Lawrence Arms Metropole. And that was sealed for $19.99. Let's go ahead and put up another sealed OG record. And the next one I have here is the Doobie Brothers. And this is a sealed original press of One Step Closer. It is original sealed, and there's no saw marks or punch holes. $15 start on that. The Kiss is the set of the picture disc. They're new and sealed. We got a set of picture disc. Of course, all 4 of them, they're $29.99 each. $29.99 each, and Fred Cardinal wants that last copy and only copy we had there of Spoon. That's sold to Fred Cardinal. All right, so MX80 still getting bids, but I think we're done here on this one. The E-Tops was sold to Teresa for $12. And then first thing we have is Styx is a final call for $35. Doobie's a $15. MX80's getting bids for $10 and now $11. Okay, $10 and now $11. Let me go ahead and grab our next New Orleans single. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. And this $5 start is going to be for the single, the Pristines. The Pristines. That's going to go up nice. $5 start on the Pristines. Okay, let's see what else we have in here. Make sure I pulled everything that I'm pretty sure was in here. Yep. I think the other stuff's coming up in the next crate, which I'm about to breeze through. And I've still got the Lawrence. If you hear something you want more information on, let me know. The Lawrence Arms, Cat Power, NF, Melly Martinez, the 303s, Machine Gun Kelly Corn, Kiss, Bastille, Coulter Wall, By Blood, The Lone Below, Anamon, Anemone, A-N-E-M-O-N-E, Anemone, Barty Strange. We had Andy Schaff, and then Masigo, the Reuben Blades, the Bicep, and Warren Treaty. So is it the LP 166 from the Euro? This is Charles Siebert. These are, they should be the 2000. Let me see what they come up. It's whatever's the most recent. I don't know how. They're not technically 2004. Are they 2016 remasters? I know there's Russia editions. Let's see. Did they have, this is LR, Peter Criss is LR 115. I don't think that's what this is though here. LR 115 LPP. How much is the Lone Below? Those are sealed, Scott, for $14.99. And John Miller wants one of the new Guy Clarks. Thank you. Let's pull that for him. And I'm down to my last copy. There was a pre-order. These are $29.99. They're on blue vinyl. And make sure that's not stickered, so make sure that goes in on that. Okay, so, and then we have an offer. Let me see what Charles might end up wanting these, and then we'll see what we can do on them. But let's go ahead and put these right here. They're going to be right here behind me if anybody changes their mind. And then I've got the whole crate of auctions here from Paul. But first, let me grab this box and move it right here. And there we go. Don't want to lose my spot. Let's breeze through some of these. Scott Sneeze says he'll take a Lone Below. All right, now that leaves one Lone Below, Half Moonlight, for just $14.99. Okay, so did you sell the Peter Criss? Well, the next person in line has offered $100 for all four of them. Sticker price, they would be. Wait a minute, that is sticker. No, their sticker price, they'd be $120. Lisa, I'll do $110 if you want all four of them. Okay, I'll do all four of them if you want them. Now MX is now with Tim Volness at 12. So Teresa, Tim's in on this at 12. Sticks is a $35 buy it now. Sticks is a $35 buy it now if you want it. Sticks is a $35 buy it now. That is for Cornerstone. That's a $35 buy it now. There's MX80. It's got new bidders. And now Prisoners is already at 6 with Robert Warner. And Sealed Doobie Brothers for $15 if anybody wants that. Last crate here as I read through before we get into our last, or before we get basically right into new stuff. Or probably discount, not maybe new right now, discounts and other kind of read-throughs as well. So Sealed Doobie Brothers is sold to Larry Smith for $15. That's sold to Larry Smith for $15. Still already got a couple no bids over here, but it is early. That usually happens. And then when I show them again later, they all get wiped out. So if you definitely want them, let me know. We had like 5 no bids last night. And we have Al Shreen. This is sold to Sean Fairweather. Thank you, Sean. That's sold to you. Also, we have Need to Breathe, The Reckoning. Need to Breathe is sealed for $29.99. And we have Banks, and this is called Serpentina. Banks is sealed for $19.99. Lisa, I wanted to confirm that price with you. I did say $110. $110 on those 4 Kiss. They were marked $30 each. But if you want all 4, I'll do $110 on those, since you're buying all 4 of them. Okay, and then let's see what's going on over here. What about the Prisoners? Are we still at 6 on this? Final call to Robert. Yep, 6 on that. Final call to Robert. And then MX is now getting new bids. Also, Tom Waits Blood Money. Tom Waits is sealed for $24.99. Tom Waits is sealed for $24.99. Courtney Marie Andrews on my page. Courtney is $14.99. Elvis Costello and the Attractions, Goodbye Cruel World. Elvis Costello is $19.99. Arlo Parks is sealed for $24.99. Arlo Parks. I've still got a couple of those. And I have Amos Lee. And now I think some people not only claimed these, but they was like, thank you so much for stocking these. And the thing about this is this came from a collection, but if we need to look into more Amos Lee LPs, I can. One was sold to Michael McCullen. Thank you, Michael McCullen. And the other one here was sold to Feenley Depperstein. Thank you, Feenley Depperstein. That's sold to you. Fred Cardinal wants to Tom Waits. That's sold to Fred Cardinal. Thank you, Fred Cardinal. Also, we have Sweet. And Sweet was claimed here by William Warner. Fanny Adams, thank you. That's sold. And then Todd Doris on EC. And EC was Elvis Costello. Thank you, Todd Doris. And then we have Courtney Barnett, Tell Me How You Really Feel. Courtney is sealed for $19.99. Fred second on Elvis Costello. And then we have Monty Reed wanting the Need to Breathe. That is sold. And now let's tag those Kiss. All four of the Kiss picture discs from the previous bin. These are officially sold as a set for $110. And that set is officially sold as $110 to William Lisa Dorn. Thank you, William. Those are sold to you, $110 for all four of those. There's another Courtney Barnett, Rush, Exit Stage Left. That's unopened for $39.99. And now let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is another sealed original Madonna. This is called Keep the Faith. It is a sealed original single. It's a $15 start. $15 start. Are we still bidding on MX? The last bid was Teresa at $15. Tim Voldness is out. And then the Pristines did get a bump from Fred. And William went out. And that was the only other bidder. So that's sold to Fred for $7. The Pristines. Next was The Deepening by V-Mod. And that is Atmospheric Black Metal. Unopened for $24.99. There's three of those. Also, Zach Bryan Deanne. Zach Bryan Deanne was sealed for $19.99. We've got a couple of those. Ryan Casada. Those were sealed for $14.99. Jimmy Witherspoon was sealed $19.99. Courtney Marie Andrews again, sealed $14.99. And this was Parkway Drive. And this Parkway Drive was sold to Matt Scheiker. Thank you, Matt Scheiker, on the Parkway Drive. That is sold to you. Led Zeppelin 3 is sealed for $29.99. Led Zeppelin 3 and Mike Zito here did get a claim. And that Mike Zito was sold here to who? John Miller. Thank you, John Miller, on Mike Zito Blue Room. That's sold to John Miller. So we got everybody except Kenny Cates on the NF mixtape. Kenny, that's already got sold. Everybody else's comments got claimed. Ryan was, let's see here. Ryan, where did that come in? Ryan Casada, that's sold to Teresa on that. And then what about MX here? I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Teresa for $15. That's sold to Teresa for $15. Right now, the no bids are Styx Cornerstone for $35 and Madonna Who's That Girl soundtrack for $20 with Scritti Politti, Club Mavo. That's a $20 buy now. That's a $15 start. As of right now, there's no bid. It is sealed. And now I'm going to go ahead and grab our next couple singles here. And let's see what we can come up with out of this New Orleans. These crates, these kind of crates like this always have interesting stuff. Always have interesting stuff, these crates. First is, I think we had this group the other night, the Stomach Mouths. The Stomach Mouths is on blue vinyl. That's a $5 start. And we have 3 Phantom 5 play guitars galore. 3 Phantom 5, that's a $5 start. Dean Tefford wants a Led Zeppelin 3. If anybody else decides you want anything out of that crate, let me know. They're going to be right here behind me. I'm going to go ahead and condense them with the other stuff that we've shown. And that turned out to be a really good flip video and a really good read-through. We've already sold a whole crate's worth. Usually a quick 5 to 7 minute video on Facebook every morning sells about an entire crate of records. I just wish I could do that every hour on the hour and sell a crate of records. We'd have to hire a whole new warehouse. And we probably could. We just have to have somebody here shooting the videos and sorting the records and pulling them and tagging them. But I think about a video every hour posted on Facebook of a flip would sell probably a lot of records. I got to get Paul or Laura doing that maybe. I'm like, I need y'all to post a flip video of about 5 crates every hour on the hour when you're working here. And we'll just go ahead and sell a tremendous amount of vinyl. We'd have to go live just to tag everything that's sold from the flip videos and show everybody what we're tagging and who got what. That'd be a whole different show, just showing all that. I'm going to read through a crate here of some new stuff right quick, because I saw some people posting about this Coheed Cabria album, and I guess it's just really getting out where people's getting it delivered and being able to listen to it. And I still got a couple copies left, so we're about to show this right here. So first thing we have is Led Zeppelin, and then Jeremy Dalton put Madonna 20. Now, and then there's a Madonna buy it now. So the first thing I need to ask Jeremy is, Jeremy, are you bidding on that, or was you doing a buy it now on this? If you're doing a buy it now on that, then it's yours. And then Paul, you would have been second. And then we got the Phantom 5 and the Stomach Mouths. It looks like the Phantom 5 doesn't have a bid, but the Stomach Mouths has bids for 5 and 6. I'm going to go ahead and throw up another Japanese record. And this is a really cool one here, UK Flag Series number 4. UK Flag Series number 4, and this is Beatles for Sale. Beatles for Sale is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It does have the insert and the original under sleeve. It's a gatefold with Obi, and that's going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start on that. Let's go back up to Stomachs is at 5 and then 6. And then Jeremy did want this. Okay, so he was first. That means Paul on second. And then Fred Carnell wants a Courtney Barnett. Courtney Marie Andrews or Barnett? Probably Courtney Barnett. Yeah, Courtney Barnett. This is so to Fred Carnell. Now Phantom has bids for 5 and 6. And now I'm going to make this a buy it now for $15. I'm going to make that a buy it now for $15. Don't forget, Paul's got a whole crate of auctions. I posted 45 pictures of on the Facebook page of a gallery tonight of stuff, and usually that's usually like 80% plus all the Japanese and sealed stuff we have tonight. I'm going to mute my mic. So, once again, a lot to get through. And I'm going to try to sell as much as I can, as fast as I can. So, probably what I need to do is I'm going to start reading through stuff. I'm going to try to go through all the new stuff. I'm going to go ahead and start doing discount vintage. Paul didn't really get a lot marked because he wanted to head home for the storms. John was here, of course, this morning, so he had everything already marked. Storms are here. Everybody's gone. So I'm going to be doing discount records tonight, reading through other new vinyl. Try to get as much stuff as I can get sold probably before midnight or maybe even 11 o'clock, okay? I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to start showing records. Rat, Dancing Undercover. This is on red, black, and white stripe colored vinyl. Rat is $33.99. Also, the other Rat album we have is Reach for the Sky. That's on white vinyl. Rat is $33.99. Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, all analog, $34.99. I hope you already have this. That's $34.99. And then Rat Detonator, that was always the tougher one to get. That's on red vinyl, $33.99. Let's try another sealed original Black Oak, Arkansas. This is Black Oak, Arkansas, Race for the Devil. That's a $15 start. Right now, the Phantom 5 is at 8 and 8, and the Stomach Mouse is at 9. The Beatles does have a bid for $45. The Beatles does have a bid for $45, and the bid on $45 is Joe Salamo. Next, I've got Thor, Only the Strong. Thor's on red and black splatter. That's $33.99 for Thor. Several Godsmacks in stock. The first one is Faceless. That's a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $39.99. We have Thor, The Edge of Hell. Thor is on red marble vinyl for $33.99. Thor, and then Godsmack 4. We have Thor and then 4 from Godsmack, $39.99. And Metallica, Saint Anger. Metallica, Saint Anger is $46.99. We've got 2 of those available. Doom Crew, Black Label Society. Doom Crew's a 2 LP, clear and black ice, $39.99. And Against Me, this is called White Crosses. Against Me is $39.99. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, that is $33.99. White and Stronger Than Blue marble vinyl. Pantera, also Alice Coltrane, Ptah, The El Duad. That is $36.99. Verve by Request, pressed at Third Man Records. Black Label Society Mafia, and this is $39.99 for Mafia. And then Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues, orange vinyl, $29.99. Fred's back in on BOA. Let's go ahead and sell that Beatles in to Joe Salamo for $45. Thank you. Looks like Williams out on the Stomach Mouse and the Phantom 5, and those are both final calls. Phantom 5 has a high bid with Teresa for 9 and the Stomach Mouse for 10. So we're about to sell both of those to Teresa. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan and Albert King, $33.99 on that. Also, Bobby Rush with Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, $39.99 red vinyl. Fred Cardinal wants Against Me. That is sold to Fred Cardinal. Also, Jen Cast wants one of those Robert Johnson on orange vinyl. Thank you, Jen Cast. And then Fred Cardinal on Black Label Society. Now, do you want Mafia or do you want Doom Crew? And is there another one in here? Nope. Or do you want both? I would love for the comment both to pop up. Chevelle Neratius. Chevelle is $28.99, and Rush Moving Pictures. Tom Sawyer. This is $36.99. $36.99. And then Phantom here. Phantom is sold to Teresa for $9. And then Stomach Mouse is sold to Teresa for $10. And then we got BJ wants these two Godsmacks. He wants the following. He wants Godsmack 4 and Godsmack Faceless. Those are sold. And now Black Oak has a new bid. The new bid on Patrick C. Smith is $20. That means Fred Cardinal's out. Mike Torrey's The Rats are $33.99. We have 3 different ones so far in the bin. There's Detonator, Reach for the Sky, and Dancing Undercover. And then Phantom, Fred just bid 10. I have already sold that. And then Fred let me know I'm going to leave these out so I don't forget on the Black Label Societies. Let's grab some more singles. I'm going to pause right there on Rush. He says he does want Mafia. So this is still available if anybody wants it. New bid on Black Oak, Arkansas for $20. Our next auction is going up right now. It's a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 4. Nice. A Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin, technically untitled. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Does have the Japanese insert. Does have the original inner sleeve, gatefold cover. No obi. Does have a little bit of humidity staining on the back. $35 start. I'm going to do some buy it now singles. First is Garth Brooks, Walking After Midnight. Donovan, Wear Your Love Like Heaven. Lanier, Spending All My Love, 1990. We have Fess Parker and Buddy Epson, Old Betsy from Walt Disney. We got the Buckingham Susan. How about an Ella Fitzgerald picture sleeve? Mr. Pangini and Lich Fuel, Mitch Crazy. And Elton John, a promo, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Those are all $6.99. BOA has a bid for $30. Mike Torres does want Detonator. Sean's out on Led Zeppelin. We're looking for a $35 start. BOA's at $30. Next in here is the Hellraiser soundtrack. Hellraiser's $34.99. 30th anniversary, colored vinyl. Also, Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland. Jimi Hendrix, 2 LP. Look at the spine on this thing. It's always impressive. $34.99 on Jimi Hendrix there. Ella sold to Teresa for $6.99. Holden wants Fess Parker, $6.99 on that. Linear is sold to Troy Robinson. Also, we got Pink Floyd, The Wall, $49.99. Also, Devo, 50 Years of De-Evolution. That's the best of Devo on red and blue vinyl. That's $44.99. The newest album by Coheed and Cambria. This is a double LP on a triple gatefold jacket. It is on blue vinyl. It's $46.99. BJ wants Hellraiser. That's sold to BJ Deckmere. Thank you. Also, Marty Friedman and Jason Beckner, Cacophony. Speed Metal Symphony. That's on black ice colored vinyl. $28.99. Alter Bridge, last copy I think I have, $44.99. And Hammerfall is on blue vinyl for $29.99. Okay? So we still got Elton John promo, Lucy in the Sky, Buckingham Susan, Donovan, Wear Your Love Like Heaven, and Garth Brooks, Walking After Midnight. Kelly Vlodarchek on Coheed and Cambria. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. I got one left. Black Oak, Arkansas is officially sold to Patrick C. Smith for $30. Thank you, Patrick. That's for $30. More auctions coming up right now. Final call. No bids on Led Zeppelin, Japanese pressing, looking for a $35 start. Fred Cardinal gets the other Coheed. Is there a Rat, Reach for the Sky, and Detonator? We sold Detonator, but we still have Reach for the Sky. If you want on a waiting list for Detonator, we can do that. And that's everything in that bin. Now we need New Orleans singles. I love when we put up more New Orleans singles. And the next New Orleans single is going to be the following. We have this one, and we have this one. And this is going to go up for a $5 start and a $5 start. The first one we have is the Apaches. I'll show them again in just 1 second. And this one is Spider Babies, the Perverts. Spider Babies, the Perverts. That's going to be a $5 start, and the Apaches is a $5 start. Jen Cass wants a Friedman and Becker. That is sold as Led Zeppelin OG or Remaster. That's a vintage, that's a Japanese pressing probably from the mid-70s. Let me look at it again. It's hard to tell quickly about the Obi P8. I can check it right quick. I think it's a 70s press. Sometimes you can't identify some Japanese unless the Obi's still on them. I don't think that's the story with these Zeppelins. This is a 1971 actually. Wow, this is OG. Yeah, I'm glad I did run the number. P81668. This is OG 1971 Japanese. The vinyl is pristine. Yeah, that's what we never see that Obi. We get a lot of Japanese Led Zeppelin. That's what the OG Obis look on most of those Zeppelin albums, at least for 4. And I think I've only ever had a few of those. The one that came through, obviously I had to keep it. But yeah, that's what the Obi looks like. And of course, that's a pricey record. But yeah, this is a 71 original. And I usually don't even say because we just know that they're vintage copies. But that just helped that tremendously, knowing it's a 71. Richard Bradshaw wants a Reach for the Sky. And if you do want on a waiting list for the other one, just let me know. That was the next comment. Those now have bids. And so quick read through here. We have Rat, Albert King, Thor, Godsmack, Thor, Saint Anger, Metallica, Pantera, Alice Coltrane, Robert Johnson, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Rush, Black Label Society, Jimi Hendrix, Pink Floyd, Devo, Martin Freeman, Alter Bridge, and Hammerfall, okay? Those are all available. Let's go through a discount bin. I think Devo's still available. Yeah, 20 years, 40 years, how many years? 50 years. Wow, 50 years of de-evolution. I'm going to go up front, and I'm going to do a little something different with the half-off bins. I'm going to go pull some stuff from up front, which is probably stuff I hadn't seen. I hadn't pulled stuff from up front in like 2 or 3 weeks. I think that's what I was telling Paul. I was like, I think we're having a crate shortage because I hadn't been emptying the store bins up front. And which Alice Coltrane? Pita the Duad. I love this one here. And that is $36.99. Richard said he will go on a waiting list for Alice Coltrane. So, or excuse me, a waiting list for Rat Detonator. Let's put up another sealed OG record. And the next sealed OG record is going to be Jimmy Buffett, Coconut Telegraph. Jimmy Buffett is sealed, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. But yeah, let me step up front, and I'm going to grab some older vintage stuff and hopefully try to clean out a whole bin. And I've got an empty crate already. Let me go do that. Don't go anywhere, because as soon as I set down the crate, I'll start reading off the titles. And try to knock this crate out. I'm back. Hope you hadn't gone anywhere. Welcome. So let's see what's going on. I left off by saying, is Devo available? And then Spider 9, AA1010, Spider 10, Spider 11, wait list for Detonator for Richard, Apache 11, Apache 11. Holden said he will take the Devo. Great 50 years of de-evolution. I guess I owe a thank you for Sean for asking me to order one of these, and then I ordered 2 extras, and we've sold both extras. So if I hadn't ordered that for Sean, I may not even had those in stock. And then Jimmy Buffett has a bid for 15, Spider 12, Jimmy Buffett 20, and then Spider 13, and then Jimmy Buffett 25. Wow, no bid on an OG 71 Japanese Led Zeppelin. $35 start when the levy breaks. That's going to go up for a $35 buy it now. Here we are with some more buy it now singles. We got Scandal featuring Patti Smith, The Warrior. I got Pam Tillis. I thought I had what? I thought about it had, what does that say? I thought I'd about had it with love. I don't like that. Tina Turner, Nutbush City Limits, the Kingston Trio, MTA, Charles Wright, and the 103rd Street Rhythm Band. And that is Loveland and Neil Diamond, Cracklin' Rosie. All right, who was first on the Led Zeppelin? It was Sandy, and George Samberez is second, okay? Now, let me put that away. Our first crate's already full, right on time. Let's get another one started. And we're about to start with half off. Let me go do that right now since I grab an empty crate. Okay. Half off vintage LPs. Introducing the Doobie Brothers, a Canadian press. The price I'm telling you, this is $6.50. $6.50. Introducing the Doobie Brothers. And this is $6.50. And I can't get it back in its sleeve. $6.50. Introducing the Doobie Brothers. This is a half off vintage bin. No more, no less. Also, we have Wings at the speed of sound. No condition notes if I don't say anything. Wings is $12.50. Also, we have 20 Rockin' Originals. That's a compilation, 20 tracks, $10 on that. Where did I leave off? I left off by saying Spider 13, Jimmy Buffett 25, Sandy got Led Zeppelin, George was second, Tom Moran wants MTA. Tom Moran got MTA, Kingston Trio. And then next was Jason Boxell on Neil Diamond, sold. Sandy says give it to George. The Led Zeppelin, so George Samberez, make sure he gets the Led Zeppelin 4, not Sandy Mile. And then Travis Tidmore on Nutbush City Limits, Larry Smith first on the Doobie Brothers. And next we have Charles Wright, we had Pam Tillis, and we had Scandal on that. Now, who was the other bid on Jimmy Buffett? Did they go out? It was Tom Moran. The other bidder's Rick Hall. Rick, let me know if you want back in. And then we have Debbie Laster put Jimmy Buffett Coconut. That is a high bid. It's a sealed copy right now for $25. Now, let me try to figure out what is on here. We got Spider Babies, the Perverts. And the last bid on this that came in was with Teresa at $13. Teresa for $13 on that. And then the last bid on the Apaches was Teresa at $11. And Robert, you tied her, just so you know. And Robert set out, okay? Now, I'm down at the bottom. And the next comment was Wings. That's sold to Janie Green. And now there's a new bid on Jimmy Buffett for $30. And then what kind of tracks are on this? Jason asked, and then John Griffin. We'll hit some highlights. I see the Penguins, the Diamonds, George Hamilton IV, Tommy Rowe, Spanking Her Gang, Blues Magoos is on here, Paul and Paula, Ponytails, the Left Bank, Walkaway Renee, the Hondales, Danny and the Juniors. They'll give you an idea. So far, that's the only record not claimed. That is $10. Next is Jimi Hendrix, now just $16.50. War Heroes, Reprise Records, original on her sleeve, $16.50 on that. And then we have the Best of Chet Atkins and Friends, $7.50. The Village Stompers, Greatest Hits. The Village Stompers is $5. And the Best of the Electric Flag is $12.50. All right, so this is sold. The Apaches is sold in to Teresa, and that is sold for $11 to Teresa. And then the Spiders is sold to Teresa for $13. Now, all of a sudden, we got new bids on the sealed Jimmy Buffett. Now Jimmy Buffett's at $30. I'm going to go ahead and give Chuck Haley the 20 Rockin'. There was some other people who asked about it. If they pass, then it's yours. If they want it, we'll change it, okay? Now Jimmy Buffett has new bids, and now let's go ahead and put up another LP right quick. Let's revisit the Japanese stuff. And I have Duran Duran. This is their self-titled debut album, a Japanese pressing. We're going to put this up for a $35 start. This is Duran Duran by Duran Duran. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has a Japanese insert with it. There's the cover. There is some humidity damage on the front. A $35 start on that, okay? We have Buddy Morrow, New Blue Scene. Buddy Morrow is $10. New Blue Scene, Buddy Morrow, and the Andrea True Connection, More. Andrea True Connection, that is $5. And we have the Big Hits Now, $7.50. ABC Dunhill, Three Dog Night, Grassroots, BB King, Steppenwolf's on here. Those are artists that's on the ABC label. Duran Duran's a $35 start. And now our next our next New Orleans singles. Let's go ahead and put these up right now. We have first The Shams. These Shams, and these are going to go up for a $5 start. These Shams, that's a $5 start. And then Deepest Blue. Let's take a look here at Deepest Blue. Or is it sealed? It's in a... Wow, I think it's in a sealed... I don't know if I get it. It's not sealed. It's just in a resealable bag, and then somebody has taped it down. Let's see if we can get into this one. I always want to make sure it's the right record. All right, it is. I went up front to grab these records, and it is like, well, it's pretty much dark outside. Of course, it's already getting that time of the day, but it's mostly dark where it is coming a heck of a storm right now where I'm at. So I'm about to pull up the radar over here just to make sure. A friend of mine is actually, he runs a local meteorology page. So Coletco sponsors Upper Cumberland Weather, which is a weather channel here for Middle Tennessee that follows all the local communities. He has all the technology and everything, and so I watch his page, Upper Cumberland Weather. That's Anthony Taylor. Deepest Blue, but yeah, he'll be live. He's probably live right now, so he always keeps me up to date on what's going on. Obviously, we sponsor his page. The other night, he was live. There was, a couple thousand people watching his live stream just on Facebook, and he kept on mentioning Coletco and Lebanon. He was like, Chad, if you're at the store, you probably need to go ahead and take shelter. Of course, I was already at my house, so it's pretty cool, though. He always makes sure to give us shout-outs when he knows a lot of people's watching, so that's always cool. And here we have the following. Where are we? We have... Okay. So Jimmy Buffett had bids for 32 and then 35. Chuck Haley wants the big hits now. And then the Shams has bids for 5 and Blue 5. Andy Wade wants more. Shams 5. Debbie Laster 36 on Buffett. And then Shams is at 7. Next is music from Echo Park. That's a soundtrack, Echo Park. $10 on that. We're doing a half-off bin, by the way. Pat Travers is $10. Original under sleeve, nice copy. Polydor, $10. Very Wild Weather. It's happening again tonight, pretty much all night. This is the Beach Boys. It's $6.50. That's called The Beach Boys. It's a compilation. The Big Dish Swimmer is $7.50. And then Steel Eye Span is $10. So right now, William and Teresa are battling out over these. I'm going to go ahead and make Duran Duran a $35 buy it now if anybody wants these. If anybody wants this. It is a Japanese pressing of their debut. I love Girls on Film and Planet Earth, 2 great songs that do appear on this album. $35 buy it now on that. And then Dean Tedford on PT, and that's Pat Travers. Thank you, Dean. That's sold to you for $10. Also, we have Steel Eye Span Sales of Silver. That's $10. And now, what about the sealed Jimmy Buffett? A couple people's been battling that out. Chris X, you're out. Debbie has it for $36. Debbie does have it for $36. That is a sealed Jimmy Buffett there. Let's revisit another one of our Japanese Beatles records, and I'm probably about to get started with the actual records that Paul tagged for tonight. I'm going to start doing those right now, but we've had some pretty good auctions in the meantime. Here's the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. It is a Japanese pressing for a $35 start. It is near mint and pristine. It has the insert and the booklet and the original under sleeve. It does have a little bit of a ding up here, but it's UK Flag Series number 30 and a pretty nice jacket. I love the inside with some of the Beatlemania memorabilia there. $35 start on that is the Beach Boys or the Beach Boys Today. The Beach Boys is called the Beach Boys. It is a Springboard, which is an off-budget label compilation. It's called the Beach Boys. It does have a seam split, but yeah, it's one of those like off-label compilations. Now there's a new bid there on Jimmy Buffett. Give me 1 second, please. Let's see what's going on over here. Let me get this. Okay. All right. So next thing is Beatles 35 Duran Duran. No, that's on the album Rio. I have that in stock, new and sealed for $33.99, but I don't have an original, at least tonight. First thing I have is Listomania. That is $10 on Listomania soundtrack. Stand Your Ground, Jaluka. That is $10 on Stand Your Ground, Jaluka. And Ray Kennedy, that is $5, Ray Kennedy, $5 on that. Utopia, Oops, Wrong Planet. Utopia is $7.50. Friar Tut, Tut Taylor, a 72 Bluegrass album, that is $10. And Poussette Dart Band, live at Sigma Sound, Philadelphia, 1977, that is now $10. So the Beatles is at 35, that's a final call. Jimmy Buffett's at 38. Deepest Blue is at 11 with William Dragovich, and he has the Shams for 11. So right now, William has both of those for 11 and 11. Teresa, you're out. Tom Rapp, Sun Forest. Tom Rapp, the half-off price is $15. Pearls Before Swine. Just so you know, this is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Doing some half-off titles here early in the show tonight before we get into new stuff and then other discount records. We got T-Bone Burnett, the Talking Animals. T-Bone Burnett is sealed, unopened for $12.50. Streetwalkers, Red Card, that is now $7.50. And the Incredible String Band, I looked up, a 1970 Pittman Incredible String Band is $12.50. Incredible String Band, $12.50. So Tom's out on the Buffett, so that may be going to Debbie. She has it for 38. It's a final call. William was at 11-11. Now Teresa's at 12-12. Diego Sanchez on T-Bone Burnett. That's sold to Diego. Joe Salamo second. Just one bid here on the Beatles Hollywood Bowl. And now this is officially sold to Andy Wade for $35. Thank you, Andy. That is so to you. That's the Beatles Hollywood Bowl. Appreciate that. So do you. Also, we have Kenny Wayne, Born with the Blues, Raised on Rock and Roll. That's now $10. And Cat Stevens, Mona Bone Jacone. Cat Stevens is $10. $10 on that. Diego Sanchez on the Incredible String Band. That is sold to Diego Sanchez and Chubby Checker and Bobby Rydell. Definitely an older pressing here. And it's in shrink on the Cameo label. Nice for $10. $10 on that. And the Good Feeling music of the Big Chill generation. Now, these are great compilations. I love the music on these. Lots of Motown. It's $10. Yeah, Three Dog Night, Motown, Diana Ross, Marvin Gaye, Gladys Knight, The Contours, Do You Love Me? $10 on that. So William's out on the Sham, but he's back in on the Blue at 13. So the Sham is sold to Teresa for 12, and now that's now at 14. And then Jimmy Buffett is sealed, and Jimmy Buffett is officially sold to Debbie Laster for $38. Thank you, Debbie. That's sold to you for $38. Appreciate that. All right, and then Big Chill is sold to Jason Boxell. Holden gets Chubby Checker. That's sold to him. All right, Deepest Blues at 14. Next thing we have is Stephen Bishop, Careless. Stephen Bishop is $5, and the Bobby V singles album, Bobby V is $5. Let's go ahead and grab CU albums. Let's go ahead and visit what Paul's got here and some of the tag stuff for tonight and see what's going on. I think there's some pretty interesting stuff in here. We got some bootlegs. We got Bruce Springsteen stuff, John Lennon stuff, Beatles stuff, Van Halen's. I see some blues. I see some Bleach. I see some Van Morrison. I see some Bowie's. I see a lot of interesting stuff in here for sure. Let's go ahead and grab a couple of these back here on the back. First with AC/DC, and then let's go ahead and do another Japanese pressing. But first, AC/DC here, Flick of the Switch. This is an original 83 specialty, SRC technically, with the original under sleeve, and it's nice for a $25 start. Nice AC/DC. So it's been graded EX Plus. Really nice copy, original under sleeve, just a little bit of wear there on the back. Front cover is really nice. AC/DC is a $25 start. Next thing in here was Big Chill Chubby. We pulled that. Jetstream wants to Kenny Wayne. Kenny Wayne sold to Jetstream. Blue has a bid now for $15. Michael Rudolph on Bobby V. Chuck Haley second. Now Blue $16. Also, we have the original Golden Blues Greats Volume 1. That is $7.50. And Gene Vincent's Greatest. Gene Vincent was $10. Also, Bram Tchaikovsky, that is Funland for $10. And Tomba 4, We in the Sea. Tomba 4 is $15. Let me go ahead and put up our next Japanese pressing. And this is America's Greatest Hits. Very cool. There is some pretty heavy humidity staining on the front. I'm going to put it up for a $25 start. America's Greatest Hits, Muskrat Love, Tin Man, Lonely People, Sister Golden Hair, Daisy Jane, and Woman Tonight. Daisy Jane, that is. And then Horse of No Name, I Need You, Sandman, Ventura Highway, Don't Cross the River, Only in Your Heart. Great compilation there. Original under sleeve. There's the insert. And then there's some staining on the front and back, though. $25 start on America. Deepest Blues now at 17. AC/DC's at 25. Next is Thelma Houston. That's an 81 pressing. That originally came out 69. That's a 1981 pressing, sealed for $10. Also, the best of Dale Shannon, $7.50 on that. Just FYI, it is an original on Dot Records and shrink wrap. Dale Shannon, just $7.50. And Eddie Grant, Walking on Sunshine. Eddie Grant is $5. The Duran Duran is still available for $35. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And now our next New Orleans single is going to go up right now. This is Jimmy La Luma and the Psychotic Frogs, Deaf to Disco, Wipeout, Kill 001. Jimmy La Luma and the Psychotic Frogs, $5 start on that. $5 start on that. Next thing was Blue 17, 18, 19. Jason Boxell does want the Dale Shannon. That's sold to him. And now AC/DC's a final call. Just one bid for $25. We're about to sell that. Also, Bob Darin. This is $7.50. Bob Darin, 1936, 1973. We got Terry Gibbs, Somebody's Knocking. Terry Gibbs is $5. Also, The Platters, Sing of Your Moonlight Memories. The Platters is $5. Chuck Haley on Dim. And I think he meant Dale. So that means Chuck, you're second. Then Holden was third. Alex Butler does want the Duran Duran for $35. Now Deepest Blues at $20. America is a Japanese pressing, $25 start. And then Jimmy La Luna is a, whoop, my crate almost fell over here. Let me set these records back up. Jimmy La Luma is a $5 start. The Psychotic Frogs. Psychotic Frogs. And then Bad Habits Headstone. That's $10 on Bad Habits. And we have Jean-Luc Ponty, Open Mind. Jean-Luc Ponty is $5. One second, please. Okay. Next thing in here is Changes, Johnny Rivers. That's $5 on Johnny Rivers Changes. Evelyn King, I'm in Love. Evelyn King is $5. Patti LaBelle, The Spirit's in It. Patti LaBelle is $6.50. Dionne Warwick is $5. And we have Bob Dylan, Political World. Bob Dylan's a 1994 track EP for $10 on Dylan. And the John Denver Radio Show. What happened to the sleeve? I'm not for sure. There's no sleeve here with this one. Oh, that's weird. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there it is. Somebody, that's bizarre. This was up front. Somebody took the sleeve and put it inside of the jacket. And I don't know how they managed to do that, but that's now $20. Okay, so let me update what happened. And the last thing that I see that happened, Frogs got a bid for 5, 6, Blue, 21, Deepest Blue, Frog 7, Robbie Woods on JLP. And JLP was Jean-Luc Ponty. That sold to Robbie for $5. Sandy Mile on B&D. And B&D was something. And then Holden on the Johnny Rivers. That sold to Holden 190. Johnny Rivers. Blue has a new bid for 22. And then it was for Bob Dylan, but she passes. So sell that to Brandon Johnson then. Okay, so Frogs now is at 8. Blue is sold to Teresa for 22. And then AC/DC is sold here for $25. Just one bid. Seems like forever ago now. 5 minutes. I was waiting for somebody either A, to bid or ask what it was, and they never did. So, Brad, that's sold to you for just $25. Thank you. Flick of the Switch is yours there. Now, also, nobody bid on America, so that's a $25 buy now back here for America's Greatest Hits. If anybody wants that, it is available for $25 buy now. The vinyl's beautiful, just a couple of those cover stains on the cover. So, and now Frog is at 8. There we have it. So, let's go ahead and put up another LP. This is the Question Mark and the Mysterians doing their album, or with their album. This is 96 Tears, an original 66 US mono, VG condition, a $35 start. Question Mark and the Mysterians, this is an original 66 US mono, VG condition, a $35 start on that. Can you show America? I can, and that's what the cover looks like. It's just got some of that humidity spots on it. Other than that, the vinyl's beautiful. And I think the back kind of looks similar. Let me flip it over right quick. Yeah, just, you know, I don't know if you can get that off. I don't think you can, but it's not too bad. just a cover, you know. But if let's see, who has dibs? Okay, that's either Jason's, Henry's, Susie's, and then Denver here. Denver is $20, and that's sold to Andy Wade. Now, Frog is at 11. We've already got bids on Question Mark and Mysterians, and I think I was in the middle of my thoughts on that. That's a 66 US mono VG, 66 US mono, okay? So there's the next pull out of the Paul crate. Let me revisit the Japanese stash over here. And I still got the Rolling Stone Still Life, which is called the America Concert 1981. This is a $35 start. This is the Rolling Stone Still Life, $35 start on this. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, as you would expect. There's the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. And that is going to go up for a $35 start. America, and this is America. And this is sold to Jason Boxel for $25. Now, Question Mark has like 4 $35 bids. Frogs at 15. We have a request for Gong. I'll get that in the rotation. First is the next New Orleans single, which is Double Shot. Hold on a second. Is this supposed to have 2 records in it? Let me wait on that one. Let's pull up something that I can do right here. The Yag People. Don't Want to Cry. The old Yag People here. That's going to be a $5 start, the Yag People. $5 start on that. Let's put that right there. The old Yag People. Anybody else want anything in here? I'm just going to read these titles. And if you hear something you do want, let me know. If not, I might go ahead and try to price out what's left for a bundle deal to somebody. So here's what's left. Dionne Warwick, Patti LaBelle, Evelyn King. We have Bad Habits, Headstone. Also, we have The Platters, Moonlight Memories. Terry Gibbs, Bob Darin. Eddie Grant, Thelma Houston, Tomba 4, Bram Tchaikovsky, Gene Vincent, original Golden Blues great, Stephen Bishop, Cat Stevens, Streetwalker, Tom Rapp, who set Dark Band, Tut Taylor, Utopia, Ray Kennedy, Jaluka, Listomania, The Beach Boys, Still I Span, The Big Dish, Echo Park, Buddy Morrow, Electric Flag, The Village Stompers, The Best of Chet Atkins, and wow, nobody on Jimi Hendrix for $16.50 on War Heroes. So that was the first record in the bin. Now, what we're about to do is I'm going to make sure nobody wants anything else in there. I'm going to start trying to move and transfer some of these records that Paul's got tagged over here next to me. Let me see what's else. I still got a little stash of sealed stuff I'm working on. And Eddie Grant was Walking on Sunshine, the 12-inch single here. No condition notes on that, $5. No condition notes on that, $5. Now, what happened on the Frogs? William Dragovich went out. Ryan Anderson has that for $20. This is sold to Ryan Anderson for $20. And then the Yag People here is now at $6. Question Mark and the Mysterians. Question Mark and the Mysterians is at $37 with Chuck Haley. Everybody else is out. The Stones is a $35 start. Hendrix is sold to Diego Sanchez. That is sold to Diego. And then what's the open for the Stones? I just got back on. $35 start. $35 start on this. And Patrick Fu wants Eddie Grant for $5. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Now 30 because Diego, or maybe less. Diego, there's 2 Still I Spans, I think, wasn't there? Was there 1 or was there 2? Maybe there's this 1. Before the Salt, that's sold to Diego for $10. And was there another one in here? Maybe? Nope, I guess there was this 1. Okay, so now there's 30 records. There's 30 records left in there. I'll do a bundle deal since these are recently just been, or these have been up front and probably the second time I've been through them. I'll do this one a little bit cheaper than I have been most. And I'll say those last 30 records, if anybody wants them for a bundle deal of $95. $95. I think there's 30 there after we pulled out the Still I Span. $95 for those last 30 records. How could you say no at this point? How could you say no? Let's grab some more $6.99 buy it nows right quick before I go any further. And then I'm about to bring over something else. And I don't know if we can even do an air horn because I don't have one back here. But if I need to, I'll go get it. We got Merle Haggard, From Graceland to the Promised Land. We got Willie Nelson. Check out that earlier one there on RCA. That's $6.99. That one was called To Make a Long Story Short, She's Gone. Willie Nelson, Johnny, One Time. Don Williams, Smooth Talking Baby. Old Jackie Blue. That's Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Cher and Peter Cetera, After All, the love theme from Chances Are, and Chicago, 25 or 624. Shane, you were second on Jimi Hendrix. It was actually Diego and then you. And then Yags now at 11. The Stones, the final call for 35. And Question Mark is at 40. Shane, though, does want Merle Haggard. He was first on that for $6.99. I have a feeling he'll want both Willie Nelsons. And then Tom Moran next on Merle. Question Mark 42. Brad on Chicago. Tony Lewis on Cher. Larry next on Chicago. And then Brandon Lack next on that. So there's Don Williams and Jackie Blue. Those are still available for $6.99 each on those, okay? Now, Listomania, what was the price? The price on this gin was $10. $10. And if Jen buys that, and if anybody wants the rest of the records now, it gets down to just $85. Wow. Just saying, if she buys that. So, y'all just let me know, okay? They're available. Trina Long needs a pack of MoFi inner sleeves. You got it. Jen Cass gets this for 10. So if anybody wants the last 29 records, now just $85. $85, okay? I'm going to put them right here behind me. Let's see what's going on with the auctions in the next crate. I still got a few Tracy Chapmans to tag over here. I was going to do that before I forget because I never could find the crate yesterday. I was like, where the heck are these Tracy Chapmans at? And I finally found it. Plus, there's a few things in here I wanted to read through again. We might be doing some new sealed stuff buy it now best offer in just a second. But as of yesterday, 2 more people confirmed they did want a black vinyl Tracy Chapman, and that's Paul Conway and Dylan Reed. So make sure we tag these for Dylan, D-I-L-L-O-N, Reed, and Paul Conway. Those are 33 and 33. And then we had a few more no's. And that was as of through yesterday. So if you have reached out to Ed and said yes or no, he'll give me another updated list on Monday. Or maybe even Monday before invoices are sent. But right now, that was the most recent update on Tracy Chapman. Those were 2 more yeses that I will take a black vinyl copy. So quick update. The Rolling Stones is now at 41. Yag is at 14. And the last bid on Question Mark and the Mysterians was Thomas Reed at $42. And that was a VG OG mono. A VG OG mono back there for Too Many Teardrops for One Heart. Let's go ahead and put up our next New Orleans single. And this is Dex Romweber and Simon Chardet, 2 great guitars with the Flat Duo Jets. That's a $5 start. All right, so she did get that Listomania soundtrack. So the bundle's still available. And just a quick read through here. CCR Chronicles, a 2 LP, $34.99 colored vinyl. Metal Church is $38.99. We got U2 Octung Baby for $46. Kiss Dynasty's $33. Tedeschi Trucks Band is $49.99. Everclear is $59.99. Kiss Psycho Circus is $33. Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet is $36. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $64.99. Also Nirvana Live 1988. And then there is the Tracy Chapmans for $33, okay? Now the Rolling Stones is at $45. Now Yag is sold to Teresa for $14. And now Question Mark is sold. And that is sold to Thomas Reed for $42. And now we need more auctions being ran, okay? What time is it? 6:36. Here's some of the stuff I got in the auction bin. The Beatles, Bruce Springsteen, Hawkwind, Bruce Springsteen, Paul McCartney, Flaming Groovies, Bruce Springsteen, John Lennon, something to do with George Martin here. The Beatles. Also the Beatles and Bruce and Pink Floyd and Van Halen and the Beatles and Junior Lockwood and Magic Sam and Sunnyland Slim and the Mothers and Nirvana and Van Morrison and Muddy Waters and John Prine, Neil Young, David Bowie, Gil Scott, Seth MacFarlane, Iggy Pop, Guy Clark, Gil Scott Heron. Here is a gong record that was requested. Gabor Szabo, and then Pink Floyd. I'm going to get some of those on deck right now. And it sounds like we got to start chipping away at some of those. There's only been one record sale from the Hot video, and that's the one we just sold, or from the Hot Post, and that was the Question Mark and Mysterians. We have an original 78 UK, and this is a $25 start. This is an original 78 UK, and this is a $25 start. This is Gong, and this is Live Floating Anarchy, 1977. Paul has that tagged as an original 78 UK, $25 star. The Stones is sold to Shane Devers for $46, and that is sold right here, okay? Let's do this and make sure I didn't miss anything else. One second, please. Okay. So I got people asking, are you safe? There's storms all around you. I'm like, yes. Gong 25. What about the two great guitars here? The last bid, okay, so 5 and then 7. And then we got a request for Bruce, Stones, and then Hawkwind, and then Gong 25, Gong 27, Gong 27, Pink Floyd Metal, Pink Floyd Nice Pair, Gong 28, Gong 29. All right, so Gong's at $29 with Thomas Reed, and then the two great guitars, that's at 7 with Craig. Teresa, you're out. We're about to sell it. Just make sure Teresa hadn't already set out. And if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. We have Tracy, Nirvana, Fleetwood Mac, Bon Jovi. This is black vinyl. The water-filled one is about $100 if you can get in on the pre-order still. And then they were selling for like $500. Kiss, Everclear, Tedeschi Trucks, Kiss, Octone Baby, Metal Church, and CCR. I'll put those right over there. But yeah, those water-filled Bon Jovis got way up there for a while. Pretty expensive. I saw where some had traded up in the hundreds of dollars. Okay. We sold one of our most expensive records in a while, a 45 yesterday, that garage record. I just confirmed that, and then got payment on it, so it's going to be going over to the UK. And I'm going to try to work on some more next weekend if I can. We got some cool stuff. Let's go ahead before I get into anything new over here. I think I might go ahead and try to go through another discount bin, maybe from some of the stuff that Laura marked, which could be new and sealed stuff. I just got to find it and go through it and maybe take offers on it. I think there's some stuff right here that I want to go through again. Let me move around some coins right quick. I got coins stacked up on top of records, and I got posters stacked up on top of coins. And then underneath all that is a big layer of autographs that's all wrapped up and bubble wrapped and board and bagged. So let me move all this to get to this bin here. And let's do a rare opportunity for new and sealed stuff to be buy it now best offer, okay? And here we are. So the first thing is, let me grab, let's try to chip away at some of these bootlegs from Springsteen. And here's the first one. This is called Demos and Outtakes from Born in the USA Sessions, limited to 300. It's a vintage. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh Collection. Yes, the Dale Pittsburgh Collection. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. Demos and Outtakes, that's going to go up for a $45 start. Let's go back up the top. And here was the bids on Gong, 25, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, now 33, now 35, now 38. And then what about two great guitars? Let's see. Craig went out, so there must have been a new bid. And there was a new bid from who and where and when. And the new bid was John Schmidt at $12. John Schmidt, that's sold to you for $12 now. I'm going to go ahead and sell that. Gong, there's that. Let's pull two new ones over here. About time to do some more buy it nows. And we have the Birds and we have the Easies. Let's go ahead and run these. Bruce already has a bid for $60. And Tracy Chapman's on black vinyl. Yes, we only got 11 orange vinyl copies. We ordered 150. We ordered 150 orange and we got 11. So Tracy is all sold out except for black vinyl. And they're not making any more orange. I've been told all the color variants, what was made is what's done. That's what I'm being told. I know there's different exclusives. There was website, maybe even Walmart, but from what I've been told, for some pretty knowledgeable people that do it every day for a living in distribution, I've been told that if they made a colored vinyl Tracy Chapman, it was made and then discontinued. And they're only going to keep black vinyl in production from here on out until in 5 more years when they do a 40th anniversary. And then when they do the 40th anniversary, I'm sure it'll be on a different color. But you'll have to wait 5 years. So, man, this bird single here is wrapped up in plastic like I can't. I've been trying to get it open. Man, this is the birds. I finally have got to it. This is going to go up for a $5 start. That's what I've been over here messing with. Took me forever to get to this. Spelt B-I-R-D-S. $5 start on that, and then surely this one's not wrapped up too. Man, I might not have to... Some of these are wrapped up like they've been in a sleeve, and then they've put like shipping tape all around it where they didn't want anybody to try to steal it back in the day. I mean, unless they just walked out of the store with it, unless they just took the whole item, but they didn't want anybody getting to these. Here's the Easies. Sorry. This is a $5 start. The Easies. Sorry that took so ever... it took forever to get those out. Man, they were like in a sleeve, and then there's like shipping tape wrapped. They were originally sold at Amoeba, but they were like shipping tape wrapped all the way around them. You obviously can't peel that back. So, man, all right, there's those 5 and 5. Those must be good ones. Okay, so Gong, the last bid was $38. That's a final call. Bruce Springsteen 60, Bruce Springsteen 70, and now the Birds is out. And there's the Easies, okay? So these are going to be buy it now or best offer. Let's try to get a bunch of these sold, and maybe if y'all don't make an offer, I'll discount it for you, especially if there's multiple copies. Black Meaty is sealed for $19.99. That's called Hellfire. I've only got 1 copy. And then here, I'm going to offer a great deal on Ryan Bingham. Watch out for the wolf. Ryan Bingham's were already pretty fair. Orange vinyl sealed for $24.99. I'm going to get these down for just $19.99 if anybody wants a Ryan Bingham. That's sealed on orange vinyl. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. 5 Ryan Bingham's orange vinyl sealed. Also, this is A Young Boy Never Broke Again, 38 Baby 2. That is sealed for $19.99. I have 1 of those. And then Taylor Swift Red. These are buy it now best offer. Everything in here should be sealed. For example, Taylor Swift is just $29.99. The retail on that thing is like $55. So $30 new and sealed. And like I said, the retail on that is about $55. Let's go ahead and put up some more buy it now singles. These are all $6.99. The first thing that I have is Ben, Michael Jackson, $6.99. I've seen Fire and I've seen Rain, James Taylor, Harry Belafonte promo, Circle Around the Sun, Nice, Crimson and Clover, Tommy James and the Shondells, Harper Valley PTA, Janie C. Riley, and Flatt and Scruggs, a pink Columbia label, Petticoat Junction, and the Ohio Express, Sausalito, the Ohio Express. Those are all $6.99. First thing we have here is Easies at 5, Easies at 6. Bird had a new bid for 8. Dean Tedford wants one of those Ryan Binghams for just $19.99. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. Also, we got Brandy Klein on Ron Bingham for $19.99. Ben Dygert on Randy Bingham for $19.99. The Easies now has a bid for 7. We got Robert Vlodarchek on MJ for $6.99. That was Ben. We also got Tony Lewis on James Taylor for $6.99. Calvin next on James Taylor. Still got Harry Belafonte, Crimson and Clover. Harper Valley PTA is sold to Michael Rudolph. Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs, and then Buddha. We can go ahead and sell Gong then to Thomas Reed. Thank you, Thomas. That's sold you for $38. He's been sitting back there on that now for about 6 minutes. He's probably like any day now, Chad. Thank you, Thomas. That's sold to you for $38. For $38. And then what happened on the Bruce? Did we reach a truce? And then he said he's going to be nice and go out. So this is sold for $70 to Andy Wade. We got plenty of other Bruce stuff coming right now, but first let's go ahead and put this away. Can y'all still believe it? Like 2 years later, and we're still selling one person's collection. This is the Dale Pittsburgh collection. Unbelievable. Thousands of records, most of them autographed, and just an insane collection. If you missed out on all that originally, it was a wild time when we first started getting all that in. I couldn't sleep at night. Really, like I wanted to get back here and just keep going through them, because you would open up a whole tub of records and it would be all this crazy stuff, and like all of them would be like autographed. I was like, whenever you're going to get an opportunity like that again, like buying 15,000 autographed albums. Earthless, Live in the Mojave Desert, Volume 1. This is sealed. Earthless. Stoner Rock, $29.99. Thomas Reed Wants Crimson and Clover. This is sold to Thomas Reed, $6.99. Jim B, Can I See the Birds? This is the Birds, No Good Without You, Baby. How Can It Be? Leaving here next in line. The last bid that came in on the Birds was with William Dragovich for $8. The last bid on the Easies was $9. And then we have Fred Carnell getting Earthless. This is a great crate, and it's all buy it now or best offer. For example, Neil Young Harvest, already a great price of $29.99, sealed, and now it's buy it now or best offer. We got 3 copies of Conor Oberst, the eponymous merge debut from Conor Oberst, that's sealed for $19.99. And Johnny Marr, Fever Dreams Parts 1 through 4. Johnny Marr is sealed, $29.99. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions right quick, and the next auction I have is going to be, we had one of these last night. Oh boy, there was quite a battle. I've got another one over here. This is Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti, a Japanese pressing. Both discs are near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful vinyl. There's one LP. There's the other LP. And we have the original insert there with the lettering. Has the Japanese booklet. Everything here is crisp and clean and nice. Nothing wrong with it. I'm going to put this back in its sleeve so you can see the window lining there. Physical Graffiti's a $45 start, okay? What was the first record in the bin? Black Meaty Hellfire. We still got Ryan Bingham's, just $19.99. That was already discounted. Young Boy, Taylor Swift, Neil Young, Conor Oberst, Johnny Marr, and then we have Fetal Pig. Fetal Pig is $14.99. Those are unopened. Autopia, $14.99. Next thing we had was Birds, 9. Now Birds, 9. Now Birds, 10. Now Birds, 10. Now Easy, 10. And then, yeah, this is buy it now or best offer. Conor Oberst, what do we got? We have 3 of them, $14. Let's sell Craig one. Does anybody else want one for just $14? Wow, $14 on that. And then I'll do $25 on Neil Young. New seal Neil Young, Andy Wade, $25 on that. $25 on that. I'm not sure on the Zeppelin. It probably is. Let me try to run the number on it right quick. The last Zeppelin I looked up, it was in fact an OG press. Let me check the number on this right quick and see what we have here. We got P-516, and this is 3N, and it is a 1975 original Japanese pressing. This is a 1975 original Japanese pressing. This is a 1975 original Japanese pressing. No Obi. It is an OG Japanese pressing. It's Japanese, $45 star, super high quality there. And the vinyl on the Birds. The Birds is on black vinyl. This one's getting a lot of questions and a lot of bids. This must be a $200 or $300 one. What does this sell for? $2,000 or $3,000? This must be a good one. The Birds is at 12. Tommy Flowers also on Conor. There is a little bit of a tear back here on the back jacket. There is a little bit of a tear back here on the back jacket. Just saying on that. Now, let's go back to the front. And the last thing we had was Andy Wade on a Neil Young. He does take one for $25. Birds 14. Birds 13. And then somebody else wanted a Conor Oberst for $14. So we had Conor Oberst for $14. We sold one to Craig. Now there's one to Tommy Flowers. Does anybody else want one for $14? This is a buy it now best offer new vinyl bin. I've got one copy here of New Sensei Sundowning. This is on mystery colored vinyl for $19.99. And we also have Odyssey, the odd tape. Odyssey is sealed on gold vinyl for $19.99. We have 2 of those, and My Morning Jacket, it still moves. My Morning Jacket is sealed for $29.99. What was the last bid on the Easies? The last bid here on the Easies was William Dragovich for $10. Before that, it was Teresa at 9. Now, Teresa, you hadn't bid, and I don't think you've set out on this one, but you are outbid. And then y'all are now bidding on the Birds. Now Led Zeppelin has a bid, and now we're into the pull from this Paul crate over here. And the first crate from the Paul crate, the first next pull from the Paul crate is Bruce Springsteen. Looks like a killer Dale Pittsburgh bootleg here. This is an original Vintage Bootleg, live at Roundhay Park in Leeds, United Kingdom, July 7th, 1985. 2-disc or VG, 2-disc or VG Plus. It's a book, the entire show, which is about 5.5 hours, Roundhay Park, and that's going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start on that. Final call on the OG. We sold this exact same record last night for well over $100. It's near mint minus and pristine too. Now the Birds 16, 17, 18. My Morning Jacket is sold to Fred Cardinale. That is sold. And now the Easies is sold for $10 to William Dragovich. Teresa, William already had it for $10. I thought you were done on that one. I'm going to sell that to him for $10. Let me make sure that was right. And that was William Dragovich. Yeah, he already had that for $10. Next is Let Live, The Blackest Beautiful. That's a hardcore album sealed for $29.99. I've got a couple of those. I've got 3 of those. And The Story So Far, and this is called Proper Dose. And that is sealed for $24.99. Now Led Zeppelin has new bids, and now we need another New Orleans single. If we're going to sell 3,000 tonight, we better get started. Here's the next one. We better get started really fast. We better get going really fast. We got the Moths, M-O-F-F-S. The Moths is a $5 start. That's a cool cover. $5 start on that. Now the Birds is getting bids 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19. And now Springsteen has a bid for $45. The Birds is already at 20 now. Led Zeppelin's at 54. Trina's out. Fred Cardinale's out. Also, we have 1. We have 2 there. And we have Call Me If You Get Lost. This is sealed. Tyler, the Creator, $24.99 on Tyler, the Creator. Also, the Mavericks in Time, 10th Anniversary Edition blue vinyl. That is sealed for $24.99. Chad's going to drink some purple juice right quick. Let me do that. All righty. Whew. Doing a lot of talking tonight. Also, we have another Black Meaty. This one's called Cavalade. Black Meaty is sealed for $24.99. JK said he would do $25 on a Let Live. Sure, they're marked $29.99. Does anybody else want a Let Live for $25? Let Live for $25. Now we have a $30 bid on the Birds. Wow. Also, Pure Reason Revolution above Circus. That is sealed for $24.99. Now Led Zeppelin's at $64. Final Call on Springsteen for $45. Cheer, C-H-E-E-R, Cheer, Drug Church. This is sealed for $29.99. And then Colin says, I'll have a Fetal Pig. This is sold to Colin Butler. Does anybody else want one for $14.99? $14.99. New sealed records here. Also, Insomnium. Hey, Hiram, there's one. Heart Like a Grave, $34.99. And we have The Decline of I, Joe Hans. That is unopened for $24.99. Now, we have a new bid on Bruce. We got a new bid on the Birds. We have a new bid on the Moths. And we have a new bid on everything, it looks like. Let's lay down some Buy It Now 45s right quick for $6.99 each. I like going through crates like this. We can sell a lot quickly, being that there's multiple copies sometimes, and we're discounting stuff, making deals, getting records sold. Ooh, that's a cool record. I might auction that one. We got Dan Seals. We have Love on Arrival. Nice. Orange label Waylon Jennings this time. Waylon Jennings, Cedartown, Georgia. Those are ones I don't see as often. Bobby Bear, Detroit City. Nice. Wanda Jackson on the purple label in the middle of a heartache. Cher, Half Breed, a promo. Bad Company, Good Lovin' Gone Bad, and Whiskey Bottle. That's going to be our next auction. And then Elton John, Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me. $6.99 on that. Let's go back over here to the top. And the first thing we have is Birds 21, Zeppelin 55, Moths 5, Birds 22, Birds 23. We sold a Let Live for 25, Moths 5, Birds 30, Moth 6, Led Zeppelin 64, Moth 7, Colin got Pig, Bruce 54. So Zeppelin 64, Bruce 54, Birds 40, Moths 8, out on Bruce is Birds OG, and then Black Meaty 20, Cavalade. I'll answer that Birds question in just a second. Garrett got Black Meaty for 20. Can I see the Birds label? And then Waylon, Tom Moran, you're first. I'm guess you want both, but if not, let me know. I've got you down for both, Cedartown, Georgia, and this time, your pick though, Waylon was second. Moths is at 9, Susie Breelove on Cher, and that was Half Breed, and then Moths is at 10. How much was Cheer? We have Cheer. That's sealed for $29.99. Okay, so the Birds, yeah, this is a newer pressing, it for sure, it looks like. It does say Decca, but yeah, that's not a, the OG of this is very expensive, right? I'm not for sure. I feel like we've had this before, but yeah, this is for, it has all the markings just like the original, but I'm pretty sure it is the, if there's two versions, it's definitely a later version. And then the Moths is at 11. He did want both. And then let's go ahead and sell these back to auctions. Lots of still great records there, including the Bad Company and Elton John. Let's go ahead and sell this, though, here. This is sold to George Sambares. George Sambares gets the Bruce for 54, and he gets the Led Zeppelin for 64. Okay? OG sold for 105, for 104. Nice. Gotcha. Okay. Led Zeppelin Z and at 64. Craig, I just sold it. Yes, this is the same record that last night I think sold for well over 100. It was an OG Physical Graffiti. Kind of surprised at that one, only sold for 64. I do have another one we're going to run tonight, though. I do have one more Japanese Physical Graffiti, no Obi. And then Fred Cardinal does want to cheer. Okay, and then let's go ahead and pull these right over here. And then Moths, the final call on the Moths is at 11. And the final call on the Birds, the last person was Teresa at 40. Teresa at 40. And she also has the Moths at 11. That's where we're at right now. Okay, and then this was a great buy it now best offer bin. Some stuff has already got offers, and the duplicates are still in here. I'm going to try to show some of those, and if anybody else wants to make an offer, let me know, okay? But the first thing I'm going to show is a new LP. Let's pull something else over here from this Paul crate. And this looks like an interesting Beatles boot that I don't think I've seen before. It is the Let It Be sessions. I've just never seen this exact one here. We have the Beatles Behind Closed Doors. The Beatles Behind Closed Doors. 2 record set. Some kind of Spain unofficial. Very odd looking here. $45 start. And the Moths. Yeah, I will check this. I've had a request to run the Discogs on it. Let's see what's going on here. All right, give me 1 second. All right, and this is BRDS, and there's no dead wax. There's no dead wax. 457, 114. All right, and then we got 66, 1990, 91, 2003 yellow, unofficial. I'm going to say, I bet it's this 1990 French press here. No, it's not that one because this is EVA. This is probably a bootleg then. If it's on Decca label, if it's on Decca and it's not a French, then it's got to be a bootleg. Yeah, it's probably this bootleg right here. It's a bootleg unofficial because this one's on Decca, and the only way it's gonna be on Decca if it's an original or yellow vinyl or these 2 unofficials. The other ones were on an off label, and so. And the other one that was on Decca, yeah. So it's the U.S. unofficial. It's not the 90 French. That's why they're none for sale. It's banned from Discogs. So, and yeah, and it looks like the true French is none for sale. One sold back in January. And then the other French pressing is, last sold, like Craig said, at 100. On this. So yeah, I mean, if you want to buy one right now, it's like with most bootlegs. If you want to buy one right now over in France, you're going to be spending about $500. So not a bad substitute if you want a copy of it, it seems like. So it's pretty much a straight copy of the original from what I'm seeing here. Okay. So, and that has a high bid Decca. The Birds, and that is a high bid right now with Teresa at $40. Currently not available for sale because it's blocked for sale. And then the Moths is, let's see. The vinyl looks different on unofficial versus what you're holding. Well, I know for one thing, I can just tell you it's not a vintage record. So, yeah. No, it's the unofficial, I promise. It's not a French original. I know for sure because it just don't have the texture of one. It's not an OG. It's definitely an unofficial. I would put money on it being the unofficial US. Okay, and then so JK on Cheer for 20. Sell this. Well, we've already sold one for a sticker. We've already sold one a sticker, but if you want to do 25, I'll do that, and I'll go ahead and sell Fred one for 25 as well. Okay? Now the Beatles 65. I can just I can look at a record and tell you if it's from 1966 or 1990 without even having to look at a matrix or anything. It's not from 1966. It's definitely something that feels and looks like it was made in the 90s. Okay, so I think we're for sure done on the Moths, so let's go ahead and sell that. And the Moths is for sure sold, and this is sold to Teresa for 11. And now the Birds has a bid. Well, I guess they're bidding on the Beatles, yeah. So Teresa has this. Teresa has this, and it's a final call to Teresa for $40. $40, okay? He's out. This is sold to Teresa for $40. Jim B was hoping it was a $5,000 version so he could pay his bills this month. Jim B was crossing his fingers. He's like, please tell me that's the $5,000 version so I can buy it for $100 and pay all my bills this month. We have the Lazy Cowgirls, The Long Goodbye. The Lazy Cowgirls is on white vinyl, $5. Sorry, Jim B, not today. Not today, Jim B. There's the Lazy Cowgirls, and we got Kiss, Calling Dr. Love. Calling Dr. Love, $7 on that. Now, if y'all don't know, Jim B makes a fortune watching this show every night. I give him a hard time about it, all in good faith. But, man, he makes a fortune watching this show every night. So here's what's left in here. We have Black Meaty Hellfire, sealed for $19.99. Black Meaty. Jim makes 20, 30 grand, probably a month watching this show. He's a full-time record buyer. He's on here from 5 to 1 a.m. Black Meaty, just $19.99. That's available very quickly. And we have Ryan Bingham. There's 2 copies left. 2 copies left if anybody wants one for $19.99. Very quick recap here. Young Boy, I'm ready for a new crate myself. Taylor Swift was already $29. We've already discounted Neil Young for $25. Conor Oberst was discounted to $14. Also, Johnny Marr. We had Fetal Pig. Also, New Sensei, Odyssey. Let Live. I discounted that for $25. So let's sell JK a Cheer for $25. Then discount Fred Cardinals to $25. And then Greg Gallagher on Black Meaty. That is sold to him for $19.99. I will sell Taylor Swift for $27. Charles, like I said, if I had to order this right now, the MSRP on it's $55. Triple LP, it's already at $29.99. I'll do one for $27, and that's half of retail. Kiss is a $7 start. Lazy's at $7, and then the last bid on the Beatles that came in was Brandi Klein at $75. $75 on the Beatles, just saying. And then we had The Story So Far, which was Proper Dose, Tyler, the Creator, The Mavericks, Above Circus, Cheer, and then Decline of Eye and Insomnium. The Neil Young that's available is called Harvest. $25 on Neil Young Harvest. $25 on Neil Young Harvest. It's new and sealed. What is the B-side of Calling Dr. Love? It is called Take Me. Take Me on that one. No bid yet. And then a BB, Alan Hagen, $15. Alan Hagen BB for $15. And what was BB? And BB for $15 was BB for $15. Or is that a bid on something? Mavericks, Tyler Creator, Story So Far, Let Live, Odyssey, not there. Nope, not there. We've already sold that. This, and then this, and then this, and this. I'm not for sure what that is then. Okay, and then Lazy's at 8, and then, okay, we sold that, and then Neil Young, and this. I think we're caught up, unless I'm just confused by some comments, okay, which I'm not really for sure. I'll have to come back and basically figure all this out again. Let me go ahead and put this over here. Let's grab a new crate. Let's go through a new crate. I think I've got everything figured out, though. I think everybody that wanted something wanted something. Taylor Swift is 27. If anybody wants one, it's Taylor Swift Red, Taylor's version, $27. Taylor Swift Red, Taylor's version. Okay, let's find. I'm going to try to find another bin like that if I can. That one there is pretty recent. Let's see what else I got over here before I get into anything else new and sealed. What is this right here? Has this got some stuff in it? This might be, I feel like we've been through that one. And let's see what's in here. And then here. This is Deltron. There's that one. Let me walk over here. That's new. Give me 1 second, please. Pearl Jam. Oh, yeah, I think this one's pretty recent. Yeah, felt like we've only read through this one maybe once. So, or twice. This might be a good one here. Yeah, this might be a good one. It is. The thunder is booming here. Let's see what I got going on. Okay. So, the Beatles, the last bid, the Beatles, Mike went out, and I already said a final call, and so that sold to Brandy Klein for $75. Now, we're back down to 2 heavily contested, as usual, 45s. And the last bid on the Lazy Cowgirls was at 8, and then 9, and then 10, and then 11. Okay? And that's at 11 with Teresa Brookshire. And then Kiss is a no bid. It's a $7 buy now, calling Dr. Love. No bid. Next is Dance to the Music, a promo, and Let Me Hear It From You from Sly and the Family Stone. A promo of Dance to the Music from 1969. That's a $7 start. I think we're caught up. I think we're good to go. And Taylor Swift is $27 if anybody wants one. And that was the triple LP Taylor Swift Red, Taylor's version. Now, if not, I can just put them back into our store inventory and put the original MSRP on them, which is $54.99, because we sell them here all the time in the store for $54.99 and $49.99 and whatever they are. So, but just saying, I'm assuming everybody has one by now. We have Screaming Females, Desire Pathway. These are also buy it now or best offer. Screaming Females, Desire Pathway, that's $19.99. We have 4 of those. Keith Urban's Number Ones Volume 2. Keith Urban is sealed for $19.99. Jason Thomas got Kiss for $7. Lazy Cowgirls is at $11. William Dragovich, you're out. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Bruce Springsteen. And Bruce Springsteen is called This Gun's for Hire. And Bruce Springsteen is live at Spectrum. And this is Spectrum Philadelphia, 1984. All 5 discs are VG Plus or better. Bruce is a $45 start on that. Next is Chris X's. He'll take a Taylor Swift for $25. If anybody else wants one, there's one left for $27, 27. This is one left for $27. If anybody else wants one, Chris X takes one. Lazy's at $12. Keith Urban is sold to Larry Smith for $15. Next is King Gizzard. This is called Vlender 3000. Butterfly 3000. It's unopened on mystery colored vinyl, $29.99. Also, we have Sly and the Family Stone is a final call for $7. Lazy Cowgirls is now at $12, now $13. Next LP that's going to go up right now is going to be Pink Floyd Metal, and this is a 1975 Jacksonville. Paul has graded it strong, VG Plus, and now that's going to go up for a $35 start. It's Pink Floyd Metal, Echoes, VG Plus, $35 start. And Charles Siebert says he'll take the last Taylor Swift, and then somebody else wanted one. Unfortunately, I only had 2. And now those are sold for $27 and $27. Charles Siebert gets one, $27. Those are sold. Also, we have one more copy of Saccharine Trust, Pagnia Cons. That's sealed for $24.99. And 4 copies here of Benny the Butcher, Everybody Can't Go. That is sealed for $24.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. Bebop Deluxe, Sunburst Finished. New vinyl edition of this classic remixed by Stephen Taylor, cut at Abbey Road Studios. Those are sealed for $29.99. Sly's a $7 buy it now if anybody wants that. Lazy's at $13. William Dragovich, it's back to you if you want back in. Bruce has a bid for $45. Final call to Andy Wade, going once, going twice. The next New Orleans single is going to go up right now for a $5 star. And this is called Rudy, When I Was Dead. And that's going to go up for a $5 star. Rudy, When I Was Dead. That's now going up for a $5 start. Okay? Let's go right over here. Next thing I have is Selena. This is called Ones. It's a picture disc sealed for $24.99. Selena. Also, King Cruel, Man Alive. King Cruel is sealed for $19.99. Still got one of those left. And Kristen Hirsch, Wyatt at the Coyote Palace. That's sealed on gold vinyl for $19.99. And Rush, Caress of Steel. Unopened, 180 grain remaster, $39.99. Lazy has a new bid for $14. Rudy has a bid for $5. So Lazy Cowgirls is at $14. And now I'm about to sell Bruce, and nobody's bid on Pink Floyd. It's a final call. Teresa, you're a bet on that, but Teresa is on Rudy at $5. And yes, here's our no bids. We got one Madonna for $15, and Styx is at $35. That's the current no bids from the night. Plus Sly is $7. If anybody wanted that. Kansas, Point of No Return, Live and Beyond box set. Kansas is sealed on Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl for $59.99. That's Kansas. Also, Julian Baker, Turn Out the Lights. Julian Baker is sealed for $24.99. We've got a couple of those. And Gaspacho, When Earth Lets Go. Gaspacho is sealed for $19.99. Lucinda Williams, that is sealed on blue vinyl for $19.99. And 5 Live, The Yardbirds. The Yardbirds is sealed on red vinyl for $24.99. Andy Nice, you get the Bruce Springsteen for $45. That's so to you. William, you've been outbid on Lazy. Teresa, you've been outbid on Rudy. Nobody bid on Pink Floyd. It's a $35 buy it now. And then we have Noah Kahan, Cape Elizabeth, sealed on aqua-colored vinyl for $19.99. George Scherer wants the Kansas box set. That's so to George Scherer. And Larry Gonzalez says he'll take the Madonna, which was sealed and original, and that's sold to him for $15. Clifford Umstead wants Lucinda Williams. There was only one of those, so that's sold to Clifford Umstead and Cynthia Herdren. You were second. Let's go ahead and claim or put up our next auctions right quick. I have Robert Jr. Lockwood, and let's see what's going on with this Nirvana right quick. And then I'm about to put up the Iggy Pop. Somebody asked for that earlier. Robert Jr. Lockwood, Steady Rolling Man. This is an early U.S. reissue, probably mid-late 70s, and it's sealed for just a $25 start on that. Also, Nirvana Bleach is a 2009 white vinyl remaster with a live show on disc 2 with a booklet. So you get Bleach and then a live concert, Sub Pop, white vinyl, Gatefold 2 LP, $45 start on that. And then let's jump over here. We got Noah for $14. And let me see what I had on these. They're sealed for $19.99. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe we can sell about 6 of them for $15 each. Does anybody want a Noah Kahan Cape Elizabeth sealed on aqua vinyl? $15. I have a feeling Tommy will take one, and then maybe we can get a bunch more sold. So Tommy, let me know if you want one for $15, and if anybody else wants one, we'll start pulling them out. Rudy 10. And then you have more of the Fleetwood Mac from last night if you happen to know offhand. Now, which one? Are you talking about Rumors, the box set? Which one exactly? And we'll find out on that one. I can probably answer pretty quickly, okay? And then we have Robert Jr. Lockwood, 25. And then Tommy Flower says he'll take a Noah Kahan. If anybody else wants one of those for $15, just let me know. And then we have Sacred Bones, The Helm of Sorrow, Emma Ruth Rundle, and Thou. That's sealed. That's a post-doom metal album for $19.99. What happened on the Lazy Cowgirls over here? The last bid on that, William Dragovich went out. This is sold to Teresa for $15. And so you're talking about the 2 LP 45 RPM Rumors. I have those in stock. If you want one, I can get to them pretty easily, probably. Speaking of that, my crate here has filled up really quick. So let me swap out bins. Let me put this one right here. And let me go grab a new empty crate right quick. About time for some more Buy It Now 45s. About time for some Buy It Now 45s. Let me do that right here. And then Kelly did bid 45 on Nirvana. Yes, Kelly did bid 45. Nirvana, 1 bid, 2 LP, white vinyl, 45 with book. Final call on Nirvana for $45. It is the 2009 US white vinyl, 45 on that. Now Rudy, the last bid on Rudy was at 10 and 10, but I think there's a bid. And yeah, Clifford did want the Pink Floyd for $35. Clifford Umstead almost missed on that, $35 on that. And then we have Junior Lockwood here, which has one bid with Sunday morning sessions for $25. Sandy Mile also wants a Noah Khan for $15. Lucas Patterson wants a Noah Khan for $15. And now we have a few of those still left. Now we have a new bid on Nirvana for $50, and now another bid for $50. And then is Reedy an 81 or 2013? Ooh, no, this feels like it's from 1981. No, I can check, but this is a 1981 record. Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's from 2013. That's a 1981 record. Rudy, When I Was Dead. Kelly Vlodarchek on Noah. That's sold to Kelly. And now also Nirvana's at 55. When I come back, I'm selling the Junior Lockwood on for $25. I was about to grab some more Buy It Now 45s right over here and see what we have, okay? And these are Buy It Nows for $6.99, and then another New Orleans singles going up. First thing we have here is the Supremes, The Happening, a white label promo. Wow, Devo, Whip It. Crack That Whip, Devo. Snoopy versus the Red Baron, the Royal Guardsman. We got Yoko Ono and John Lennon. John Lennon is the A-side there, just like Starting Over. Jimmy Buffett, a promo of Volcano. Slade, Run, Runaway. And Timmy Thomas, Why Can't We Live Together? And Funky Me. Those are all $6.99 there. Kelly's at 55. Let's go ahead. Did I get your Kansas? Yep, Kansas was pulled for you. Let's go ahead and sell Junior Lockwood here for just $25. And that was Sunday morning sessions. Rudy 13, 11. And then Nirvana has a new bid for 46. And then 50, then another 50, and then 55, and then Alan Hagen wants a Noah Khan, and that was one left now. One Noah Khan left after Alan Hagen for $15. Jason Thomas first on Devo, and then Sean Fairweather was second, and then Cynthia Herdron was third. Michael Rudolph on Snoopy, and then Cynthia Herdron next on JB, or first on JB, which was Jimmy Buffett, and Ginger first on John Lennon. And we still got Timmy Thomas, Slade, and the Supremes, if anybody wants those. And then is this on Jamming Records? Yep, Jamming Records, Rudy, 1981. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that's at 15. And then Styx, the only Styx record that's left here, the only Buy It Now that's left. Japanese pressing of $35. $35 on that. Let me reply to this message. I still got people texting me and giving me updates here. Okay. I'll update that in just a second. Also needed to let him know. Okay, so back to this is Ann Peebles. This is Strange from the Heart. Ann Peebles is sealed $19.99. The Everyman, giving up on free jazz. The Everyman is sealed for $14.99. We've got a couple copies of those. King Gibbs and the Lizard Wizard, Willoughby's Beach EP. That's on red vinyl for $19.99. The Suicide File, Twilight. That's a hardcore punk album sealed on gray vinyl for $19.99. Souvenir by Joni Yano. That's sealed for $19.99. And Rival Sons. And that one is sealed on orange vinyl for $29.99. Rudy has a new bid for $15, $17, now $20. And then the last bid on Nirvana that came in is Steel with Kelly Vlodarchek for $55. The only reason I hadn't sold it is because there was three other bidders and no one has set out. So Kelly has that for $55, but I've got to sell it to Kelly pretty soon if no one bids again or says out. This is called Styx Cornerstone. Styx Cornerstone, $35 Buy It Now. Sorry, I got allergy problems, which is weird being that it's currently like storming outside. I think it's already knocked out all the pollen. First thing we have here is the Voodoo Dolls, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. The Voodoo Dolls, that's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. And then Sean Fairweather first on the Suicide File. Thank you, Sean. That's so to you. Next was JK. And then we have Double Dynamite. This is Sam and Dave for $24.99. And also, this is sealed for $19.99. And this is Friends That Break Your Heart, James Blake. There's 2 of those. Also, Jimi Hendrix, First Rays of the New Rising Sun, sealed for $29.99. And Pearl Jam 10, just $29.99, sealed. Pearl Jam 10, $29.99. So up at the top, we had Rudy at 20, Rudy at 21. We had 2 people on Suicide, Sean at first, Details on Bleach, and now there's a bid on Nirvana for 55. I think the bid was already at 55. It was. Nirvana is a 2009 U.S. white vinyl remaster. It's a 2 LP that they pressed on white vinyl. One is the album remastered. The other one is a live concert from Nirvana. It comes with literally a book. Comes with literally a book with really cool photos and scenes from that era up there in Seattle. It's a gatefold jacket. Really cool. It's a gatefold, thick jacket. And the bids kind of went back and forth. And then they stalled out. And then we just had somebody tie the high bid. So that's where we're at. And then Voodoo, I didn't think was going to get a bid. And all of a sudden it has bids for 555 and now 10. Both of these Pearl Jams are sold to Bill Hannum and Andy Wade. And now Nirvana's at $56. And now we've already sold out of Pearl Jams. Now we need a new LP, which is coming up right now. This is Magic Sam. And this is Genius, the Final Sessions. Magic Sam is sealed, a 1982 pressing for a $25 start. Magic Sam, 1982 sealed pressing. Genius, the Final Sessions. Magic Sam, a $25 start on that. There's Rudy. There's Voodoo. Anybody else want anything in here? This is a rare opportunity for new and sealed stuff to be buy it now best offer. And I'm going to show you the stuff that I took discounts on that there were still duplicates of. Rudy's at 25 with Teresa. Jim B's out. Nirvana's at 60 with Kelly Wlodarczyk. That's a final call. Is the 45 Funky Beat by Houdini. The 45 Funky Beat by Houdini. No, we have not had any Houdini 45s. This is called Funky Me by Timmy Thomas. No Houdini 45s. Voodoo on that. And we've already sold both Pearl Jams at sticker price. So we still got Jimi Hendrix, $29.99. James Blake, Sam and Dave. Also, we had Rival Sons, Joni Yano, King Gizzard, The Everymen, Ann Peebles, The Helm of Sorrow. There's one Noah Kahn left for $15. There is still one Live Yardbirds left. Gazpacho, Julian Baker, and then Rush, and then Rival Sons is sold for $24 to Melissa Bailey. That's sold to Melissa Bailey for $24. And then Rush is still in here. Kristen Hirsch, King Cruel, Selena, Bebop Deluxe. Also, we still had Benny the Butcher, more King Gizzard, and then Screaming Females, okay? So Voodoo's at $12, William Dragovich out. Rudy is sold for $25, and that's sold to Teresa Brookshire. Nirvana is officially sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $60. That's sold to Kelly for $60. And final call to get a bid on Magic Sam. Final call to get a bid on Magic Sam for $25. Let me get this in the sleeve. Boy, this is a lot of stuff in here. First of all, the jacket is about 3 times the size of the other pressings we get that's still in print. And now Voodoo's at $15. All right, let's grab a new auction and a new crate. I haven't done any new arrivals yet. I was trying to go through as many discount bins early here as I could. We've got some great vintage OG stuff here I'm about to read through. Very nice and clean titles. About to read through some of these and see what everybody wants or what everybody possibly doesn't want. So give me 1 second, and right now I'm going to bring up another new auction. Let's pull something here from the Paul crate, and let's do one of these John Prine albums. This is Aimless Love, and this is on John Prine's own label, Poor Oh Boy, and it's an original 84 US, a strong VG+. John Prine, Aimless Love, a $25 start. Voodoo's now at $17. Nobody bid on Magic Sam. It's a $25 buy it now. And before I swap out crates, let me go ahead and throw down some more buy it nowers for $6.99. That last batch was pretty good. These are all going to be $6.99. We got the Lemon Poppers, Blueberry Blue. These are all $6.99. We have Xanadu from Olivia Newton-John. Eric Clapton, 1983, The Shape You're In. Have You Ever Been Mellow? Another Olivia Newton-John. Olivia Newton-John physical. A very bizarre looking Sean Cassidy here. Just a plain looking label. Sean Cassidy, Are You Afraid of Me? And Madonna, Act of Contrition. Act of Contrition. Madonna, that is $6.99. If anybody wants any of those are all buy it nows. First thing is Brandon Lack gets the Magic Sam buy it now for $25. Let's put up another LP. I've got another Japanese pressing over here, Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. I did tell everybody we would run one more Japanese Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. This is the last one. These are, once again, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's both LPs. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. Now, I guess the only thing bizarre about this one is, or missing, I should say, not really bizarre, it's missing that title card that actually spells out Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. Not included in here unless it's hidden inside one of these other inner sleeves. But that is a nice copy, and that is a $45 start. First thing is Cynthia wants Xanadu. That's sold to Cynthia for $6.99. Larry Smith wants both of the Olivia Newton-John promos. Those are sold and sold. Cynthia on LP, and that was the Lemon Poppers. And then Donna Handshoemaker on Sean Cassidy. And then David next on Olivia Newton-John. And we have Madonna and Eric Clapton here. And those are $6.99 each if anybody wants those. The Voodoo Dolls is sold to Teresa for $17. And then John Prine's a final call for $25. Susie Breedlove on Selena. And then Led Zeppelin is a starting bid of $45. This crate's going to go right over here behind me. If anybody else decides you want anything in here, just let me know. And now we got new vintage stuff to read through right quick. Let's go ahead and knock out this crate right here, right now. All right. Time for more New Orleans singles. We've already got a heck of a stack over here we've accumulated, sold already, and we're working out of a new basket, as I call it. This is a basket over here. All kinds of stuff tucked in here. Let's grab a couple more. And this turned out to be a pretty good little selection. I just pull out the ones that look the most strange and unique. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. The Fad, Thank and Run Back to You. The Fad's a $5 start. And then we have the Beat Pack. And this one's sealed. I need to open this one, the Beat Pack. The Beat Pack. $5 start. Did you have a Pearl Jam 10 pulled? Yeah, there was several people. There was 2 Pearl Jam. I don't know who got them, but I can probably find out. The Pearl Jams were sold. The Pearl Jams were sold to Bill Hannum and Andy Wade. And then after that, 1, 2, 3, 4 more people wanted one. But those first 2 people I just read are the only ones that got one. Okay? John Prine's a final call, and so is Led Zeppelin. These are near arrival sticker price. Everything in here is EX Plus or better. This is Jackson Browne, Late for the Sky. Jackson Browne is $14.99, Late for the Sky. These has bids for $5, now $6 and $5 and $5. And then John Prine is sold to Nick Bargeron for $26. This is a Led Zeppelin pressing. Led Zeppelin pressing is at $45, and it's a final call. It is a Japanese. It doesn't have the insert that has the Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti letters, but both discs are nice, so it is an OG Japanese pressing there. Ian Lloyd and Stories, Traveling Underground. Ian Lloyd is $19.99. Little River Band, Backstage Pass. That's $14.99, 2 LP. The Best of Gordon Lightfoot. That's $14.99, United Artists. Compilation, Gordon Lightfoot. And Jerry Lee Lewis, Original Golden Hits Volume 2. That's $9.99 on Jerry Lee Lewis. Let's go ahead and grab a new LP then. And the next new LP is David Bowie, Low. And this is an original 77 Canadian press. An original 1977 Canadian press for a $35 start. David Bowie, Low, a 77 Canadian original with no condition notes. Led Zeppelin does have a bid. We got the Fad and the Beat Pack. The Fad's at 9, Beat Pack's at 6. Led Zeppelin's at 46, Beat Pack 7, Beat Pack 7. Everything getting new bids. We got Trio, Jerry Lee Lewis, Charlie Rich, and Carl Perkins. That is $9.99. The Best of the Birds, Volume 2. These are new arrival, sticker price. The Birds is very nice. $19.99 on the Birds. The Best of Jerry Butler and the Impressions. That is $14.99. The Best of Jerry Butler and the Impressions. And Jimmy Buffett, a white sport coat and pink crustacean. Nice original ABC records here. That's $19.99. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $46. MT Matt, you've been outbid. Bowie has a bid for $35. The Beat Pack is tied again. This time instead of 7, 8, and Fad is at 9 with Teresa, and Robert's out. Now Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $48. Jackson Browne, great album here, The Pretender, has the paste-on photo, textured cover, nice original inner sleeve, The Pretender, $14.99. And Revolution of the Mind, James Brown, a 1972 Capitol Record Club, no condition notes, $54.99. Wow, that's cool. James Brown, Revolution of the Mind, $54.99 on that. We have the Fad at $10 now. Tom Moran on the JB. Now, was that for, that could have been a bunch. We got JB, we got Jackson Browne, Jimmy Buffett, Jerry Butler. So you might have to let me know on that one. There's 2 Jackson Browns, a Jerry Butler, and a Jimmy Buffett. So Tom Moran, let me know. And then we have Bowie at 40. We got Bowie at 45, Led Zeppelin at 50. Beat and Fad are still getting bids. And we have one copy here of Heart. Wow, this looks interesting. $19.99. It's a picture disc shaped like a heart. $19.99. Tom wanted the Buffett. Tom wanted the Buffett. And then Led Zeppelin 55, Bowie 55, and the Fad's at 10. Well, what about the Beat Pack? I did see a bid for 9 with Teresa, and that was after Robert bid 8, and Robert says he's out, okay? Head East, a different kind of crazy, $19.99 on Head East, and Corey Hart, Boy in the Box. It does have the poster, $19.99. Sandy Villa wants the heart-shaped picture disc. That is sold, and we also have Debbie Harry Cuckoo for $24.99. Fad has a new bid for $15. And we have Beat Pack 11, Led Zeppelin out, and Monty second on that. Do you have any Rob Zombie? I have Devil Music Volume 1 and Astro Creep 2000. Those are $38.99 each. Fad has a bid of 12, and because he's out on Led Zeppelin, MT Matt has that for $55. It's a final call. Also, Teresa and Cynthia are battling out on the Bowie. And now Bowie's at 60. George Sombrerez wants Jackson Browne, I'm assuming for the Pretender. There's the other one in there as well. And then we have George Harrison, self-titled, and Shrink. Really nice looking records in here, $24.99. And Hamilton Joe, Frank and Reynolds, Falling in Love. That's really cool. Shrink, original Kmart sticker, $12.99 on that. We have the Beat Pack, and this has a new bid for $12. We're still bidding on that. The Fad's at 16. Bowie's now at 65. And one more record here, Olivia Newton-John, Don't Stop Believing. O&J is really clean and nice. That is $9.99. And New Edition is $19.99. George Sombrerez did get the Pretender. Thank you. And now let's go ahead and sell this Zeppelin here. Zeppelin is sold for $55 to MT Matt. Now, let me ask everybody right now. Have you hit the like button on Facebook? Have you hit the like button on YouTube? That's always my ask. That's always the only thing I ask of you, other than to buy records from me, was have you hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? I would greatly appreciate it if you have. If you haven't, I really greatly ask for you to. Make sure you do that for me. I appreciate it. We're selling records tonight. This is the last sale of the week. $7 in limited shipping. Ends tonight whenever I say goodnight. It is storming around me. So far, we've held up pretty good. No storms. Fortunately, no storms have interrupted the sale, both the feed or me just literally having to go like take shelter or something. But I'm in a building where there's no really anywhere to take shelter, honestly. So tomorrow, Paul's going to be doing the show. And then Paul's also got his hands full Monday and Tuesday. He's going to be doing the show then. So this is the last time you're going to get to see me in a while. I leave for Augusta in the morning pretty early. And I've got a lot to do between now and then. I got to finish the show. I've got to pack and get everything organized and have him access to our waiting list and new vinyl pre-orders so he can feed y'all vinyl on Monday and Tuesday. And tomorrow, Paul's got new vinyl that's already come in. So there's a lot there's a lot going on for me in the next just like 12 hours before I can depart. Hopefully for basically, I think it's the first day I've really took off since Christmas. I don't recall having going anywhere else. Maybe one other night, but I don't think I've had a day off since Christmas. So I may have to relax my mind. I'm going to have it set up where Paul's got it on autopilot, and I'm just thinking about golf for 2 days. Here's some $6.99 buy it nows. Chet Atkins, Blue Angel, that's a promo. We have the Mamas and Papas, Creek Alley, Mamas and Papas. Herbie Hancock, Light Me Up, Herbie Hancock. Every breath you take, I'll be watching you. The Police, whoa, that's kind of scary. The Bangles, In Your Room. Bon Jovi, Bad Medicine. Bon Jovi, Bad Company, You Can Be My Rock and Roll Fantasy. And Michael Cimbello, Maniac. Now, let's see where we left off. I remember reading off Bowie was at 66, and then Sandy Villa wants HJFR. Hamilton Joe Frank Reynolds, that's sold to Sandy Villa. Then The Fad got a bid for 20. Then Beat got a bid for 13. Scott Oman on New Edition. Bowie got a new bid for 70. And then Janie Next on New Edition. And then Fad has a bid for 21. Fad has a bid for 23. Fad has a bid for 25. Fad has a bid for 26. And then Sean Fairweather wants Bang. And that was for... Bang was for the Bangles, In Your Room. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. So do you. So we still got Michael Cimbello, Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy. We got Bon Jovi, so to Corey Ross. The Police, Every Breath You Take, and Murder by Numbers. That's another good song. Herbie Hancock, Mamas and Papas. The flip on that is I Saw Her Again, and a really cool Yellow Label Chet Atkins promo. That's all available. Now, let's jump over here to our LPs and put up Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, Bridges. This is an original 1970 Santa Maria with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, a $55 start on Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, Bridges. $55 start on that. So, for a quick update, The Fad is at 26 with Jim B. William Dragovich, you're out. The Beat Pack, William Dragovich is out. Teresa has it for 13. We can go ahead and sell that for 13. Back to the new arrivals bin. The New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red, $19.99. I've instructed Paul to have new vinyl ready, hopefully, and then also have plenty of discount bins, and obviously they'll have new arrivals too. So there'll be some big shows the next 3 days. Next 3 days, I said, Paul, we got to keep up with the pace. You got to be selling a lot of records. So I need everybody tuning in and buying records from Paul. I was like, you're going to drink some blue juice and get hopped up. Corey got The Police, Larry Smith on Chet Atkins. Back to the bin, we got Lonnie Mack, The Heels of Indiana. Lonnie Mack is in shrink. It's got the die-cut cover, $24.99. The Kinks, Give the People What They Want, $14.99. And Honeycomb, Sweet Replies. We don't get that very often. Honeycomb, $34.99 on that. The Fad's now at $30. And then did we have an out on Bowie? We did. Bowie is sold to Cynthia Herdren for $70. That's sold. And now we have Iggy Pop going up. This is called Iggy Pop the Soldier. And Iggy Pop is an original 1980 US with an original inner sleeve. It's an EX Plus condition. And Iggy Pop is going to go up for a $35 start. Iggy Pop Soldier, $35 start on Iggy Pop Soldier. Yeah, I don't know about new vinyl. Either we'll hold it all till Wednesday when I come back, or he'll, I'll try to, I like doing it because that way I don't miss something, and I can keep up with it. And if I'm not here and waiting list, then Friday people will be asking me if something came in again, and I'll be like, oh no, I wasn't here for 2 days. It might be best if I just wait and do it on Wednesday, and then we can just have a big huge sale on Wednesday, because if we start doing new vinyl, it's going to be like, well, did this come in? I don't know what got delivered. Has this pre-order been checked off? It helps if I'm here, because I do pretty much all the new vinyl, but I've got to get it eventually where other people can do it, especially ordering it. It's my last leverage here at CollectCo. 2 things left that everybody does for me now. I have people packing records, shipping records, cleaning records, pricing records, invoicing records. The only 2 things left that I do that eventually I'll hire somebody for is ordering and doing the new vinyl, aka social media, and then eventually here selling records at least half of the week, where I can be doing other stuff to grow the company. So at some point, If anybody out there wants to be a live Facebook record salesman, at some point, other than Paul, I'm going to need somebody here at least a few days a week so I can be doing other stuff to help grow the company. Jan Hammer, the early years, that's $19.99. So if anybody else is out there and you're interested maybe in one day becoming the next Facebook personality for Coletco, let me know. I'm seriously, at some point, it may be a while from now, but I'm eventually going to have somebody help me like a couple of days a week, and then eventually where I can be doing other sales like we've talked about in the future. But you got to be able to do what I do here very well. Heaven and Earth, Refuge, bizarre record here, Heaven and Earth, $49.99. It's a 1973 promo. $49.99. So Iggy Pop was a $35 start. We already have a bid. Fad has bids for $30. Bridges at $55. Fad at $31. And Fad at $35. Gordon Lightfoot Sunday concert. Gordon Lightfoot, $19.99. The next 3 days is going to be vintage vinyl. No, they're not. $19.99. Gordon Lightfoot Sunday concert. We have Jimmy Buffett, son of a sailor. Jimmy Buffett is $19.99. Son of a sailor. And Hall & Oates is $19.99. This is their self-titled album. Boy, we've had a battle for the Fad, and the Fad is at $35 with Jim B. Iggy Pop just has one bid for $35, final call, and Bridges just has one bid for $55. Let's grab some more Buy It Now 45s. Let me pick them out from over here, and we're about to do some $6.99ers, okay? $6.99ers. Let's go ahead and get started with that. $6.99. All right, let's pull some of these out right quick. And Andy Wade on GL, and that's Gordon Lightfoot. Thank you, Andy Wade. We got Slicker Van Slyke on HE, and that was for Heaven and Earth. That was an interesting record. That's so to him. Teresa on Jimmy, and that's Jimmy Buffett. And then George was next on Lightfoot. Now the Fad's at 36. And we have Bill Haley in the comments rocking, $9.99. Chad, you're the draw. Well, I hope that the next person can be. I've always told Paul, and everybody's like, I need somebody that can come in and do their own thing. Like I'm Chad. I have my way of doing things, saying things, operating. I'm going to have to get somebody else that comes in and eventually, can do their own kind of thing a few days a week, where it's almost like a completely different experience. But everybody's like, Chad, you've got to be here. And I'm like, well, I want to. I will. I am here 7 days a week. Gordon Lightfoot, Too Late for Praying. We have, I'm going to auction that one. I have another one over here as well. Willie Nelson, Angel Flying Too Close to the Ground. We have Waylon Willie, Good Hearted Woman. And we have Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, Love Me Like Before. And Randy Jackson, How Can I Be Sure? That's $6.99. Those are all $6.99. Back up the top, Fad was at $36, now $40. And the Gil Scott's at $55. It's a final call. And that's a final call. And then Willie Nelson is sold to Shane Devers. He got that one. Tom Moran was second. And he was also first to the Waylon and Willie. And that leaves Gordon Lightfoot. That leaves Sam the Sham, the Pharaohs, and Randy Jackson. Those are all available $6.99, okay? And now the Fad. What happened? Jim B's at 40. Rebecca, you were the only person on Iggy Pop. I'm going to sell that to you for $35, and all of a sudden, Gil Scott has awakened. 58, 60, Fad's at 41. Here's the record I said over here, and I said I was going to auction. It's the Monster Mash. Look how cool that is in the original Parrot sleeve. The Monster Mash. $7 start on that. $7 start on that. Get someone good with words. That would be, yeah, I figured the opposite of me would be somebody that talks fluently and with like a very proper accent. I don't know how well that would go over too well, though. But, yeah, I'm not saying that's happening anytime in the future either. All I'm saying is, like, if you grow a business, I've literally, we've done everything at this point. Everything that I used to do, somebody else is doing. I hadn't packed a record up in months or years, actually. I went back there one day just to observe their process. But they've been packing records now for me for years. Everybody does the invoicing. They watch all the sales. They do all the tagging. They do all the cleaning. Paul does all the buying. I hadn't bought a collection now in 2 years. I hadn't went out and bought a collection in 2 years. So Paul does all that, and they do all the cleaning, sorting. So the last thing is to get somebody that can order the new vinyl, run social media, and then eventually help me sell. I'm never going to give it up probably, but if somebody could help me do this a few days a week, I could probably be doing like a coin auction. I'd still be on Facebook Live, but probably doing like a coin auction. So it'd probably help us grow tremendously. Van Halen, we got to figure out how to continue to grow. So it's hiring people. This is an OG 84 US club. It is in pristine condition. It is EX Plus. It's an 84 US club, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Might as well jump $35 start. Might as well jump $35 start on that. Van Halen, $35 start. That's now up for bid. All right, so first thing we have was Fad was at 50, Monster Mash 15, Gil Scott 65, Monster Mash another bid for 7. So we already have a bid for 15, and now Fad's at 60, Gil Scott's at 80, Van Halen's a $35 start. We have the Manhattan's Greatest Hits, $14.99. It's in partial shrink wrap with hop sticker. The Manhattan's is $14.99. Mary Jane Girls, this is called Only for You. Mary Jane Girls is $19.99, Only for You. Van Halen's at $35. Little River Band Sleeper Catcher, $9.99. And Meatloaf, Bad Out of Hell. Meatloaf is $34.99. Orange label, nice copy there of that classic, one of the best-selling albums of all time, $34.99. We have Mondo Rock. Mondo Rock is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Olivia Newton-John Soul Kiss is $9.99. Teresa wants Mary Jane Girls. That's so to Teresa. I think Janie Green was second by commenting Mug. Gil Scott Heron's now at 90. What about the old Fad back here? Jim B's at 60. William Dragovich, Jim B's at 60. Let me know if you want back in. And then we have Monster Mash, and this is a final call. And Monster Mash opened up with a bid 15 with JK. So that's a final call. What's the condition of records? The condition of records, is that a title or, it's Bobby McFerrin, 1999, Simple Pleasures. Gil Scott Heron's at 95. Fad's at 61. Jim B, you've been outbid again. Heart, Babe Lestrange. Heart is $19.99. Babe Lestrange, $19.99. Alison Moyet, Alf. This is $19.99. Oh, the overall condition, these are all EX Plus or better. This is a non-check condition bin record. Yeah, these are all really nice records. Spanish Lace, Gene McDaniels. Spanish Lace, Gene McDaniels, $19.99. All right, let's go grab some more Biden L45s. A good acid test, or litmus test, acid test, whichever would be, I guess, go crate up a bunch of records at your house and see how easily you can read through them and flip them over and show them. And then if you do pretty good, I guess that's step one to knowing if you can possibly sell records live on Facebook. Here's some buy it nows. How about Eddie Murphy, the comedian, Party All the Time. Brooke Benton, Rainy Night in Georgia. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. John Denver. Billy Joe, Modern Woman. Expose, Seasons Change. Gone, Gone, Gone by Bad Company. B-sides Take the Time. And Rick Astley, not Rickrolled though. I'll Never Set You Free. Another Rick Astley, $6.99 on that LSD test. Yeah, litmus test. So, all right, I'm going to take a drink of water. Paul just texted me and said we secured a new collection. See, this is what I'm talking about. Paul's out buying collections right now, locally. He bought a huge, incredible collection. And wait till y'all see it. It's evidently really good. Yeah, I think he just closed the deal on it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why we hired Paul to begin with, so he can help me buy records when I'm here selling them. Y'all remember when I used to take out, I'd go out on the road and I wouldn't do sales for 3 days because I was out buying records? Can't do that anymore. Can't miss any sales for buying. Paul's out doing it. Monster Mash is at 17. The Fad is now at 80. Wow. So we went from 61 now to 80 on the Fad. And Gil Scott Heron is at 100. Monster Mash 17. How much is the Manhattans and what is the songs? The Manhattans is Greatest Hits. This is $14.99. Boy, it might be easier for me to look at the label. I'll Never Find Another, Shining Star, Kiss and Say Goodbye, Hurt, There's No Me Without You. Also, Do You Really Mean Goodbye? We Never Danced to a Love Song, It Feels So Good to Be Loved. I Kinda Miss You, and Don't take your love. Manhattan's is $14.99. Okay? And then the next comment after that was Travis went out on Gil Scott-Heron. William went out on the fads. Jason asked the details on Gil Scott-Heron. Michael Ruttman got Eddie Murphy. What did I do with those? Right here. Michael Ruttman on Eddie Murphy, $6.99. Bradley Smith was second. D. Kong got the Meatloaf. And then we have Teresa Cunningham on Eddie. So you were third on that. Christopher Morris on BB. And BB was for Brooke Benton. And that was on this White Label Cotillion promo. And then Jason Boxall was second. And then Monster Mash is at 17 still. The bids have got to order. The bids have got out of order on Monster Mash. And now it's at 18. And then Monster Mash is at 20. And then, okay, the last thing here was Monster Mash is at 21. Jim B gets the fad for $100. My gosh, that must have been what is that worth? $2,000 or $3,000? That's sold to Jim B for $100. Now, Gil Scott-Heron is an original 1977 Santa Maria with the original on her sleeve. It is nice, an EX Plus condition record. An EX Plus condition record. And the last bid on Gil Scott-Heron that's on my screen is Chase Arnold at $100. $100. Oh, Jim B said this was his for $80. Really? I could have swore there was a bid for $100. $80 or $100? Oh, that was $100 on Gil Scott. Okay, my bad. Dang it, I was trying to squeeze an extra 20 out of Jim B. This is sold to Jim B for $80. That's sold to Jim B for $80. My bad. Dang it, he caught me. And now Gil Scott's at $105 with Jason Boxall. Jason also has Monster Mash for $23. Now the question of the night is, where is Van Halen at? This is Van Halen, and the high bid on Van Halen. The high bid on Van Halen, I think, was still that first bid with Corey Ross 7 minutes ago. It's an EX Plus club copy for $35. I'm about to sell it. And then the Manhattans is officially sold to Andy Wade. That is sold. Okay. I think I'm caught up. I think my brain is leveled. Let's keep going through new arrivals. Lonnie Mack, the Wham of that Memphis Beat, an original 1963 mono. Awesome. $49.99. Lonnie Mack, $49.99. We have Cass Elliott, The Road is No Place for a Lady. Cass is $19.99. We got Gil Scott at $115. There's a new bid on Van Halen for $40. Corey, you've been outbid. Monster Mash is now a final call, and that's with Jason Boxall at $23. Next New Orleans single. Man, what could happen here with the next New Orleans single? This has been an excellent crate so far. The next one is Gone, as in Gonn. And this is going to go up for a $5 start, and it's on ruby red vinyl. Gone is a $5 start. That's now up for bid. 5.00. Also, the Mamas and Papas, People Like Us, $14.99. And we have Nancy Michaels, First Impressions. We have Nancy Michaels for $16.99. Mother's Finest is $19.99. We have the Boomtown Rats. That's $19.99. Boomtown Rats. Little Richard's Greatest Hits, $14.99 on Little Richard. The Kinks Sleepwalkers, $14.99. We have Emerson Lake of Palmer for $19.99. Heart Magazine and Little Feat, $24. And Heart is $19. Monster Mash, sold. Jason Boxall for $23. Gil Scott, sold. This is sold to Jason Boxall for $115. Van Halen has a new bid for $45. Gone has a bid for $7. Now, I had another Monster Mash over here. Same thing, same label, same sleeve. Does anybody else want to do a buy it now on one? It's only $23. Same price as the last one. Now, let's put up another auction right quick. And the next auction from this bin over here is Bruce Springsteen. And this is a bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is an unofficial white vinyl, limited to 100 copies. This has outtakes and 3 tracks from David Letterman. Wow. David Letterman. Oh, my bad. This is Bob Dylan. Wow. Well, first of all, I saw Letterman and I was like, for some reason, I just can't imagine Dylan being on Letterman, but I guess he was. Bob Dylan, sorry. This is the Traveling Man, Bob Dylan. It's on white vinyl, It has Bob Dylan outtakes and some appearances from David Letterman, the late night. It's limited to 100 copies on white vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Wow, Bob Dylan, sorry. Kind of looks like Springsteen, right? I mean, you saw where I could have got that confused, especially since we got a bunch of other Springsteens. That is a $35 start on that. $35 start on that, okay? So let's go back and see what happened here. We had Gone at 5.7, Van Halen 46, Fred on the old Emerson, Lake and Palmer here. Tony wants the other Monster Mash for $23. So that other Monster Mash is sold. Gone 8, Van Halen 47, Gone 10, and Gone 9, Gone 12. All right, let's take this first stack of sold 45s in here. That's all sold. Thank you, everybody. Let's put these in here and get a new pile started. All righty. Here we go. Welcome. It is a high octane night. Saturday night. Everybody's ready. I almost said ready for the weekend, but Friday, Saturday. These days all roll into same for me. What is the day? Saturday? Yeah. Saturday. I sat down with my mom and she said, "Is there a day that you can come up to my house and eat a Sunday dinner?" And I looked out and I said, "Yep, I can book one day for you, Mom." She's like, "This is getting pretty ridiculous." Gone 15. And I didn't know what day it was when she was asking me that. Then I got confused and then it caused a bunch of pandemonium. Gone's at 17. Bob Dylan's a final call for $35. Let's grab a new auction. And this is the New Christ. And this is called Planet Girl EP. The New Christ is a $5 start. That's a bizarre looking one. And now Van Halen is out with Jason, and that's a final call then for $47 to Corey Ross, okay? $47 on that. Corey does have that. So let's go through this. I'm just going to read the title so we can go ahead and go into something new. And that was a great vintage bin there. And we'll keep rolling with lots of 45s, too, in just a second. If you hear something you want to price on, let me know. Ian Lloyd, Little River Band, Gordon Lightfoot, Jerry Lee Lewis, The Trio, which is Lewis, Rich, and Perkins. Also, The Best of the Birds, Jackson Browne, Jerry Butler. Boy, James Brown here, a 72 Capitol Club, $54.99. Beautiful copy. Nobody's got that. I'm shocked. Also, we have Head East, Corey Hart, Debbie Harry, George Harrison, Olivia Newton-John, New Riders, Lonnie Mack, The Kinks, Honeycomb. There's another record. I've stopped at the two that's kind of surprising. Honeycomb, Sweet Replies, $34.99. Jan Hammer, Hall & Oates, Bill Haley, Little River Band, Mondo Rock, Olivia Newton-John, Jason Boakes on the Jackson Browne. I had a feeling somebody would grab that eventually. Also, we have Dylan's a final call for $35, Gone's at $20, and then we have Hart, Babe Lestrange still available for $19.99. Alison Moyet, Spanish Lace, which was Gene McDaniels. Lonnie Mack, Cass Elliott, Mamas and Papas, Nancy Michaels, Nancy Michaels, Mother's Finest, Boomtown Rats, Little Richard, The Kinks, Little Feat, and Hart. And Honeycomb is on the Hot Wax label. It's a textured cover. It's a textured cover, Unipack design, beautiful vinyl. That's a subsidiary of Buddha. Yeah, it's just a record we don't get very often. I think Honeycomb could be described as like a 70s soul album, best kind of a soul album. Hot Wax, it does have a punch hole, but yeah, that's just something we don't get as often. Okay, and then Gone 21, Jerry Butler. That was right back here, and that was the Best of Jerry Lee Butler and the Impressions, $14.99. And then Andy Wade on Rats, Boomtown Rats. That's sold to Andy Wade. Dylan back here is sold for $35 to Bill Sammis. That's sold to Bill Sammis for $35. Thank you, Bill. That was an interesting Dylan there. And live on David Letterman. All right. Relapse. I'll have Paul look into place an order. New Christ is at $5. Gone then, I think it's a final call for $21. And then Van Halen is sold to Corey Ross for $46. Looks like we need, excuse me, all new auctions. So let's do that. And then Jason Boakesell does want Honeycomb. All right. Actually, it's Honeycone, A-C-O-N-E, but I know what you mean. And then how much was Honeycombs already sold? And then how much for George Harrison? $24.99 on George Harrison. Shrink wrap, no condition notes, original inner sleeve, nice, and the original price tag. All right. Here we go. I read that Mama Koss, and now I have Mama Koss, or what's the song I have stuck in my head? Da, da. No, I've got, what is that? I've got stuck in my head. Spanking Our Gang. I've got Spanking Our Gang stuck in my head. Sunday Will Never Be the Same. Yep. Ooh. Let's get started with this crate right here. The first record was Killer. It was in the front. I'm going to move it to the back, which is going to be the first record y'all see now. So let's get started. And it looks like we need all new auctions. All right. You pulled James Brown. Yes, I pulled James Brown. Yes. Okay, and then Monty Reed on Heart. Now, Monty, did you want... also, George Harrison is sold. Did you want Magazine or Babe Lestrange? So the next new comment is Will Monty Reed Heart, but let me know. Will does get George Harrison. Monty doesn't want Magazine, so he wants Babe Lestrange. So Robbie, Magazine is still available for $19.99. New Christ is sold to Teresa for $5. Gone is also sold to Teresa for $21. The board is clear. I love it when it works out that way. Now we get 4 new auctions coming up. Let the bidding begin. Pink Floyd, a nice pair. A 73 US repress with a censoring sticker. It has both original and sleeve, and it's a strong VG+. A $25 start on Pink Floyd, a nice pair. First New Orleans single, next New Orleans single are the Zeros. The Zeros. That's going to go up for a $5 start, and that is I Don't Wanna. The Zeros, a $5 start. That's up for bid. And then Robbie Woods does want Heart Magazine. That's so to Robbie Woods. Let's grab some more $6.99 buy it now 45s before we begin this crate. And the next batch of $6.99 or 45ers is going to go up right now. And I saw a pretty good one right there. Yeah, let's lead off with this one. Black Magic Woman promo from Santana. A double-sided promo from Santana. Angry Eyes, Loggins and Messina, a promo. Where Do the Children Play from Cat Stevens. That is $6.99. Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, Eric Clapton. Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife. Ooh, here's a cool one. Honky Cap by Elton John. Cher, Half Breed. Whoa, a Miles Davis 45. You don't see that very often. Miles Davis wasn't known for putting out singles. Holy Wood. It's a promo, double-sided, Miles Davis. Those are all $6.99. We'll do another handful here in just a moment. Okay, so let's see here. Current comments are zeros 5675. And then we have Ivan R on Santana. That was the promo. That sold to Ivan R for $6.99. Larry was second. Cynthia, or the next comment's Cass Elliott. Give me 1 second. Cynthia gets Elton John Honky Cat. And by the way, that was a promo from Elton John. And then we have Sean getting the Miles Davis, then Cynthia, then Brent. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sean almost gave you Loggins and Messina. It's on the same label, same sleeve. Miles Davis, so does Sean Fairweather. That leaves Loggins, Messina, Angry Eyes promo, Cher, Half Breed, Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, and then Where Do the Children Play? Swing Low, of course, was Clapton. Let me leave those right there. Now, Olivia from the previous bin, and then Cass Elliott from the previous bin. Let's show the Cass Elliott. He for sure wants Olivia. So let me pull those right quick. There's Cass. I can show that for Jason, and then here's Olivia. Okay, so this is sold for $9.99 and $9.99. This is sold. Did you grab the police single on the last batch? Oh, I didn't. First, though, let me tag this to who? Javi Soto. That's sold to Javi. And then Cass Elliott's called The Road Is No Place for a Lady. That's RCA Victor. Mama Cass is very clean and nice. And that is $19.99. Frame rate? I hadn't dropped any frames. That must be on y'all's end. Everybody else's feed okay? Corey, I didn't realize you wanted the police, but I'll give it to you right now. And that was for Still got John Denver. Let's see. Maybe I did. I don't see a police left. I must have. I remember Every Breath You Take, Corey. Either somebody got it or I already tagged it for you. I don't remember at this point for sure. I know it wasn't that far back. No, it wasn't that far back. I'm not for sure. Either I already tagged it for you or somebody else got it. Okay, it wasn't in that stack. All right, so the zeros got up to 7 with Ryan Anderson. Then Robert bid 8. Then the 45 claims. All right, Chris Ferrara wants Half Breed. That was next. That's sold to Chris Ferrara. Jason Boxel does want Mama Cass. And then all the 45s just $6.99. Yeah. And I will go through all these again before we make a bundle on them. Yeah, $6.99 on Bryan Adams. Okay, and then Pink Floyd is a repress with a censored sticker, $25 start. So, nice pair. And there was a little bit of nudity there, and they used to cover it up. And then it was uncovered, and then they covered it up with the repress. Okay, zeros at 9. Now, sorry, before I show the next record, we got to get the next 2 albums introduced. And I have another Beatles bootleg to do from Dale's Pittsburgh. This is called The Beatles Peace of Mind. And this is really cool because it's got BBC sessions and Ed Sullivan on here. It's got some of the Ed Sullivan show. So, Strong VG Plus, The Beatles Peace of Mind, vintage bootleg. And this image is like 1968, 69. Nothing from when this music was actually recorded in the early mid-60s. So, $25 start on that. And now the next New Orleans single. And the next New Orleans single looks pretty cool here. It is, it's the Cynics. The Cynics. The Cynics is going to go up for a $5 start. No Way and Dancing on the Wall. The Cynics. Zeros is at 9. And that's a final call. So let's get started with these new arrivals. Right off the bat, James Brown plays New Breed. James Brown, $29.99. Really clean. It says a full-color portrait's included, but that's long gone. But it does have the original smash inner sleeve. James Brown's $29.99. The Beatles at $25. I could have swore I said $35. Mike, I think I said $35, but if I said $25, I'll take it. Next is Commander Cody, Tales from the Ozone. Commander Cody is $19.99. Commander Cody is $19.99. Little Feat, Down on the Farm. Little Feat, $24.99. Everything in here is really clean and nice so far. Neil Diamond Stones is $12.99. Neil Diamond Stones, $12.99. Jackie DeShannon, never seen that one before. You Won't Forget Me. Never seen that Jackie DeShannon. $29.99. That was on the Imperial label clean. Rick Derringer, we sold one of these last night. All-American Boy. That has his hit song Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo on it. We also have Delaney and Bonnie on tour with Friends. $19.99 on that. And the Best of Deep Purple is $19.99. Jason Boxel on the JDs. He might have meant James Brown. Did you mean James Brown there? If so, let me know. And now the zeros, we can go ahead and sell that to Teresa for $9. And now Pink Floyd's a buy it now for just $25. Nice pair. VG Plus, not bad whatsoever on that. Now the Beatles is at $35, and then the Cynics has jumped up to $10. Next LP that's going to go up for auction is right now, and it's Iggy Pop, blah, 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 blah. Iggy Pop is an original, 1986 US with the original inner sleeve, and this is going to go up EX for a $25 start. $25 start on Iggy Pop, blah, blah, blah. 25 on old Iggy there. Cynics 10, Beatles 36. And then Jason wants Jackie D. Jackie DS. Okay, my bad. For some reason, I thought you want James Brown. You usually buy all the James Brown records that look that nice too, Jason. However, Sean Fairweather picking up a nice pair. Nice. Thank you for the nice pair. And then let's grab another New Orleans single here. This one looks, boy, this is a good batch. Good being just the sleeves are just cool looking. So here is Chemistry Set. Fabulous Stinkin'. Fabulous Stinking Chemistry Set. I don't know if that's a song, the artist, or what. Look Over Your Shoulder and Failure are the tracks. So maybe it's called Fabulous Stinking Chemistry Set. Next is Janet Gray on Deep Purple. That's so. Jason said, I've already got 2 of James Brown. Understandable. Roberta Flack, nice. Killing Me Softly. Always a cool jacket. It opens up like the grand piano. Rest in peace. She just recently passed away. Roberta Flack kind of made me want to go back and rediscover some of her music. Amazing vocalist, of course. 1999. Fats Domino's Greatest Hits. 1999. We got Jose Feliciano featuring Light My Fire. His cover of the Doors song, 9.99. That was actually a big hit. His cover of Light My Fire. How about the Sun Story Volume 5? Volume 5 features Jerry Lee Lewis for $14.99. The Beatles is at $40. Alan Hagen, You're Out. Iggy's just a $25 start, no bid. The Cynics, with Craig going out, that puts Ryan Anderson tied with JK. Sorry I hadn't updated this one, but JK and Ryan are tied. JK's in first, so Ryan, it's back out to you. Iggy is OG. Yes, it's an original 86 US with the original inner sleeve. Yes, it is. And then Jason Boxel on IFJF, and that was for Jose Feliciano. And then Rod Burns on RF, and that was for Roberta Flack, right? And now Iggy does have a bid. Alan, it's up to you on the Beatles. And y'all are tied, Ryan, actually, on the Cynics. We have Carpenter's Voice of the Heart. Carpenter's is $9.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. The name of the album is called CSN. Just a Song Before I Go, $19.99. Moses, You're Second on Jose. There it is. Our nightly opportunity for sports. Huey Lewis and the News. Beautiful copy there. $19.99. Chemistry Set. Just one bid with Teresa. $5. And Marshall Tucker Band, Where We All Belong. Marshall is a 2LP, $24.99. And Eddie Cochran, My Way, $19.99. Now, Ryan's out on the Cynics, but Teresa, the bid was already 10, and they were tied. They were tied on that. So we got The Call, Into the Woods. The Call is $24.99. And John Fogerty, Centerfield. Zance Can't Dance, $24.99. I forgot the full story of this, but something had to do with Zance, something to do with a record producer, and John Fogerty was kind of mad at him, and he put a song on here called Zance Can't Dance. John always denotes that, but I think it's on most versions, but I'm not for sure. I don't know if anybody knows that full story, but there's something to do with a Zance and a dance, and it's $24.99. I don't know, it had something to do with the production of the album or the label or something. No claim on the sports. JK is backing on the Cynics. Okay, so Chemistry Set is sold for $5 to Teresa. Oh, man, Iggy Pop. Those came in. I was reaching for it, and now there's 2 new bidders. 26, now 27. Unfortunately, I never did hear back from Alan Hagen. So, Mike, that's so due for $40 on the Beatles bootleg there. Peace of Mind. Ed Sullivan. I always love the ones with Ed Sullivan. I figured at some point the Beatles would cut some kind of deal and put that out as like an album or something. But I'm sure, you know, as y'all know, the quality is terrible on Ed's, because all you can hear is the kids, the girls screaming. But I figured at some point they could use something to enhance it or AI it, and that would be a really cool release, I think. Ed Sullivan on vinyl, but I think it's so hard to, it's like all you can hear is like screaming. It is some good cuts on YouTube. You could probably do some of the tracks, but some of it's like just, all you can hear is the girl screaming. So, but I was thinking at some point they could get all that out of there with technology, you know, like get all that screaming and just isolate their vocals and instruments somehow. Unfortunately, I don't think they were back there high quality soundboard recording it back in the day. They had no idea what was about to happen. Guy Clark, The South Coast of Texas. Awesome. Don't get his stuff very often. Original 1981 US, a Los Angeles press with the original inner sleeve. EX Plus, this is Guy Clark, a $25 start. $25 start, original inner sleeve. But Dale had a lot of those Ed Sullivan bootlegs, and they're really cool to listen to because it's like just pure nostalgia. Iggy's now at 30. Now, we had a couple new LP claims. Patrick on Marshall Tucker. That sold. And now we have Donna is picking up the Huey. All of a sudden, the Cynics has new bids. I'm going to go grab a New Orleans single, but before that, some more Buy It Now singles and see what I have next here in our box, okay? And I may find even a couple auctions over here. There's one that I'm going to auction. That one looks really cool. That's going to be a Buy It Now. Buy It Now. Ooh, we never get his stuff. That's a Buy It Now. I'll go ahead and make
that an auction and that, and I have auctioned those, but yeah, here we go. Here's some cool stuff here. $6.99. We got Frank Sinatra, Strangers in the Night, in the original company sleeve. Also, Los Lobos doing La Bamba. That's cool in the picture sleeve. U2, Desire. There is some fraying at the top, but a cool single there from U2 from Rattle and Hum era. Neil Diamond, Song Sung Blue, and it has a big mono stamp on it in the original uni sleeve. Billy Ray Cyrus. Now, that's something that is really tough to get as an LP. Billy Ray Cyrus, and that is a heart with your name on it, and Deja Blue. Johnny Cash and Waylon Jennings, There Ain't No Good Chain Gang, and Heart from that album magazine with their hit single Heartless and Just the Wine. Those are all $6.99 on those. Now, Iggy Pop had jumped up to 28, 28, 30, 30. Guy Clark did get a bid for 25. Iggy 31, Iggy 32, Iggy 33. The Cynics got a new bid for 15. Sandy Mile put F for Frank Sinatra. That sold. Iggy 35, Iggy 35. Travis Wade on LL for Los Lobos. Jason Boxel on ND for Neil Diamond. Kristen out on Iggy. Robert out on Iggy. Jason on BRC. Billy Ray Cyrus. Shane on Johnny Cash. Then Cynthia on Johnny Cash. And that leaves Hart and U2. $6.99 each if anybody wants those. So we're about to sell Guy Clark for 25 to Preston Rose. We're about to sell Iggy. It's tied at 35. Thomas and Teresa, y'all are tied. Thomas came in first. And the Cynics. Teresa went out. That sold to JK for 15. All right. Now we have our next two New Orleans coming up right now. We have Beavis Frond, Sexorcist. Beavis Frond, Sexorcist. And Walking Seeds, Reflections in a Tall Mirror. $5 start for old Beavis there. And then we got Danny Wild with the Wildcats. And let me see if I can open up Danny here. Let me get out my old box cutter for Danny. Let me cut this 30-year-old tape off. It's done a good job. You've done your duty, tape. We want to be able to check the record at least. And let's see what's going on here with him. This is Danny Wild with the Wildcats. Mean Evil Daddy, Old Bill Boogie. Nice, and that's a $5 start. Iggy has a new bid, and Beavis already has a bid. Let's go back to this crate of new arrivals. Next record is Dylan by Bob Dylan. $29.99. Dylan by Bob Dylan. Roberta Flack, Feel Like Making Love. $19.99. That's really cool. That has the hit song on it, Feel Like Making Love. And for some reason, we don't get that one as often. Nice. $19.99. Roberta Flack, Feel Like Making Love. Firefall is $9.99. James Brown, Gravity. We had a Japanese pressing that the other night. There's a U.S. original, $24.99. Fifth Dimension's $14.99. And Brian Ferry, The Bride Strip Bear. Brian Ferry's $24.99. And Marion Faithful is $9.99. So Beavis, Danny, Iggy is a final call. Let's go ahead and sell Preston Guy Clark for $25. Preston, that's so to you. Made sure I gave that all the time in the world I could. And now let's grab a new LP. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Friday night. I've still got about a third, half of a crate, really, half of a crate here of Beatles or great auction stuff from Paul that he tagged for tonight. And we're going to chip away those one at a time. We still got a few Japanese. Most of them's been shown. Or last night, I may have even shown them by it now. But we're going to try to knock throughout those tonight. This is the last sale of the week. We have here Hawkwind, Howl of the Mountain Grill. And this does have Lemmy, as in Lemmy from Motorhead on it. It's an original 74 with the insert. And Motorhead is a $35 start. $35 start for Hawkwind, Hall of the Mountain Grill. There's the original insert and inner sleeve. Very cool. And that's Hawkwind. There is that. It's Saturday. What did I say? Friday? Saturday. See, I told you I don't know what day it is. Saturday. Thank you. It is Saturday. You are watching the right feed. We are live right now in Lebanon. Saturday night. Teresa gets Iggy for 36. So, quick update on these. Beavis 5, Beavis 5, Beavis 6, Wild 5, Wild 6, Wild 7, and Wild 8. Hawkwind's 35. We have another Jose Feliciano. This one's called A Bag Full of Soul. That's $9.99. Very clean record there. And the very best of the Classic 4. $9.99 on the very best of the Classic 4. Here's our next LP auction. And our next LP auction is going to be the Flaming Groovies, Home to Roost. Looks like a vintage bootleg here. Outtakes and live material from 71 to 72 includes Slow Death from the Flaming Groovies. VG Plus, a $35 start on that. And we have Jason Boxall and Jose Feliciano. That is sold to Jason Boxall. Hawkwind 35, Beavis 7, Beavis 8. Tony Carey, Some Tough City. Tony Carey is $14.99. Cock Robin, after here through Midland. Cock Robin is $14.99. And Chili Whack, Lights from the Valley. Chili Whack is $9.99. Lights from the Valley. And ooh, that's a cool record. Fats Domino, Fats on Fire. In shrink wrap. I love that cover. And that's a nice original in shrink wrap. It does have some scuffing on it, but John passed it as non-check condition. So that's really cool there. Fats Domino. I've had that before, but they're usually like beat to heck. Let's do some more buy it nowers for $6.99ers. And let me grab a new handful here. Let's see what's here, there. Nice. Okay, here we go. And boom. All right, here's our next handful. But first, I'm going to show this one here earlier that didn't get a bid. Y'all may want to just go ahead and buy it now. It already has been shown, but I'm going to put it first in the pile. Not before I tell you that Hawkwind did get a bid for 5, and Beavis has a bid for 8, and then Joe Salamo on the 5th Dimension. And then we got Jason Boxall on Fats Domino, George Samberez on Tony Carey. Hawkwind has a new bid for 40. Beavis is a 9. Final call to get a bid on Flaming Groovies for 35, okay? Final call to get a bid on Flaming Groovies for 35. Here's some buy it nows. Dance to the Music, Sly and the Family Stone, a promo. Also, Billy Joe Royal with his hit song, Cherry Hill Park. Link Ray, a promo, Shine the Light, 1973. If Not For You, Olivia Newton-John. Here's a cool one. Bohemian Rhapsody, Queen. Johnny Paycheck, Everything Is Changing, a promo. And the Osborne Brothers, a promo, Bluegrass Concerto, and The Homecoming from the Osborne Brothers. Very cool stuff there. Those are all $6.99 each. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Let me pull up. Let's see here. 1 second, please. Okay. So, let's figure out where I left off. I remember pulling Tony Carey and saying Hawkwind was at 40 and Beavis was at 9. Hawkwind 42, Beavis 10. Ivan R. got that Sly and the Family Stone for $6.99. Hawkwind 45. Jason second on Sly. Looking for Springsteen Around the World. I'll put that up next. William Dragovich first on that Link Ray. Then Teresa. And then Hawkwind 45. And then Hawkwind 45. Alex bid first. Cynthia on FS. And FS was for... FS for Cynthia was something. And then Johnny Paycheck sold to Shane. Craig next on Link Ray. Hawkwind 50. Calvin first on Queen. Bohemian Rhapsody. Tim next on Link. Craig next on Queen. Donna on Bob Dylan. I don't have a Bob Dylan either. And then Groovies. And then Hawkwind. Okay. So the Flaming Groovies Home to Roost is a VG Plus condition record, $35 start, final call, no bids, outtakes and live material from 71 to 72. Now, Beavis Frond and Danny Wild are our 245s here. William just went out on Beavis, and that's after Teresa bid 10, and I think Danny just had that opening bid. Yeah, Teresa got that for 9. Robert went out, so that's sold to her for 9. We can go ahead and do that one. Cynthia was bidding on Sly on the Family Stone. Okay, Family Stone. So you were second on that. Now, Donna, which Bob Dylan was you after? And then Robin for Brad Faust was, is that something I already tagged too? That might have been something I already tagged. Bohemian, Link Ray, Johnny. Maybe not. There's Osmond Brothers, Olivia Newton-John, and Cherry Hill. Might be something in the crates here. Let me go check the crates here. Last few records was Chillerette, Cock Robin. That's so to Brad Faust. And then there was a Dylan album in here. There was Dylan by Bob Dylan, and that might be what she wanted. Okay, we have Foghat Energized. This needs to be put in a new sleeve. Foghat Energized is $14.99. Foghat Energized, $14.99. Doobie Brothers Taking It to the Street, $12.99. I do have a Bob Dylan in the bin, sorry. When I show those 45s and then album claims come in late, when I show those 45s and albums come in late, I'm like, what's going on? It kind of blows my mind. Bob Dylan's $34.99. Flaming Groovies does have a bid. It will sell. Hawkwind is at $70. It's about to sell. And then we're about to sell Beavis for $10, okay? Next is the Crest Greatest Hits, $12.99 on the Crest. Cactus Restrictions. Wow, Cactus and Shrink Wrap. Now that's a nice copy. Cactus is $27.99. Joe Salamo on the Doobies. That's so to Joe Salamo. Also, John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band, Tough All Over, $19.99. And Huey Lewis is $19.99. So Donna, I guess I can pull that Dylan record for you. Sorry that I got slightly confused there. Let's put up a couple more New Orleans singles right quick. And the first thing I have is Beavis. This is being sold to Teresa. That is sold to Teresa for $10. And then before that, Brent on C. Now, was that for Cactus or Crest? And then if it was for Cactus, it's yours. If it's Crest, it's yours. And Larry, if he wants Crest, then... So we got it worked out there. C for Cactus for Brent. Crest for Larry. Brad gets Huey. And now we have Flaming Groovy sold for $35 to ST. John Kaiser, let me know if you want back in on Hawkwind. Totally up to you. Here's the next two New Orleans singles. We have The Grip Weeds, See You Through. The Grip Weeds is a $5 start, See You Through. And we have Mystic Eyes, My Time to Leave. Mystic Eyes, a $5 start. Those are up for bid. New bid on Hawkwind for $71. And Donna Hand Shoemaker does want Dylan by Bob Dylan. Thank you, that's so to you. Next is J.J. Kell Troubadour, $34.99. The Call, Seen Beyond Dreams, $24.99. The Best of Bread, Volume 2 with Guitar Man. The Best of Bread. That's a nice gatefold. $14.99 on that. Emerson, Lake and Palmer's $19.99. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. And now, oh man, I forgot which Bruce he said. I think it's this one. There couldn't be too many more in here. No, I bet he requested this one. Wow, we still got some great auctions. I forgot about Seth MacFarlane and more Gil Scott-Herones. And yeah, great stuff still to be auctioned. Don't go anywhere. More great LPs coming for auction. But here's Bruce. Ooh, nice. It's on colored vinyl too. The Bruce As Requested. It's called The Boss As Requested, Around the World. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It's on red and purple vinyl. Red and purple vinyl. It's a 2 LP. It's a live compilation spanning from 72 to 81. It's somewhere between VG and VG Plus on disc 1. VG2, disc 2 is VG Plus. It's a pretty heavy, is it a gatefold jacket? Yeah, it's a, no, it's just a thick, almost like one of those Folkways jackets. And it has the insert, still in shrink wrap. $35 start on Bruce Springsteen. Okay? And then we had the following, Hawkwind 71, Weed 5, Eyes 5, Hawkwind 75, Hawkwind Out, Weed 6, Eyes 6, Weed 7, Eyes 7. Patrick C. Smith wants Bread. Is JJ a repress? Everything, well, I'll try to tell you what it is at first glance. We're in a bin, no, that's an OG press. We're in a bin of new vintage arrivals and the next crate. So most everything we should be showing in the next hour is going to be new vintage arrivals. They're either going to be OGs or vintage reissues. We have Patrick getting the Emerson, Lake and Palmer. And now we have 2 more records in here. Dave Evans, Tracks on Wax, $19.99. And Journey, nice. Raised on Radio and Shrink with the Rich Wonder sleeve. Journey, $24.99. So let's first go back here to Marion Faithful. This is $9.99. Fred, it's on London. That's typically a mono. Yeah, mono red label, LL3423. $9.99 on that. Oz is at $11.12. Bruce at $36. We can go ahead and sell Hawkwind to Alex Kane. Thank you, Alex. That's sold to you for $75. Oz and Weeds are still getting bids. Lots of bids on Weed, particularly. A lot of people bidding on Weed. And then we got Bruce is at $40 now. And we got Patrick C. Smith on Journey. And we have Will Robinson on Dave Edmonds. And I have a feeling Nick Bergeron may want that OG J.J. Kell there. Let's go ahead and grab a new auction. And that next new auction is going to go up right now. Anybody ever heard of Muddy Waters? This is called Sail On Muddy Waters. It's a 69 US mono promo. Wow, never sold on Discogs. 15 people have it. 40 people have it in their want list. Wow. Muddy Waters. Sail On, a promo in mono, never has sold on Discogs, and there's no condition notes on the vinyl. Beautiful. Wow. $45 start on that. $45 start on that. And then we have Patrick getting Journey, and then Donna next, and Nick Bergeron does want J.J. Kell. And first thing we have is Eyes is at 13, Mystic Eyes 13. Wow, Kill Tony's already over? Wow, I figured that'd be something that goes all night long. And then, so Eyes is at 13. What about Weed? Weed, the last bid on Weed was 9 with Teresa. So she has that. And now we have Bruce, Paul Harden, you're out. Andy Wade did bid 40 on that, okay? And Fred Morris wants Marion Faithful. That was a great vintage bin there. And I'm about to do some buy it nows before I do anything else. Let's read some buy it nows for $6.99. And see what we got here, okay? These are all going up for $6.99. That, and then that, and then that. And I need to put that in a sleeve, but I'll show it last. And then that. Okay. So first thing I have is Jimmy Buffett, The Great Filling Station Hold Up. That's a promo for $6.99. Paul Stuckey on The Wedding Song. That's a promo. Somebody wrote $20, $30 promo. Well, right now it's $6.99. Paul Stuckey. And then we had the Neon Philharmonic, Morning Girl. Morning Girl, Neon Philharmonic. That's a great song. I'll put this in a sleeve. It's When the Saints Go Marching In and The Night Before Christmas. That's Louis Armstrong. Bobby Brown, Don't Be Cruel. And If You Leave Me, Let Me Know. And Olivia Newton-John promo. And also, I got George Harrison all those years ago. George Harrison is $6.99. So those are all $6.99 each there. So back at the top, Bruce, let's update this. So Eyes, we're about to sell Weed, though. It has a high bid of 10 or 9. And then Eyes got a bid for 13. Eyes 14. We sold Marion Faithful. Muddy Waters 45. Bruce 45. Bruce 46. Bruce 50. Bruce 55, Muddy 45. Cynthia wants the Jimmy Buffett. That's sold to Cynthia for $6.99. Andy Wade on Paul Stuckey for $6.99. Cynthia got Louis Armstrong. Let's make sure that goes in a new sleeve. Larry Smith on the Olivia Newton-John promo. Cynthia Herdred on George Harrison. Bruce 60, Muddy 52. That leaves Bobby Brown and Neon Philharmonic. Morning Girl. Oh, it's a double-sided hit. We have Wendy, The Association. Wendy, The Association, and Neon Philharmonic, Morning Girl. So that's like a double back-to-back 60s hit there. And still got Bobby Brown. Muddy Waters is at 52. And Bruce is at 60. Okay, and so the Grip Weeds is sold to Teresa for 9. And what about the Eyes here? Mystic Eyes. Robert went out. Teresa has that for 14. Okay, I got a non-New Orleans auction over here. I got some cool top 40 stuff. I don't know if it's really top 40, but this is an awesome looking. First, let's do this Beach Boys promo. I thought this was really cool. A Yellow Label Capital promo from Pet Sounds. It's a promo here today. Usually, if you have a Beatles on this label right here, it's always valuable. Here today, and the flip is Darlin', and that's a promo Beach Boys. It's around VG, but a $7 start on that promo there. And then Mystic Eyes, we're going to go ahead and sell that to Teresa for $14. They're still battling out over the Bruce, but it is at 60. So Paul and Carol, y'all are both out. And now Shane has Muddy Waters at 60. So there's that. And now we have another one here. This has got to be pretty early because this label, just this label on the sleeve, very cool here. Johnny Cash, Still in Town. Very nice condition on the vinyl too, on an orange Columbia. I always love these orange labels here. And the Matador. Very cool there. Johnny with a matching sleeve. That's a $7 start. So those are up for bid. That was a great vintage bin. I'm going to give one more chance on these before I bring over a whole nother crate like that. And it's been some great stuff here. John's Mark tonight. All really nice and high grade too. Very cool. So. Let's see what's going on over here. Also monitoring the weather. I think most of it's okay though right now, right? He's not live anymore with severe weather. Tornado still 9. I think we're good. There's flood, but I think the severe stuff's okay. So, all right. Tennessee orange sleeves. Yep. Here's what's left. Very quickly, Commander Cody, Tales from the Ozone, Little Feat, Down on the Farm, Neil Diamond Stones, Rick Derringer, Delaney and Bonnie with Clapton, James Brown, Fats Domino, Jerry Lee Lewis, The Carpenters, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Eddie Cochran, The Call, John Fogerty. We have Roberta Flack, Firefall, James Brown, Brian Ferry, Classic 4, Chili Whack, Foghat, Bob Dylan, John Cafferty, and The Call. Those are all still available. So that means Bruce, I think, is sold. We got 2 outs, and so that is sold to Andy Wade for $60. That is sold for Andy Wade for $60. That is sold. That is sold for $60. All right. And then this Muddy Waters promo has never sold on Discogs. Rare. And the last bid on that was $75. And then we had Beach Boys and Johnny over here. And Beach Boys was at 7, Johnny 7, Beach Boys 9, Johnny 9, Beach Boys 10, Johnny Cash 10, Muddy Waters 82. Do you have Metal Church last night? Now, which we've shown 2 or 3 actually. So let me know which one, if you remember the title. If it's self-titled, I have either one of them. And the first question was Delaney and Bonnie. This was right here. This is Delaney and Bonnie and Friends with Eric Clapton. That's $19.99. That's an original label there. $19.99. And then there's 2 calls. The first, The Call, is Seen Beyond Dreams for $24.99. And the other, The Call, was right in here. One I don't see as often, and that's Into the Woods. It's $24.99. Ben Dygert does want John Cafferty. That's so to Ben Dygert, John Cafferty. And then what was the other question? I think I answered everything. And now let's put up some new auctions, okay? And those are available if anybody decides you want them. We've almost filled up a whole nother bin. And let's do some switcheroo in here, okay? Let me take this right off the table. And those are, actually, I can go ahead and condense them with the other crate. They're right here behind me if anybody decides you want everything that's left in there. If you're like, you know what, Chad? I honestly am feeling a little bit frisky tonight. So let me go ahead and just do this and go ahead and just give me everything left in the crate. And we'll do it. We'll say everything left in the crate. Be totally up to you, but we'll do it. And let me flip through this crate here and see what else we got. We're going to open with another James Brown record. And there's another Jackie DeShannon here I've never seen before. Wow, nice. You can tell John, I think he hits crates with a lot of the same artists, and then I think he mixes them up because it's like some of the same artists, but a lot of their different albums. Details on Dylan. Was there a Bob Dylan left in there? I don't think there was a Bob Dylan left in there, was there? Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, Slow Train Coming. My bad. I forgot about that one. Bob Dylan's $34.99. No condition notes. Very clean. $34.99 on that. Sorry. Forgot about that one. Now, let's see what's going on in the chat. These were at $10. Jason Boxell had the Beach Boys for $10, and Shane had Johnny Cash for $10. Muddy Waters got an $82 bid. Muddy Waters got a $90 bid. Muddy Waters got a $98 bid. Muddy Waters is a $100 bid. So both calls if unclaimed. Okay, who asked about the call? Andy, let me know on the calls if you want them. And then Paul Harden, let me know on the Dylan. It's totally up to you. And now we need at least one new LP. Let's take a look at this right here. The Beatles on tour, on stage in Japan, the 1966 tour. I thought the weather had moved out, then I'm hearing thunder and heavy rain. Here is the Beatles live at Budokan. So the Beatles played a big show in Budokan, at the Budokan in Tokyo, and this is 1966. It's a strong VG copy, and we're going to put that up for a $35 start. It's a vintage Beatles live concert. They're battling that over Muddy Waters. Now we can sell Beach Boys to Jason for 10. We can sell Johnny Cash for 10 to Shane. Shane's backing on Muddy Waters at 125. Chris Farrar gets both copies of The Call. And now we have a full crate, so let me do some switcherooing right quick. That's going to be the last two in there. Let me move around some sticky notes and some crates. This has gotten really full. Pass on Dylan, no problem. Let me grab a new empty crate right quick. Crate right quick. Okay. Teresa bids so much they block her. So you do have a daily comment limit on Facebook, and Teresa sometimes gets blocked on Facebook. Not by me. They think she's a bot sending spam, but she's actually sending bids. So, yeah, Muddy's a 1969 U.S. mono promo. So the mono promo is quite rare. It's never sold, and it's high grade. It doesn't have a mark on it. It's near mint minus. It's a mono promo. Very cool to see that. The new high bid is $150. The Beatles is a $35 start. The Beatles is a $35 start, okay? $35 start. Are we really sure she's not a bot? Well, if she is, then somebody that's operating it is sending Colectco money. So somebody that's operating Teresa's bot somewhere has money, and they pay for invoices. So as long as they keep paying for invoices, you know, there may be somebody smart enough out there to have some kind of bid bot designed. You know, they have those for eBay. I don't know if you know that or not, but eBay, you do get bid sniped, and that's from a bot. Okay, it happens all the time. You can download an app and say, I want to bid 1,000 on this at the very last millisecond, and a bot will bid for you. So that might be Teresa. She might be a bid bot on Facebook and YouTube somebody's running, and they just program it to say, bid on every New Orleans record, send. We have the Neptunas, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. This is the Neptunas. It's on pink vinyl, and it's going to be a $5 start. The Neptunas, that's the next New Orleans single. And we have Apple Glass Syndrome. Apple Glass Syndrome is a $5 start. Okay? So let's keep going here and see what's going on with these records. We have Muddy Waters at $150. It was Metal Church self-titled. If it was, I would like to take that. If it was Missing the Dark. No, we have Human Nature. Is that the other one? Human Factor. We got Human Factor. Memphis dealing with flooding. Wow. Yeah, it's pouring here. I need to go outside and check the creek across the street, actually. I'll probably do that right now before I get started. But first, Muddy was at 176,200. Beatles 35. And then Beatles 37. Muddy Waters 254. So what was the other question? There was one more question in there, though. Oh, Metal Church, Mike Johnston. Okay, just where are those? Mike Johnston, that was stuff we was going through last night. Mike Johnston needs a Metal Church self-titled. Let's make a note of that. Mike, I know I have it, but trying to track it down right now could be a problem. So let's try to find that for him, okay? And I can come up with it. It's just going to take me probably after the sale or Ed on Monday. Oh, I forgot about this. So this came out new. I think this is the new Papa. I don't know a lot about Ghost, but Brian pre-ordered this. They're a big, they collect a lot of Ghost stuff. These are $59.99. I can get more if anybody else wants one. Brian ordered it. I was like, wow, that's cool. I need to show that and see if anybody else wants one. It's a Papa Emeritus the 4th. And if anybody else wants one, they're $59.99. I can order these. They're brand new from Super 7. So if anybody else wants a Ghost Papa Emeritus, they're $59.99. We'll start a list and we'll get these ordered, okay? We'll get those ordered. They'll be in next week. I don't have them on hand, but we can get them. Ghost is $59.99. Okay? If anybody else wants one, let me know. So, wow, since I've been gone, a lot has happened. Beatles got a new bid for $37. Muddy Waters $254, $275. Robert bid $5 on this. Beatles is at $40. And then Ghost is sold. Muddy $314. Beatles $45. So the Neptunas doesn't have a bid. We're looking for a $5 start. And Apple Glass has one bid for $5. Let's get started with new arrivals. Check this out. Slaughter's Big Ripoff, James Brown, $44.99. That's one we don't get too often. What a cool record. James Brown, Slaughter's Big Ripoff. I think that's one of those old blaxploitation films. $44.99. James Brown, Slaughter's Big Ripoff. Frank Sinatra, Something Stupid. This is $19.99. And check this out. It's sealed. The inner baggie has never been opened. So this disc has never been touched since the day they baggied and sealed it back around mid-60s. $19.99 on that. Those Lazy Hazy Days of Summer, Nat King Cole's $9.99. Muddy Waters is at $325 with Shane Devers. The Beatles is at $45 with Fred Morris. That's a final call. And now both of these have bids for $5 and $5. Final call. Sandy Mile on S for Sinatra. But James Brown goes to Jason Boxell. There's Nat King Cole. It's still available. We have what? Bloontz. B-L-O-O-N-T-Z. Bloontz is $24.99. Bloontz. Also, Beja. Time and Tide. Beja is $24.99. Beja is $24.99. And the Babies on the Edge. The Babies is in shrink, $14.99. New bid on Buddy Waters for $354. Shane, it goes back to you. Nat King Cole is sold to Rod Burns. That's sold to Rod Burns. Thank you. And Botman Turner Overdrive 2 is $14.99. New bid on Apple for $6. So, Robert, you've been outbid on that. It's about that time for another new handful of Buy It Now singles. And let's see what we got over here. These are going to be $6.99. $6.99 on these. First one is Erasure. A Little Respect. Erasure. The B-side is like Ziza Gabor. And then Buckner and Garcia. Patman Fever. Greg Kihn Band. The Breakup Song. Steve Martin and the Two Uncommons. King Tut. Waylon Jennings. Shine. And then Triumph of Man from the New York World's Fair. 1964-65. $6.99 on that. Craig Weatherford on Beja. That is sold to Craig Weatherford. Muddy Waters is at $375. George Samberez is out. Final call to Shane Devers. First is George got Beja. Cynthia Herdron on the Erasure. Teresa next on Erasure. Art D. LaSchmidt on Pac-Man Fever. Shane Devers on Waylon Jennings. Janie Green next on Erasure. Teresa on Greg Kihn. Richard Miller on Steve Martin. Patrick Steve Smith on BTO. And that leaves Triumph of Man from the New York World's Fair. Cool record here, and it's on red vinyl. Triumph of Man, pretty much like a spoken word. Oh man, this is, I'm glad I looked at it. This has got a bad warp in it. It's got a bad warp in it. You may not want that. I don't know if they can fix that or not. My bad. Pretend I didn't show that, okay? And now let's go ahead and say, did he go out on this? So, Robert, you did get outbid on Apple, just FYI. He just bid $7. Teresa gets the Neptunes for $5. I'm going to make Muddy a final call for $375, and then this is sold to Fred Morris for $45, okay? Back to the new arrivals bin. We have Godly and Cream, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Grand Funk, Good Singing, Good Playing. Grand Funk is in shrink. That's $19.99 Grand Funk. And Black Oak, Arkansas, Ain't Life Grand. Black Oak is $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works is $19.99. And The Sound of Bread, $12.99. The Sound of Bread. Chad, was the Frank number 1022? Yes, 1022. Okay, so this is now at 8, and now we need all new auctions. Muddy Waters is sold to Shane for $375. That's a good one. Mono promo, near mint minus, top copy, and never sold. Wow. Okay, there's that. And now let's pull out some stuff back here in the back, like Neil Young and Seth MacFarlane. Here's a couple here I don't get too often. And the first one I have is Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Ragged Glory. This one never comes through. It's an original 1990 SRC with the original on her sleeve. It's borderline, Paul says, between VG and VG Plus. And this is going to go up for a $55 start. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Ragged Glory, VG Plus copy, $55 start. $55 start. That's up for bid. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Ragged Glory. Seth MacFarlane, Music is Better Than Words. Seth MacFarlane. This is an original 2011 US, only time on vinyl, and now out of print. Right now, the cheapest one for sale is in Israel for $174.39 overseas. So that doesn't include shipping, and that's a $95 start on Seth MacFarlane. $95 start. This is sold to Teresa for $8. And then did I get Beja? Let me double check that. I may have said Beja went to Craig Weatherford. I'm not for sure what I said, but Beja was sold to Craig Weatherford. And then, George, you were second. I don't know what I said earlier. Craig wanted to double check that, and he did, in fact, get it. Okay? So, two good records there. Seth MacFarlane. Yes, as in like the Family Guy. He kind of croons, I'm pretty sure. I think he's kind of like sings. I've never listened to it, but from people have always said it's like a crooner record. Kind of like a Sinatra deal. You know, like a Dean Martin deal. $95 start on that. And then Neil Young over there is from 1990. Never get that one in. $55 start. All right, here's our next auctions. Van Halen, When It's Love. Van Halen in the picture sleeve and Sucker in a 3-piece. That's going to go up for a $7 start. The Van Halen picture sleeve there. And we have the Beatles. This is Eleanor Rigby and Yellow Submarine, both cut in mono. Eleanor Rigby and Yellow Submarine in the capital sleeve. It's around a VG Plus. That's a $7 start. Now, let's keep going right here with new arrivals. Another James Brown, $24.99. This is called Nonstop. James Brown Nonstop, $24.99. Neil Young does have a bid for $55. Seth MacFarlane's a $95 start. The Call, Modern Romans. The Call is $19.99. Modern Romans, $24.99. And we have J.J. Cale, Shades. J.J. Cale, $34.99. Another J.J. Cale, another OG J.J. Cale, another nice J.J. Cale. Jason Boxell on James Brown. That's sold to Jason Boxell. The Beatles does have a bid for $7. Van Halen has a bid for $10. We're about to sell Neil Young for $55. The Monterey International Pop Festival, the Mamas and Papas, $19.99. Gatefold jacket. Lonnie Mack, Home at Last. Lonnie Mack is $24.99. Home at Last. And Lay a Little Lovin' on Me, Robin McNamara. Robin McNamara is $14.99. Alison Moyet, Rain Dancing, $19.99 on Alison Moyet. And Hall & Oates, H2O. Hall & Oates, H2O is $19.99. What a nice copy there. Seth MacFarlane, there's no bid. We're looking for a $95 start. $95 start. They're pretty tough to come by from what I just read. There's the only one for sale is in Israel for probably after shipping will set you back over $200. So none on Discogs in the entire United States for sale. $95 start. Diego on Lonnie Mack. Lonnie Mack is sold to Diego. Art wants Mamas and Papas. That's sold to Art. Next is the Kinks, Live the Road. The Kinks is $14.99. And Bob Dylan, Self-Portrait. A nice looking copy here. Very nice. $64.99 on that. Art gets the Beatles for $7. Craig gets Van Halen for $10. Paul gets Neil Young for $55. All right. Now we need all new auctions. Let's get back to the New Orleans stuff right quick and see what happens. And the next is, well, actually, let's go ahead and introduce another LP right quick. And the LP is going to be Van Morrison, Astral Weeks. This is a 69 early second label. Now, you may see green and think, I thought green was the first label. Well, it was, but up here at the top it said 7 Arts. So there's a 7 Arts, and then they just went to this Warner Brothers deal, but they're both green. But this is a 69 early second label, like Paul said, with the sleeve. The vinyl's nice. The cover does have noticeable ring wear, but that's going to go up for a $35 start. Now we're ready for 2 more New Orleans singles, and the next 2 New Orleans singles are going to go up right now. There's one and there's one, and these are $5 starts. And the first one is The Drags, Conspiracy. That girl is coming around. The Drags is a $5 start. And we have The Broken Jug, Grand Junction. The Broken Jug, that's a $5 start, the Grand Junction. Those are now for bids. Back to the new arrivals crate. Let's see what we got here. First thing is Tracy, the cuff links. Tracy is $12.99. Cock Robin, that's $14.99. Cock Robin. And Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls. It's a gold stamp promo with hop sticker. Does have some promo looking markings written on the front. Nice, beautiful copy, though, with the original on our sleeve. $24.99. Brad Faust picking up the other Cock Robin. And the Fifth Dimension, Go Where You Want to Go. That's a nice looking copy in shrink wrap. Fifth Dimension, very nice, $19.99. Teresa's in on both 45s. Nobody bid on Seth MacFarlane. He's a $95 buy it now. Music is better than words. Roberta Flack, First Take. Roberta Flack is $19.99. Another nice Roberta Flack there. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees. That cover looks slightly different. This must be a foreign copy. Yep, it's a German press. $29.99. The cover just slightly different looking than most. $29.99. And Eye of the Zombie, John Fogerty, another gold stamp promo. All right, let's do some buy it now singles, by the way. Got over 300 viewers watching on all 3 platforms. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on a Friday night, Saturday night. Saturday night, that is. Let's go ahead and grab some more buy it nows. These are all $6.99 each. They're coming at you first come, first serve. First, Cynthia Herdron wants the Fifth Dimension. Let's go ahead and pull that out of there for Cynthia. We're about to make Van Morrison a buy it now for $35. Seth MacFarlane still available. And we have Cameo, Word Up. Cameo is $6.99. Survivor, Is This Love, both in the picture sleeves there. How about 3 picture sleeves? Chicago, I Don't Want to Live Without Your Love. How about 4 picture sleeves? Chicago, Hard Habit to Break. Bobby McFerrin, Don't Worry, Be Happy. And The Hustle with Van McCoy, The Hustle and the Soul City Symphony. All right, these just got bids for 5 and 5. So these sold to Teresa for 5 and 5. Ooh, heavy thunder. Andy Wade has Van Morrison for 35. Final call on that. Let me go ahead and show a couple LPs. Huey Lewis, their debut, $19.99, and Carpenter's Close to You for $9.99. Also, Fats Domino, another nice looking Fats Domino here, $26.99. Get Away with Fats Domino. So all these are $6.99. First, we had Brad Waits on Cameo, Word Up. Brad Waits on Hard, and that was Hard Habit to Break. That was Chicago. Teresa next on Cameo. Richard Miller on Bobby. And Cynthia was next on Chicago. That leaves The Hustle, Chicago, and Survivor. If anybody wants that, let's go ahead and sell Andy Wade that Van Morrison for $35. Now the board's cleared, and we need all new auctions. And the next new auction going up right now is going to be John Lennon. Very cool bootleg here. And let's go back to the back and see what's up with this Gil Scott-Heron. Here we go. Next is John Lennon Telecast. I have this in my collection. I think it's pretty cool. I just love the cover, too. It's a collection from the Dick Cavett Show, the Mike Douglas Show, and the David Frost Show when John Lennon was doing some TV appearances there. Very cool in the 70s. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Paul has a note, pristine. It is. It's pristine. So Telecast, live John Lennon stuff there, $35 start. John Lennon Telecast. That is a collection, unofficial. And then we have Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, Winter in America. And this is an original 74 US. It's a borderline between VG and VG Plus. $35 start. Gil Scott-Heron, Winter in America. About a VG Plus jacket, not bad. Next is Chris Newsome, and that is with Huey Lewis. Chris Newsome on Huey Lewis. Chuck Haley on Carpenters. That is sold to Chuck Haley. And then Chris and Barnett on Chicago. That is sold to Chuck Haley. Excuse me, that's sold to Chris and Barnett. And then John Lennon has bids for $35, $35, $35. Chris Newsome. I think I just called you the governor of California. It's pretty close to the same thing. I think. We have Rick Derringer, $19.99. Rick Derringer is $19.99. That's Derringer. And Jackie DeShannon, are you ready for this? There's one I don't see too often from her, or if ever. Jackie DeShannon is $19.99. And Neil Diamond, Taproot manuscript with the manuscript book. And it does have the manuscript book, $16.99 on that. Time for some new singles. Time for some new singles. Let's do those right now from the New Orleans collection. All right, those are coming up right now. Let's see what they... Boy, look at this one. That's a cool one. And then let's grab this one right here. Any Obies? There's a few that I hadn't shown, but I'm going to try to go through... I could probably mix in a couple, but we've shown most of them, especially late last night. Check out this one. The Titans. Speed Queen Mama. I think the... Yeah, I hear the tornado siren going off. Ray Coleman and his Skyrockets. This is the Titans, Speed Queen Mama, and Ray Coleman and his Skyrockets. Those are going up for $5 starts. Survivor, Is It Love? The picture sleeve here. That's so to George Samberes. Thank you. That's so to you. I got that tagged and pulled for you. Okay, quick update. First, let me show Rick Nelson, the deck of years. Rick Nelson's $12.99. And Olivia Newton-John, Totally Hot. Olivia's $9.99. Now, we have, first is John Lennon, 35, 35, 35. Gil Scott, 35. John Lennon, 45. And then these are $5 starts here, 5 and 5. Next is Head East, Getting Lucky. Head East is $19.99, Getting Lucky. Head East self-titled's $19.99. And we also have Jackson Browne, Lawyers in Love. Jackson Browne's $14.99, very clean copy of that. And we have Jimmy Buffett, A1A. Jimmy Buffett, A1A. Jimmy Buffett is $19.99. And the very best of Jerry Butler. $14.99, the very best of Jerry Butler. Buddha Records, very clean, very nice. $14.99, and Busboys, Minimum Wage, Rock and Roll. That's in shrink, very nice. I didn't think we was under any warning. Are we still under a warning? If so, then I'm kind of surprised. I'm going to step up front in just a second and check it out. We have the Birds at $26.99. I'm back here in like basically like a warehouse, and there's no windows. I don't know what it looks like outside. All I can hear is wind, thunder, sirens, and rain. Gordon Lightfoot, Dream Street Rose. I can't see any of it, though. I can hear it, but I can't see it. Buffett is sold to Art Digital Mint. Now, the Titans are tied. Teresa almost kind of bid 5, and then Art bid 5. So, technically, Teresa, you didn't put a number, so Art was first. And then Holden on Butler. And that's sold to Holden. I can't believe Gil Scott just got one bid, but it did. And that's sold to Jason Vauxhall for $35. And then I can't believe it, but John Lennon had bids for $35, $35, $35, $35, then $45, and no one else has bid or say out. Now it's a final call for $45. $45. Big Storm just hit personally. Okay, that's probably why the sirens are going off. And then we have Fats Domino, 20 Greatest Hits. $14.99 on Fats Domino, and Little River Band Diamantina Cocktail. $9.99. This is Diamantina Cocktail, $9.99. Little River Band. Also, Heart, Bad Animals. Heart is $19.99, Bad Animals. And Little Feat, Let It Roll, and Rick D's, Put It Where the Moon Don't Shine. $19.99 and $24.99 on Little Feat. Okay. So, first this is a buy now. It was a no bid for $5. Jukebox, Ray Coleman and the Skyrockets. That's a buy now for $5. Now John Lennon has a new bid for $47. And now the Titans are at $6. Was there a last call on Gil Scott? I'm pretty sure there was. But I'm about to put up another one. It was up for a while. Yeah, Jason had that up. He had that up for a while. I'm pretty sure I said a final call. But I'm going to go ahead and try the other one. And here's this one. It's an original 75 US with company inner sleeve, VG Plus, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Gil Scott Heron and Brian Jackson from South Africa to South Carolina, VG Plus, $35 start on that. John Lennon's at $47, and the Titans, Art, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. He's out. This is sold to Teresa for $6. Okay, now we have more New Orleans singles to put up, but not before I do more buy it nows. Let me step up front. I'm going to get a V8 and go look at the sky. Let me get a V8 and go look. Okay, I'm back, but I'm about to mute my mic again. Excuse me. Here comes the Black Cherry V8 explosion. Whew. Okay. I didn't mean to throw that in the ground, but I did. Yeah, it's just thunder. Man, did y'all hear that? All said it's just thunderstorms, and the whole building just shook. That was maybe something from above telling me something different. That was wild. I said, it's just raining, and about that time, boom, and the whole building starts shaking. Okay, so the first thing I have to do is update John Lennon. $52 with Christopher Morris. $52 with Christopher Morris on the John Lennon. Gil Scott-Heron's a final call, and this is a 1975 VG Plus with the Arista inner sleeve. It does have the original inner sleeve, and that's a $35 start. $35 start on that. Teresa does get Ray Coleman for a $5 buy it now. And now, I'm going to read what's left in here one more time. If anybody else wants anything in here or a price, let me know. First, we're going to go ahead and put up our next couple of New Orleans singles right now. And the first one I have is this one. And then, boy, that one looks odd. It's got an airplane on it. Let's grab that one. Okay. That was wild. It is raining very heavily. Okay. We have Manual Scan, Roar, blue vinyl. $5 start on that. And Bum Candy Snatchers. Bum Candy Snatchers, $5. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. This is the second read-through, and then I'm going to go ahead through another one. And then after that, we'll probably be doing nothing but discount bins. Discount Paul crates, discount Laura crates, because we've done 4 John crates in a row, okay? 4 John crates in a row. First thing we have is Bloots. We got the Babies, Godly and Cream, Grand Funk Railroad, Black Oak, Arkansas, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, The Sound of Bread, The Call, J.J. Cale, Robin McNamara, Allison Moyet, Hall & Oates, The Kinks, Bob Dylan, the Cufflinks, Brian Ferry, Roberta Flack, Fleetwood Mac, John Fogerty, Fats Domino, Derringer, Jackie DeShannon, Neil Diamond, Rick Nelson, Lavinia John, Head East, Jackson Brown, Bus Boys, The Birds, Gordon Lightfoot, Fats Domino, Little River Hart, Rick Dees, and Little Feet. All right, now, I know for sure nobody's bid on Gil Scott Heron. This is a buy it now for $35. $35 on that. And then we have John Lennon Telecast. John Lennon's at $55, and that's sold to George Share for $55, okay? That is sold. There we have it. We're going to be doing a lot of everything, yes. We got one more new arrivals crate to read through, though. And we have a Roar at $5 with Teresa, and the Bum Candy Snatchers is also a $5 start. Okay, let's check a couple prices for some people. Then new auctions coming up. First is the Birds, and that was, let me find that right quick. It's right in here. Some great titles in here. What happened to the Birds? Right here. So Bob Goodyear, this is $26.99. Gatefold and extremely nice. $26.99. The Rick Dees is called Put It Where the Moon Don't Shine. Rick Dees is $14.99. Looks like his picture is being thrown in the toilet. And then the J.J. Kells back here, one I don't see as often, it's called Shades. It's an original on the Shelter label, $34.99. All right, now time for new LPs. Yeah, I don't think there's any threat of like tornadic activity, but I'll tell you one thing. It is thundering, lightning, and raining very hard. It's pouring right now. Let's go ahead and put up two new auctions right quick. We have Slim's Shout, the Blues of Sunnyland Slim. This is an early 70s U.S. reissue, EX condition, a $25 start. Slim Shout, the Blues of Sunnyland Slim. And then Midnight Band, Gil Scott Heron and Brian Jackson, an original 75, no condition notes, a $25 start. Next is Scott. I got to keep all these sticker price right now. Very fair offer, but I got to keep them all sticker price. And then the call is right here to Teresa. And then let's see, Hall & Oates and Olivia. Let's see here. Olivia is $9.99, and the Hall & Oates was $19.99. H2O, 9 and 19 on those. Now, let's go ahead and sell Bum for $5 to William Dragovich. And let's sell Roar to Teresa for $5. And now, let's grab a new arrivals bin. Here we go. I should have discount Japanese after we get through all of Paul's tagged auctions. Should have some Japanese to do. But first, let me take a quick peek in this crate and see what John's got us. But yeah, I'm ready to do... Man, I'm just ready to sell a bunch of crates. I don't think I don't think I can. Well, let me say that. I never say that. I know I can. Can't isn't a word. I don't think I need to stay on here till 2 or 3 a.m. So I kind of need to. I kind of need to get ready for my trip I'm leaving for at 6 a.m. So I need to prepare. I've got end of the bill months. I got checks to write, bills to pay, taxes to submit to my accountant, and he's texted me, called me. He's like, dude, we got to get this done. I'm like, okay, I'll do it tonight before I leave on my trip. So, man, it's like all of a sudden my to-do list, I'm like, okay, there's no way I can go till even 1 a.m. tonight. I got to get some stuff done. Scott, this is So Do You, thank you. Joe Kalowski has Slims at 25. And then Spirit of Vinyl. Have you bought from us before? The Spirit of Vinyl. Boy, I like that title, The Spirit of Vinyl. Thank you. That's So Do You and So Do You. And yes, Rebecca and Cynthia was on that Ghost figure waiting list, all right? Time for New Orleans singles. 2 people. Wow. I'm surprised we hadn't lost internet or power yet, as loud as this thunder is, because there's got to be lightning nearby, right? So I can't believe there hadn't been a power surge or a loss in something yet. Okay, so first-time buyer. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. First thing is welcome to Coletco. We do $7 in limited shipping. Now, you've called us on the last night of the week. We will be doing another live stream tomorrow, and it is starting a new cycle. So tonight, when I say good night, it's the last opportunity for $7 in limited shipping. That ends tonight whenever I say good night. Over on Monday, Ed will be here sending out invoices. So anybody that's bought anything this week, you will get invoices on Monday, $7 in limited shipping. Thank you for filling out the form. In the meantime, I'll be here for several more hours tonight selling vinyl. Hopefully you can buy as much as you want, as much as you can. It will all ship together. Right now, I usually tell people 5 to 7 days after you pay, your order should ship. That's usually our backlog. They've gotten pretty good. They've gotten pretty caught up. I don't know where they're at right now. I hadn't got an update, but they were pretty caught up. Here is our next single, Girls, I think. It's spelled G-O-R-L-S. It's on this blue-looking vinyl. It's called Tracie, T-R-A-C-I-E. That looks like a good one, and so does this one, The Choir. I'm sure it's some kind of reissue comp, but I'm not for sure. I think that's an old 60s group. $5 start on that. So, I know. Well, he's already done all of Colectco stuff. He's trying to do my personal taxes, and I've got, like, my forms I've got in the mail from different stuff. He's like, Chad, you got to get this stuff to me. He texts me. He's like, I need your stuff ASAP. I was like, oh, my gosh. Plus, it's the end of the month. I sit down. One of my only few duties I do here is, like, do of our bill paying. That's not auto pay. And so Tanner's like, can I get my check? You know, where's my check? Where's this? Where's that? People's calling me. This is due. That's due. Where are you? And I'm like, oh my gosh. All right. So this is sold for $25 to Joe Kowalski. Thank you. And Gil Scott Heron is sold to David Hoy for $25. So yeah, I'm in a pickle. And the only pickles I like that come with my sandwiches over at Panera, that's the only pickles I like. We have April Wine, Power Play. April Wine is $19.99. This is called Power Play, $19.99. Dave Edmonds, Riff Raff. Dave Edmonds is $19.99. Dwayne Eddy, Twanging Up a Storm. Boy, that's a nice looking record. RCA Victor, what a clean copy of that Dwayne Eddy album. So those are $5 starts there. Also, Jimmy Gilmer and the Fireball, Sugar Shack, $24.99. Bryan Adams is $19.99. And we have Bachman Turner Overdrive, Freeways. This is $14.99 BTO. Apache 65, Come On Do the Freddy. Scratchy Twine Time, The Arrows, $24.99 on that. And Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose, $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. And the next new auction is going to be Gabor Szabo and Frank Zappa. We got Gabor Szabo. This is an original 1974 US with the company inner sleeve. It's a strong VG Plus, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. That's called Rambler. And we have the Mothers of Invention, Freak Out. And Freak Out is an original 66 US stereo with the hotspot ad inside. That's how you know it's a true OG. It is a gatefold. Both discs are VG Plus, and this is a $35 start. Freak Out, the Mothers of Invention. That's up for bid. We have Black Oak, Arkansas, Balls of Fire. That is $14.99. Larry Smith on Dwayne Eddy. That is $12.99 on Dwayne Eddy. So here's our current auction. Girls, G-O-R-L-S, has one bid for $5 and another bid for $5. Mike Johnston, you're out. Teresa bid first. The Choir has one bid for $5. That's a final call. Next is Blackfoot Tomcatting. $19.99. Blackfoot Tomcatting, Grand Funk Railroad, Grand Funk Lives. This is $19.99. And we have Lou Gramm, Ready or Not. Lou Gramm is $19.99. We sold one of those last night. And Robert Gordon, Are You Gonna Be the One? Robert Gordon's in shrink wrap, $19.99. And Godly and Cream, the History Mix Volume 1. Godly and Cream is $19.99. These are new arrivals. Everything I've looked at so far, beautiful vinyl. Mothers of Invention already has a bid. Looking for another bid as well on Gabor Szabo. And those are both going once and going twice, okay? Choir and Girls are both getting new bids. About time for some more Buy It Now singles. We have Jafria, Silk and Steel. $26.99, and Eddie Grant Going for Broke, $24.99. Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere, $19.99 on Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere. All right, let's grab some more singles here. And yes, I am monitoring whatever, and trust me, there's plenty of other people that are like watching it for me too. So if he gets crazy, but I think there's enough locals around too that's watching. They'll be like, hey, you might want to pay attention. So here's our first auction, or first buy it now. Toto Dune Desert Theme from Dune. Don't you remember the original Dune? Toto did the music. There's a single from Dune. That's really cool. Taking Care of Business promo. Michael Jackson Thriller. These are one great one after another. Free All Right Now. Against All Odds, Phil Collins, picture sleeve. The Honeycomb, Want Ads. That's that album we sold earlier. Centerfold, Jay Giles Band. And from that Beatles Decca Sessions, Like Dreamers Do, and Searching. Great song. It does have Damage. It does have Damage. Those are great singles there. Those are all $6.99. So the last question was, it's cold outside on Choir? No, this is Any Way I Can. Don't change your mind. I'd rather you leave me. Tara Berry. I only did it because I felt so lonely. 4 previously unreleased songs by Cleveland's legendary pop band. Okay? And then we have Choir at 6. Girls is at 8. Choir's at 8. Girls is at 8. Choir is at 7. Choir's at 7. Girls is at 8. And then Javi Soto first on LG. And LG was for, that might have been something in the bin. LG. Was that something in Lou Graham? I bet that was for Lou Graham in the crate. And then Robert Vladicek on MJ, Thriller. And then Gabor Condition. Gabor Zabo is a final call. It's a strong VG+. Strong VG+. Girl at 9. Susie on Phil Collins. And then is guitar listed on that. And then Sean on Beat. And Beat was for... Beat was for Beatles. Right here in front of me. Thank you. That's so to Sean. Alex Kane on Free. It's All Right Now. Robert Burnett on Toto from Dune. And then Girls at 11. So we still got the promo of Taking Care of Business. 1973. The Honeycomb and Jay Giles. My Baby Was the Centerfold. Okay. So Girls is now at 11. Choir is now at 8. And then Mothers of Invention just had one bid with Paul Harden for $35. And now Gabor Zabo is a $25 buy it now. Rambler, $25 buy it now. And then Robert Gordon or Chris Spedding. That's on somebody asked on the Robert Gordon record, the guitarist. Paul Schaefer's on keyboards. The guitar is Danny Gatton, Lance Quinn. And is that the album or was it another one? Yeah, Robert Gordon. Danny Gatton and Lance Quinn. Okay, and then Cynthia Herdron on Jay Giles. Girls and Choir still getting new bids. All right, now we need more LP auctions. And the next one is looks like a bootleg. And then let's pull out another one of these John Prines here. So we got, the Toto record needs to go under Kristen Barnett. We got Paul McCartney and Wings, Denmark, 1972. A vintage bootleg. Live at Vellaby Riskin Holland Horace. Thank you, Paul, for the excellent penmanship. August 14th, 1972. VG Plus, a $35 start. That's a vintage Paul McCartney live bootlegs, Denmark, 1972. Great track listings. Awesome. Yep. $35 start, Paul McCartney. And then we have John Prine Storm Windows. John Prine Storm Windows is an original 1980 SRC. It is in VG condition. A $15 start. Back to the new arrivals. Gabe Baez on Nat King. Is there still a Nat King Cole in here? It is. Ramblin' Rose. That's so to Gabe Baez. Scott Smith wants Robert Gordon. That's so, unless the other person who asked about it wants it. Who asked about it? It was asked about by Brian Martin. Okay. So, Brian, if you don't want that, let me know. Somebody else has claimed it, but you do get dibs. Let's put these right here. And then somebody gave me a weather update there. He's local. Brett said, it looks like we're good right now until 1 a.m. It's all going north, but at 1 a.m. it looks rough. Yeah, that's what basically Tanner texted me too. About a half hour ago, he said, you're good up until, later tonight. Okay. Nat King Cole, love is here to stay. Nat King Cole is $9.99. Bad Company, Desolation Angels. Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy, $19.99 on that. Girls is at 20, Choirs at 15. Williams out, so it looks like it's between Jim B or Teresa, unless somebody else has been bidding and I hadn't catched it. Looks like Rick Berrien was bidding on Choir, too. So, yes, still several bidders. Botman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, $14.99. The Babies Anthology, which is like a greatest hits. I'm back on my feet again. The Babies is $19.99. Anthology. Brian Briggs Combat Zone. Brian Briggs is $19.99. Joy Apollo 100. Tom Parker, $9.99. Martin Briley, One Night with a Stranger, $14.99. And let's pause right here with Boys Town Gang, Cruising the Streets, $16.99. So Teresa has the girls for 20, and she has the choir for 15. Final call. Now, nobody's been on Paul for 35. McCartney. No one's been on John Prine for 15. Andy Wade does get the Babies. I'm going to step over here and grab some more Buy It Now singles for $6.99. And we've almost went through a whole box. And most of them have sold, except for that stack you may can see in the back right corner. Let's grab another handful here and see what we got coming up right now. These are $6.99 each. There's also a few over here I hadn't shown. Let me grab this one. Here we go. All right, so we got Madonna, Keep It Together from 1989. Madonna and the double-sided Madonna. ABC, When Smokey Sings. Here's a bizarre one. This looks like something we should have auctioned from New Orleans. I'll make that our next auction. I think that's a New Orleans record. Alabama, Feels So Right. Three Dog Night, Shambhala in the original sleeve. Ricky Van Shelton, He's Got You from Living Proof. And Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Relax. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Relax. Paul does have bids for 35, now 37. Choir's out, and I'm assuming that's done. So that's sold to Teresa for 15. Are we done on the girls? The only person had set out is Jim B. John Prine's a $15 Buy It Now. John Prine's a $15 Buy It Now. And we had Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Ricky Van Shelton, Shambhala, great Three Dog Night song, Alabama, ABC, and Madonna. Those are all still available if anybody decides you want those. Mike Johnston, did I get Jay Giles? Jay Giles' centerfold earlier was claimed by Cynthia Herdron, unless you claimed it and I didn't see it. Are you talking about centerfold single? No, Cynthia was first. Yes, Cynthia was first. Jay Giles, and then Mike, you were second. Okay? Paul McCartney has a new bid for 45. Nope, wait a minute. John Prine, FOG. This is sold to Sandy for 15. Brett, you were next. Stacy gets Three Dog Night, Shambhala. That's sold to Stacy. Jim B's out on the girls. And then Paul Harden, third on Prine. And then let's sell the girls then. The girls is then sold to Teresa for 20. Teresa Brookshire wants Relax. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. And then Paul McCartney looks like it's down to Cynthia for 45. Now we need new auctions. Let's put up that one I just flashed. The Idle Rich, Colossal Head Music. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Arnold Adams on Ricky Van Shelton, okay? That is sold to Arnold Adams, $6.99. He got Ricky Van Shelton. Susie Breedlove wants Jafria. And now we have a new auction going up. And it is something. Let's first grab a New Orleans single and see what we got. Boy, this is a wild looking one. The Come Down, I or Me, I'm So Spoiled. The Come Down, a $5 start on that. And then Teresa's in on Idle. And now let's go ahead and sell Paul. And that's sold to Cynthia for 45. And now we need two new LPs. So let's put that right there. Two new LP auctions coming right now. Appears to be another Beatles let's do actually rarities, and then let's do John Prine here. Okay. So we have the Beatles rarities, a 1979 Israel, a rare pressing. Cover has wear, but the disc is beautiful. So this is a Israel pressing. Wow, it's on the portrait label. How bizarre is that? CBS Records, Israel, the Beatles, rarities. A rare Israel press, $25 start, rarities. Interesting. And then another John Prine, pink Cadillac, an original 1979 US white label promo copy. White label promo copy, strong VG Plus condition, $25 start on John Prine. $25 start on John Prine. So the Come Down and Idols. Idols, the final call for 5. Come Down has bids for 5 and 5, okay? Next thing I have here is back to the vintage stuff. We have Bronski Beat, Truth Dare, Double Dare. Nice, Bronski Beat, $24.99. Didn't know that was in there. Julie Brown, this is Goodness in Progress. Julie Brown is $19.99. The Second Brooklyn Bridge, The Worst That Could Happen, $19.99. The Brooklyn Bridge. I don't know if that song's already on here or not, though. I don't think it is, but that's one of their studio albums, $19.99. The disc on the Beatles is Near Mint Minus. Paul says it's pristine. The cover is VG because it's kind of a flimsy kind of import cover, so it shows signs of wear, but the disc is Near Mint Minus. And now that's at 30. Prine's at 25. And then we have Come Downs at 6. And then Sandy says she wants to put back the John Prine. Okay, so let's change the John Prine then. That was a buy it now earlier. We need to give that to Brett Thies. So Brett, if it's okay with you, that last John Prine that was a buy it now for $15, I'm going to give this to you. You are next in line. So give that to Brett Thies. All right. And now we're down at the bottom. And I'm going to show a couple more LPs and more buy it nows. Merrill Matthew. Never seen that before. $19.99. And Nat King Cole, Let's Face the Music. And Nats and Shrink, $9.99. Okay, more buy it now 45's coming. Almost finished the whole box. I'm excited to get another one started. I've almost finished the whole, like, John mix box of 45s. Marion Faithfull, As Tears Go By. War, a promo, The Cisco Kid. One Big Family, The Heart of Nashville. It looks like it's on red vinyl, some sort of promo. One Big Family, The Heart of Nashville. All these people, looks like a kind of like a We Are the World country version. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what it reminds me of. Cool song here from Donovan. Jennifer Juniper. Donovan in the original sleeve. Nazareth, This Flight Tonight. It's a double-sided promo. What Kind of Man Would I Be? I've never seen that Chicago sleeve. Chicago is $6.99, 1989. And Eric Clapton, Change the World, and Danny Boy. And that is a non-album track on the B-side there. $6.99 on that. Okay? So, we left off. Here's kind of an update. I remember saying the Beatles was at 30. John Prine did open at 25. Then the Beatles 40. Come Down 7. Come Down 7. Come Down 9. Beatles 42. Beatles 40. Beatles 45. Come Down 8. Come Down 10. Come Down 9. Beatles 50. Come Down 8. And then we have Idle Rich is sold for $5. And this is $5 to Teresa Brookshire. John Prine, just that one bid with Paul Hardin for $25, a promo. And now the Beatles Rarities is at $50. And the last bid on Come Down was William Dragovich at $10. And that's where we're at on our auctions right now. And all these are available for $6.99. So that's Eric Clapton, Chicago, Nazareth, Donovan, Nashville, War, and Marion Faithfull. Those are all still available if anybody changes their mind there. Let's keep going through some new LPs. We got Cream, Live Cream. Cream is $34.99. Nice copy of Live Cream there. Also, The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. 10 Years Together. Peter, Paul, and Mary's $12.99. Sing Along With Me, Frank Sinatra. Wow, I don't know if I've seen that one too often. And he's golfing on the back. How cool. $14.99. $14.99 on Swing Along With Me. $14.99. We have the Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager. $14.99. Johnny and the Distractions. $12.99 for Johnny and the Distractions. Paulo 100 is $9.99. And then Arlo Guthrie and Michael Nesmith. Michael is $24 and Arlo is $19.99. All right, now the Come Downs has a bid for $11, and now the Beatles is at $45 and now $60. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is a radio broadcast of Sam Phillips and George Martin related Beatles projects, Elvis and Beatles. So it's some kind of radio broadcast here. And it's with Sam Phillips of Sun Records and George Martin, the Beatles producer. And it looks like they're talking and playing songs of the Beatles, Carl Perkins, and Elvis, Johnny Cash, etc. That sounds pretty cool, honestly. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. VG Plus. It's solid gold scrapbook starring Dick Bartley. $25 start on that. Okay? And then first we got Frank Sinatra. This is sold to Sandy Mile. It is Reprise Records 10002. Yes. Or R, I should say. R9. Frank Sinatra. Yeah, it's an original. R9-002. Okay? Now, the Come Downs. William Dragovich has that for $12, which means, Teresa, you're out. What happened on the Beatles? John bid 60, then Mike bid 61. Okay? And now 62. And we'll call that Sam Phillips, George Martin, whatever y'all want to say to bid on that. Upgrade to phone-in bidders on auctions. Phone-in bidder? Oh, phone-in bidders. Yeah. That's a heck of a fly. Did y'all see that land there? Shoe fly. Have to go get a fly swatter. Okay. Anybody else? I'm going to read through these one more time, but first let me introduce a new New Orleans auction right quick. Let me go grab one. And we're about to get into some discount crates, which could get very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. And this is the Sonic Tonics Hot Rod Lounge. $5 start. The Sonic Tonics Hot Rod Lounge. $5 start on that. Okay. Now the Come Downs has a new bid for $13. The Beatles is between John and Mike. If you hear something in here and you need a price on, just let me know, okay? If you hear something here and you want a price on it, just let me know. Nobody on April Wine, Power Play. April Wine is $19.99. It does have the original on her sleeve. April Wine is $19.99. Also, Dave Edmonds, Jimmy Gilmer, Brian Adams, Bachman Turner Overdrive, Apache 65, Black Oak Arkansas, Blackfoot, Grand Funk, Godly and Cream, Eddie Grant, Bob Geldof, Nat King Cole Bad Company, Bachman Turner, Brian Briggs, Joy, Martin Briley, Boys Town Gang. We also have Bronski Beat, Julie Brown, Brooklyn Bridge, Memorial Matthew, Nat King Cole, Cream, Peter Paul and Mary. We have Moody Blues, Johnny and the Distractions, Apollo, Michael Nesmith, and Arlo Guthrie. Okay? Now, the Beatles is out with Mike Torrey, so that's the final call to John Kaiser for 66. Now the Come Downs is at 14. Teresa, you're out. Teresa has Hot Rod for $5. And how much is the Sam Phillips? We're looking for a $25 start. $25 start. That's the starting bid on that before we go any further. Have I read off all the 45s? I think there's like 4 more over here. And then I'm about to crack open a new box. All right, we have Belinda Carlisle, Circle in the Sand. The Beach Boys, California Dreamin', a promo with radio station markings. And Santana, Hope You're Feeling Better. Oh, and Black Magic Woman. There's definitely the A-side, a stock copy. We had a promo earlier. Santana, Black Magic Woman. All right. So Come Downs are still getting bids, and the Sonic Temples just has that one bid for $5. Wow. All right, let me check on something over here. All right, Come Down's 15. And then, all right, so Susie on MC. And then Santana. And then Richard Miller was second. Okay? So those are available. Come Downs is still getting bids. Teresa's the only bidder on this. That's sold to her for $5. The Beatles is officially sold. And this is sold to John Kaiser for $66. And Regina has the Sam Phillips for $25. Final call. All right. Let me try to condense these two over here. And I think John marked 4 crates of vintage. And now everything that's left is in 2. We sold 2 full crates of new vintage arrivals. That's pretty good. Very good, actually. 2 full crates of vintage new arrivals have sold. And let's start doing some buy it now best offer. About to sell that. And I'm going to kind of reset. And let's find our next buy it nows, okay? Let's try to find some great buy it now best offer. I think this is a Paul crate here. Rancantors. This might be pretty recent stuff. No, that's really recent. But I'm not opposed to doing recent stuff. Or vintage stuff. Let me kind of do some sorting here. That's vintage, OG, mostly. Let's see what's in this bin. I feel like I've shown these a bunch here. Yeah, those have been shown. Alt J, Alabama 3. Those have been shown quite a bit. That's truly new stuff. What's underneath this? That's really recent. Let me see what's in here. Rush, Jack. Let's do this, Ben. Let's try to make some deals here on some possibly new sealed stuff, okay? All right, so we have Sam Phillips 25, Come Down 17, Gabor Info, Joy from the last bin, and then so much for the question on the Beatles. Uh-oh, did I miss something? Chad, what's the upper right jacket? Oh, my bad. Did you get that in on time? If that was in on time, I need to go back. I'm sorry if I missed that. I just don't remember. I might have completely missed that. Well, I remember selling Santana and then the Beatles. So I might need to go back and show him that again, John Kaiser. I think he asked a question, and I think I totally overlooked it because I was tagging 45s and not paying attention to the other chats. Let me go ahead and sell this to Regina. And let me show him this right here, okay? He asked what was up in the top corner. That's where it's an Israel pressing. So it's Hebrew written up in the top right. And this is a 1979 Israel import, rare pressing. The cover has rare, but the disc is beautiful. Beatles Rarities, mono. And it's on the portrait label. And this is a high bid with John Kaiser. And this high bid is a final call to John Kaiser for $66. That's a final call. We'll make sure nobody else wants to bid on that. I may have missed a question there. Come Downs are still getting bids. But yeah, so it's got like a Hebrew hop sticker printed on the jacket. Printed actually on there where it was pressed. And plus it's on the portrait label, which is weird to see. Okay, and then the next question was Joy from the last bin, Alex Kane. Let me grab that right quick. This is sold to Alex Kane. Thank you. All right, and then this is the Come Down. They've been bidding on it for a while. I or me, the Come Down. 18, 18, 19. Okay? 19. And he says, give it to Kaiser. This is sold to John Kaiser for $66. All right, now we need new LPs. And I have this, which is called The Beatles' First Moment. And this is a Beatles in Hamburg, Germany with Tony Sheridan. It's on the Phoenix 10. It's an unofficial press. The Beatles, first movement, $20 start on that. The come downs are still getting bids. Now, let's go through all of our no bids, okay, before we go any further. Gabor Szabo Rambler, an original 1974 US with company inner sleeve, strong VG Plus. I actually said $25 start. Paul has suggested $20. If anybody wants that, I'll do $20 on it. Gabor Szabo Rambler. Now, somebody asked about it, though, and the person who asked about it was Jared Inc. So, Jared, $20 if you want that. Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson from South Africa to South Carolina. This was an original VG Plus, and I think I had that at $35 or make offer. Seth MacFarlane is Music is Better Than Words. Only time on vinyl, out of print, $95. The cheapest listed for sale was $174.39. That was in Israel. So there's none for sale in the United States. We had Styx, Cornerstone, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. Okay? And so there's Seth MacFarlane. There's Gil Scott-Heron. And there's Gabor Szabo. Now, I might have got this out of order. Jetstream also might have asked as well a moment ago and I didn't see it. Right around when Jared asked, I think. I think I might have read that out loud and never did answer it. It gets pretty busy sometimes. I miss comments. I remember seeing that. I don't know if I even read it out loud earlier to Jetstream, though. So, I guess it's... at this point, I guess it's a coin flip. I guess I could just re-auction it. I was kind of surprised. I guess it's Jetstream then Jared. I'm kind of surprised when it didn't get a bid originally. And now the come down's at 22. But I guess it's Jetstream and Jared Inc. because I'm pretty sure Jetstream asked earlier and I didn't answer it. And then Beatles is a final call for 20, okay? So, sorry about that. And now we have a new Japanese pressing going up for auction. And that one, I'm going to start doing some of these from the other night. Actually, I got a few more sealed records over here. I have a few more sealed records I hadn't got to. And the first one here is a sealed Isaac Hayes Joy. This is a sealed original. And this is unopened, 1973 Stax record, sealed. Isaac Hayes is a $15 start. Okay? And then Jared says, no problem, I'll pass. So Jetstream, I'll give that to you for $20 then, okay? Now, we had a battle on the come downs. They bid on this for about 20 minutes, maybe 25. William Dragovich has this for $22. I just got to make sure nobody else wants to bid. Some of these I hadn't been doing final calls, and already a couple times tonight I've had people say, Chad, you didn't do a final call. Because I get down to a couple people and I assume we're done. And then somebody was waiting for another person to go out. So I better make sure everybody's done on this. William Dragovich at 22. It helps if we're bidding up until if everybody's bidding at the same time. Because sometimes I'm like, okay, it's done. Because I'm assuming that you're passing at a certain point. All right, let's do buy it now best offer here. Everything in this crate is buy it now best offer. I'm under a lot of nightly pressure on keeping things fair. If I don't keep things fair, then I'm under a lot of pressure keeping things fair here. The spotlight's on me. We have White Light, White Heat, the Velvet Underground. This is new and sealed on purple vinyl for $29.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. White Light, White Heat, the Velvet Underground. New and sealed, $29.99. Richard and Linda Thompson, Pour Down Like Silver. New and sealed for $19.99. 180-gram vinyl, Richard and Linda Thompson. These are all buy it now or best offer. Jack White Blunderbuss, new and sealed, gatefold, $24.99. The Come Downs is officially sold to William Dragovich for $22. The Beatles is a no bid. It's a $20 buy it now. Final call on Isaac Hayes. We have G-Love, Philadelphia, Mississippi. G-Love is sealed for $19.99. We've got 3 G-Loves here. Those are sealed $19.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is the Beatles, 1967 to 70. And Paul has this as the original 1973 U.S. pressing, a Winchester pressing. Disc 1's VG Plus, Disc 2's VG. The Beatles is a $25 start. Teresa wants Jack White. That is sold. Mike says he had the Beatles for $20. I've messed up again. I don't think that ever came through. There it is. It's all during the comeback, all the come-down bids. Mike Torres gets the Beatles for $20. My bad. That's sold to Mike for $20. About time for me to go get another V8, it looks like. Man, I think I missed like 5 or 7 things there. Oh, man. Sorry. Okay. And plus, I have a brother, an older brother that I'm taking to the Masters. He's really excited. He's over here texting me. He knows we're leaving in the morning. He's waking up. He lives like an hour away. He's waking up at like 3 or 4 a.m. probably. He's very excited to go to the Masters. He's over here texting me. He's like, are you doing a live sale? And then Tanner's texting me about the weather. Plus, Tanner's leaving with me in the morning. And I'm like, I'm trying to focus on the sale. I've got to turn my phone off. People's texting me. Everybody's all excited to leave on this trip. I'm like, I'm working right now. I've got to stay focused here. I've got to stay really focused here. Otherwise, I'm going to start making a lot of mistakes if you can't lock in. I got to stay locked in. Here's the next 2 singles. This is the Cow Slingers. The Cow Slingers. This is Old One Eye, and then we got Black Orchids. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. The Lunatics Ball. $5 start on that. Next is G-Love, sold for $15. I got 2 more. Who wants a new sealed G-Love for $15? That's all it's going to take, and you can buy one. I have 2 left. I got Charlie Bliss, Guppy. Charlie Bliss is sealed for $19.99. I've got 1. I've got 2. I've got 1. I've got 2 of Dave Davies from the Kinks. First time on vinyl. It's a double LP, pink and yellow vinyl. So this is OG. A lot of people that buy sealed OG stuff, just letting you know, some of these are like OGs. Just because we're going through a new sealed bin, I'm an OG collector. Well, some of these are OGs. Dave Davies there from the Kinks, that's an OG record. Record Store Day. Sealed, $14.99. And we have Young Gravy. And this is called Gasanova. And Gasanova sealed on aqua vinyl, $24.99. Teresa has Orchid at 5. And then, nobody bet on Isaac Hayes. This is a $15 buy it now. It's a sealed copy, original, $15 buy it now. And the Beatles is a final call. We're looking for a $25 start on that. $25 start. What auctions hadn't sold? Isaac Hayes, $15. Gil Scott-Heron, $35. Seth MacFarlane, $95. Sticks, $35. And Gil Scott-Heron was a VG Plus original. That is our current auctions. Now, we have Dave Davies. We have 1 sold to George. Tommy, let me know if you want 1 for sticker. They're only $14.99. If you don't want 1, Paul Oakley does. Your call on that. Now Cal has a bid for 5. Now Beatles has a bid for 25. And now we have the Black Keys Dropout Boogie. The Black Keys is sealed on white vinyl, $19.99. The Black Keys and Gazpacho TikTok. Gazpacho is sealed. This is unopened. $24.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Steep Canyon Rangers morning shift. Steep Canyon Rangers is unopened on orange vinyl, $24.99. And Blackberry Smoke, the Southern Ground Sessions. Blackberry Smoke, 1 copy left sealed, $19.99. Dave Davies, this is sold to Paul Oakley. Cal 5, the other one 5. Susie Breedlove wants Isaac for $15. Sealed original, that's sold to Susie for $15. And then we have a new bid on the Beatles at $28. Now, we have another Japanese pressing going up right now. I'm going to start doing some for cheaper starting bids that didn't sell this week. And I know they'll sell at some of these prices. And the first one I have here is one that you may have not seen because I showed it really late last night. This is Culture Club, Waking Up with the House on Fire. Culture Club is a $15 start. It's a pristine Japanese pressing. That's now up for bid. Okay? And now the Beatles is at $28. And now I's at 5. Now, Teresa, William had already bid 5. So you're out. He already bid 5 on that, and there's only one bid on black, and that's Black Orchids, and that is with Teresa at 5. We're about to sell that. Blackberry Smoke, 15.15. That is sold to Tommy Flowers. Robert second. Who got Sam Phillips? You got Sam Phillips for $25. Ann Peebles, Greatest Hits, new and sealed, $19.99. Ann Peebles, Greatest Hits. 2 copies here of the Teskey Brothers with Orchestra Victoria live at Hammer Hall. That is sealed for $24.99 on the Teskey Brothers. Rush Power Windows, 2 new and sealed copies for $34.99. This is new and sealed Rush Power Windows, $34.99. Remastered. And Black Star Riders, Wrong Side of Paradise, that is sealed for $19.99. The Beatles has a new bid for $30, now $33. Now Teresa has I for $6. She gets Black Orchids for $5. Culture Club is a $15 start, and I got 3 copies of Vintage Trouble Hymnal. Vintage Trouble is sealed for $14.99. There's 3 of those, and 1 copy of the Chainsmokers. So far, so good. That is sealed for $14.99. One second, please. Okay, now I kind of forgot. I forgot about the new box of 45s. So Robert Vladerchik on Chainsmokers, and Brett has the Culture Club at 15. Final call. I need to crack open a new box of 45s. I almost forgot about more buy it nows over here. So let me see what's going on in this box. I know John brought me several the other day. I think this is the next best one here. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, all kinds of cool stuff here. I think there's some more over here. Let me see. Ooh, here's some good auctions too. Here's a great auction right here. I can see for Miles, and that's going to go up for a $7 start in the original sleeve too. And the B side is Mary Ann with a shaky hand. Does it have a jukebox strip? No, it's a Glenn Scott jukebox strip, and that's $6.99 on that. Or excuse me, a $7 start. And then Todd Saw on AW, and that was for something in here, maybe. Okay, first though, we're going to go ahead and sell the Beatles. That's sold to Alan Hagen for $33. Culture Club has a new bid for $16. And then there's that, and there's that. So and there's this. Okay, what was I about to do? I'm trying to find the other new boxes of singles. I know there's more around here. I had them stacked up the other day. He brought me a bunch. I'm trying to find the next best ones to do. Maybe find some great singles. What are these here? I feel like there's a couple I have almost forgotten about, probably. Let's see here. Those. Let's see what's over here. Give me a second to do some searching and digging. Also, Tanner has asked me to go up front and look at the creek. And so I probably need to go do that right quick. Aha. Oh, man. Here's some great ones. Oh, man. This has got Disney stuff in it, all kinds of stuff. Let's go ahead and do this. All right, give me 1 second, please. Let me go up here and see what's going on. I'm back. I had to get a bottle of water too. Okay. So I had to go check on we got that creek, and it's fine though. Everybody's making sure all the precautions are covered tonight with flooding and storms, but everything's good so far. I keep getting check-ins and texts. All of our bases are being covered though. All right, so Culture Club's at 18, final call. Robert Lee Bunch, you're out. Then we had the Who, and we had the Cow Slingers. And this is still getting bids, now 9, now 10. And Tommy Flowers said Steep for 18. And what was Steep? This right here. Sell that to Tommy Flowers for $18. I have one more if anybody else wants one. That is Steep Canyon Rangers Morning Shift. Orange vinyl. $18 if anybody else wants one. Nerd, that is new and sealed for $19.99. And we got 3 copies, 1 copy left of Youngblood Live in America. That's sealed for $19.99. And we have In Darkness. And In Darkness was sealed for $19.99. Nobody bid on the Who. That's a $7 buy it now. Gil Scott Heron. I will sell that for $25, Rick Berrien. $25 on that. We're about to sell Culture Club, and they're still bidding on that. All right, now we need a new record going up. Let's put up another sealed original record here. Jackson Browne Lives in the Balance. This is sealed, and this is a $15 start. Jackson Browne Lives in the Balance. That's a sealed original. $15 start on that. Generator check. Generator is plugged up. Yep. It is plugged up. Good, because if we lose power, I might need it, and I'll have to turn on flashlights where we can still stream. All right, that was a great buy now best offer, Ben. We sold a big chunk out of there. Anybody else want anything, let me know. In Darkness, Youngblood, Nerd, Steep Canyon Rangers, Vintage Trouble, Black Star Rider, still got Rush and a buy now best offer, Ben. That's kind of bizarre. Teskey Brothers, Ann Peebles, Gazpacho, The Black Keys, Young Gravy, Charlie Bliss, Mississippi, Philadelphia, and then Richard Lynn Thomas and the White Light, White Heat. It's still available, okay? And now Jackson for 15, Paul Harden, and Jackson for 15, Paul Harden, Jackson for 15, Paul Harden, Jackson for 15, Paul Harden. And yes, I did take your G-Love. I did take your G-Love offer, okay? And then price on Rush. Rush is sealed, unopened, $34.99. All right, Culture Club is sold to Brett Thies for $18. Thank you on that. Jackson Browne. Oh, that's a bid. Sorry, Jackson Browne. Jackson Browne has a bid for $15. Sorry on that. And now I is officially sold. And this is sold to Teresa for $10, okay? There we have it. And then we're good to go. Next thing we have is a new auction going up right now. And this is Ringo Starr, Ringo's Rotogravure. This is a Japanese pressing. Nice. And that's a $15 start, okay? $15 start on that. And let's go ahead and put up a couple more New Orleans singles right quick. And let's do that right now. New Orleans singles are going up right now. We have first the El Caminos. The El Caminos. This is Disco Powder. Disco Powder, a $15 start. And we have Beat the Meatles. Beat the Meatles. And that's a $5 start, okay? There we have it. Now, next thing is let's try to find a new crate. That was a new kind of a sealed bin there. I've also grabbed a new box of 45s, which has some really cool looking stuff in it. So let me go ahead and start pulling stuff for auctions and buy it nows. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's some good ones in here. I love fresh new boxes because the first couple handfuls, it's like you see stuff, yeah, I didn't know I had over here. And plenty of buy it nows. All right. Ringo has a bid, and now Jackson Browne has a bid. And Teresa, of course, has bids on both of those. Nobody on the Who. I can see for Miles for $7. And then Rick Berrien, you offer $20 on Gil Scott Heron. I said $25 on that. Let's try to find another bin to go through. Maybe a half-off vintage or something of that effect. I do have one more Paul auction over here that he tagged for us. Probably need to go ahead and knock that out. So let me slide this over and see what we got over here, okay? And wow, this was a great crate. I think I went through last night. It would make a great one. It was like If y'all know, we were going through new arrivals at midnight. That would make a great best offer crate. Let me try to find one we can do half off, though. Here we go. This one looks eligible for half off. Here's a great looking half off crate. All right, let's run through this. So get a bunch of stuff sold, probably empty out an entire crate. What's left, we might even bundle. So let's go ahead and knock these out. And this is going to be a half off bin. No more, no less, half off, okay? Now, first thing we have here is Ringo 15, Ringo 16, Ringo 17. Now, Todd Saw, I've seen 2 comments come in tonight, AW and Badco. And I don't think you're watching live when I seen those. So I'm not for sure what those were. And then we have Beat the Meatles. That has bids for 5, 5, and 5, now 8. And then the El Caminos. This has just one bid with Teresa for 5, okay? Jackson Brown is sold to Paul Harden for $15. Generator is plugged up and good to go. Generator is plugged up and good to go. All righty. So first thing I have here is some $6.99 buy it nows. These are all $6.99. John Cougar Mellencamp, check it out. Picture sleeve. I don't think I've had that one before. The Carpenters, Touch Me When We're Dancing. Sly Fox, Let's Go All the Way. Charlie Rich, Behind Closed Doors. Macho Man, The Village People. And Andy Gibb, Shadow Dancing. Those are all buy it nows for $6.99. We're about to go through a half-off vintage pre-owned bin. The El Caminos is sold to Teresa for $5. Robert, you're out on Beat the Meatles. Beat the Meatles is now at $9. And I haven't heard back on Ringo from David Shelton. David, you've been outbid. Just waiting for your word. These are all buy it nows for $6.99, okay? First thing we have is Larry Smith on the Carpenters. That's sold to Larry Smith. Susie Breelove on John Cougar. And now Beat the Meatles is at $10. Half off vintage LPs. First is the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough. Original on her sleeve, nice. $10 on that. $10 on that. Andy Gibbs sold to Susie Breedlove. Charles Siebert was second. We got Village People, Charlie Rich, and Sly Fox there. Those are all still available if anybody decides they want anything. First record in here was Fabulous Thunderbird. We have The Best of the Kingsmen. This is $9. The Best of the Kingsmen. That is from the C.R. Connery collection. If you hear me say that, it may have some writing on it. $9. Benny King, Save the Last for Me. There is some writing on the cover. Benny King is now $9. Also, Sticks, this is Pieces of 8. $10. You know these are recent because they've just come from this collection. Now, quick update on this if you didn't know. This guy wrote his name on the cover, usually on the front and back, but also his LPs, the disc, are just in fabulous condition. Really high-grade stuff, but there may be writing on the cover. If that doesn't bother you, then there's some really high-grade stuff in here, just saying. Paul Harden on the Thunderbirds. That's sold to Paul Harden, the Fabulous Thunderbirds. Richard Sawi on Sticks. And now, Richard, I think you are finally up to speed now. I think you were behind there for a while. Beat the Meatles is now at 11, and that's with Teresa and Robert's out. Now we can sell Beetle or Ringo here. Ringo is sold to Paul Harden for $17. And now, since he's out, we'll go ahead and sell Beat the Meatles to Teresa for $11. Let me go ahead and take my stack of sold 45s in here right quick. Don't want to have a spiel there. Let me go ahead and start rolling again with the half-off stuff. Steve Perry Street Talk. Steve Perry is $10. It does have some writing on the cover. And pretty much if I say that, it's from this guy's collection. And the disc is awesome. So we still got Steve Perry, Benny King, and The Best of Kingsmen, which, of course, has the big song Louie Louie. The Doobie Brothers, Living on the Fault Line. Nothing wrong with this one. $7.50. The Doobie Brothers, Living on the Fault Line. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant. There is some writing on the cover. Beautiful disc. Arlo Guthrie is $10. And Robin Trower. There is some writing on the cover. Beyond the Mist, Robin Trower is $10. I mean, at first, a lot of these got grabbed just because they were high grade. Now they're in the half-off bin, so they should definitely start selling now. Here's our next New Orleans single, Ray Columbus and the Art Collection. Kick Me. $5 start on that. Patrick C. Smith does want the Doobies and Steve Perry. Those are sold to Patrick Smith and Patrick Smith. Firefall Elon, that's $5. Richard Sawley on the Arlo Guthrie and George Samberez on Robin Trower. That's sold to George Samberez. The Sound of Tanya Tucker, $7.50 on Tanya. Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, $10. By the way, if I don't say anything about writing, then it's not on there. Missing Persons, Rhyme and Reasons, and if I don't say that, then it's a really high-grade record. Missing Persons, he's got it kind of camouflaged, but his name is written on the cover. That's now just $12.50. Michael Martin Murphy, River of Time, there is some writing on the cover, $7.50. Let's put up some new auctions, okay? There is one more Paul record here that was tagged that I hadn't put up. It's definitely a vintage Dale's Pittsburgh bootleg from the Beatles. It's BBC Sessions from the Beatles. It's late 62, EX, a $25 start on that. Patrick Smith, you were second on Robin Trower. Holden on Firefall. Yeah, these are very clean records. I mean, I think for vintage discount bargains, this crate should get ate up alive. Mike Johnson on Missing Persons. Janie Green second, then Teresa, then Ron Duffield, then Patrick Smith. Alabama's Greatest Hits, now just $5. Wow. Tim Voldness, you were second on Arlo. Art Collection has a bid for $5. Miami Vice is a gold stamp promo, now just $10. Did Alabama have writing on it? Does some faint right here. It looks like John tried to take some of it off, you know, maybe lightly, but first is Melissa Bailey on Alabama. Next is Christopher Cross. Nothing wrong with that one, just $5. Michael Peevler next on Bama. And Frank Sinatra, round one, $15 on Frank Sinatra. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. This is Asia, a Japanese pressing for just $15. And this is Alpha, Shrink, Hype, Insert, Near McMinus, and Obi. $15 start on that. Next single is going to go up right now. I might wake up the auction block with this one. Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine, with the picture sleeve, a $10 start. Guns N' Roses, $10 start on that. And It's So Easy live. There we have it. Also, we have Missing Persons, Missing Persons, Missing Persons, Missing Persons. Alabama, Alabama, Alabama. Tim Graham on Miami Vice. That is sold to Tim Graham. And then also David Shelton, also on Alabama. And then Asia is at $15. Kevin is put Asia. That's a $15 start. What else? CC. I'm making sure I don't miss anything here. So, boy, Alabama with Melissa. That $5 price woke a lot of people up. And then it was Michael Peevler, Tony Flowers, David Shelton. And then, okay, Melanie on CC. That's Christopher Cross. And then Michael Peevler on Three Dog Night. Okay. And then Guns N' Roses is at 10, 10, 10. Asia, 20. Jeremy Dalton wants the Who over here for 7. That's very random, but it's still available. Guns N' Roses, 18. Asia, and then Art. At this point, I need to kind of reset here, okay? I knew I messed up when I put up guys like it's going to wake up the auction block. Not only has it woke up the auction block, it's completely derailed my thought process. Guns N' Roses is at $25. The Beatles BBC Sessions is a no bid as of right now. I'm looking for a $25 start. Okay. Asia is at 20. And then the Art Collection with Ray Columbus. I think Robert still has that for $5. And Robert, I'm about to sell it to you. I think we're good to go. The last two records I showed was Frank Sinatra, round number 1. This is a half-off vintage bin. The price on Sinatra is just $15. No condition notes, no writing. And Michael Martin Murphy, Triple M, was the one before that, $7.50. Now Michael Peevler also wanted Tanya Tucker. So he wanted Tanya Tucker and Three Dog Night. So now Michael Peevler gets Tanya Tucker. Now we're back on pace here. I told y'all this was a great box of 45s coming up. That was just the first handful. Sawyer Brown, Shaken. Sawyer Brown 750. This time it has writing, but a different collection. This one's from Dave. Still no condition notes. Willie and Family Live. That's a nice one. Nothing wrong with that one. $12.50 on Willie and Family Live. Another Willie. Once More with Feeling. That is $10. Willie Once More with Feeling. England Dan and John Ford Coley, Dr. Heckle and Mr. Jive, $5. And we have Rick Wakeman, The Six Wives of Henry VIII. That is $10, okay? Now, we have Beatles is at $25. That does have a bid. Asia was at $25. Guns N' Roses is at $30. Art Collection does have a bid for $5, and Robert bid again, so I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $5. Jeremy Dalton on SB for Sawyer Brown. And then a Bad Company record from the last bin. Well, I think when you were watching, you were pretty far behind. It wasn't the last bin. And Todd, I don't think that was even the bin before the last bin. I think maybe you got on YouTube and was watching behind. Maybe I can find it, though. It was Rock and Roll Fantasy. It was Desolation Angels, right? I think this is what he wants it, okay? This is sold to Richard Sawi. I think that's the one. But yeah, I think you accidentally got rewound and you were watching about an hour behind. So I got you taken care of there. All right, back to business. I have John Denver, Windsong, $5. George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone, $10. Great vintage half-off bin here, $10. The Best of Michael Martin Murphey, this time a greatest hits, $6.50. Asia's at $30, final call. Guns N' Roses is at $30, final call. And Todd Doris was the only bidder on the Beatles. That sold to him for $25. Okay? Bill Hannum on George Thorogood, sold. Melissa Bailey was second. Tim Graham third. Tim Graham fourth. Tim Graham fifth. And Fresh Out of Borstal, $9. Radio station promo copy. It does have some writing on it. Okay? Now, Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, $10 on Hall & Oates. Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby, $10. Nothing wrong with this one. Okay? David Shelton, JD for John Denver. That's sold. Now, Guns N' Roses is sold for $30 to Rebecca Howitt. Asia sold to George Sambares for $30. Next is My Crate's Really Full, but Christopher Morris is first on Arlo Guthrie. And let me pause right here because I got to bring over a new empty crate because this one is beyond full. All right, now let me get a new one. This kind of crate we call hot and heavy, okay? It's hot and it's heavy. That means we're selling a lot of records. Okay. We're good to go. So, Hall & Oates is sold to Janie Green. Melanie Jennings, second on Arlo Guthrie. Robert Barnett next on Hall & Oates. Melissa Bailey next on Hall & Oates. Eden Riviera next on Hall & Oates. And Jeremy Dalton on Michael Martin Murphey. That's sold to Jeremy Dalton. Next is Vern Godson, Chiseled and Stone. Vern Gotson is $7.50. Art Garfunkel Breakaway. Art Garfunkel is $5. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. Bob Seger is $12.50. And Poco, A Good Feeling to Know. Poco is $5. Now, let's see what else we got over here. First, we got our next auction, Donovan. They Call Me Mellow Yellow, the picture sleeve, Donovan. That is a very cool, very nice disc. Donovan, Mellow Yellow. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Next, LP. That Asia did very well. Here's another Asia. This one's called Astra. And this is going to go up for just a $15 start. It's also near mint minus and pristine in shrink wrap with Obi. That is a $15 start on Asia. Spirit of Vinyl gets Bob Seger. That's sold for $12.50. Ron Burns gets Poco. That's sold to Ron Burns. Next is our next New Orleans single. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. And this is the Cynics. And the Cynics is a $5 start. Living All the Time. The Cynics is a $5 start. Living All the Time. $5 start on the Cynics. Next over here was Bob Seger. That was sold to Spirit of Vinyl. Rod Burns got Poco. Sid Blair got Art Garfunkel. Next is Bill Hannum on Bob Seger. Jeremy Dalton next on Bob Seger. Tim Graham next on Bob Seger. David Shelton first on Vern Gotson. We got Donovan at 8, Donovan at 7, Asia at 15, Asia at 20, Donovan's at 10. The Cynics is a $5 start. Teresa's in on that. Next is Firefall, Mirror of the World. Firefall is $5. The Firm, Mean Business, $12.50. There is an old sticker on the cover. The vinyl's really nice, though. The Firm is $12.50. Also, The Who Face Dances. The Who is $10 for face dances. No condition notes on that. We have Cheap Trick, Dream Police. Wow, in the half-off bin. A beautiful copy. Nothing wrong with that one, $10. And Charles Mingus, a 74 remaster. It's called Reincarnation of a Lovebird. $15 on Charles Mingus. There was some ridiculous half-off records right then in the half-off bin. First thing we need to do is do what? Update our auctions. So Asia was at 20, 15, then 20. Look at all the comments that just came in. Holy moly. Okay, so they're still rolling in. Holy moly. That's a lot of Cheap Trick comments. First thing we had, though, was Asia was at 20. Donovan was at 10. Cynics was at 5. Cynics was at 5. William Dragovich technically bid first. Donovan was at 14. Alan Hagen first on Firefall. That's sold to Alan Hagen. Brian Riley first on Cheap Trick. Don Devin, $15 bid. Joe Salamo on Who. Mike Langford next on Cheap Trick. D-Kong third. Joe Sullivan fourth. Tim Graham fifth. Jeremy Dalton sixth. Sean Fairweather on Charles Mingus. Eden Riviera first on The Firm. Paul Hard next on Who. Mike Johnson next on Cheap Trick. Robbie Woods next on Cheap Trick. Susie Breedlove next on Cheap Trick. David Suddy next on Cheap Trick. Donovan 20. Chris X next on Cheap Trick. Paul Hard next on Cheap Trick. Joe Kolowski next on Mingus. Patrick next on Firm. Asia 23. Asia 32. Cynics has a bid for 6. The Cynics is at 6. William Dragovich is out. Asia's was at 23. And then it went to 32. And then Donovan is at 20 with Michael Butler. Next half off record. Psycho Bud. A 1984 minimum electronic album, Synth album, $10. We have Devil's Wielding Scimitars. Devil's Wielding Scimitars. That's a 1990 U.S. folk pop indie, $10. My S Police was Dream Police. Yes, and you were about 11th in line. You were way down the list. Also, Melanie at Carnegie Hall. Melanie is $10. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, that's what we started the bin with. This one's EX, now just $8.50. Also, Richard Thompson, Across the Crowded Room. Richard Thompson is $7.50. See You at the Fair, Ben Webster. Ben Webster's $10. Wynton Marsalis, Quartet, live at Blues Alley. Wynton Marsalis, $12.50. And this is Paul Gonzalez's Jazzland label, 85 U.S. reissue, $10. The last thing I said was Donovan was at 20. We had Asia at 32. We had the Cynics is at 7. Chris Knapp first on Psycho Bud. Chris Knapp on the guitars wielding Syndicars or Devils, whichever. And then JK was second on that album. Chris X on Fabulous Thunderbirds. David Hoy on BW, Ben Webster. The Cynics is now at 8. Michael Peveler next on Fabulous Thunderbirds. Chris Ferrara next on Psycho Bud. Wynton Marcellus sold to Chris X. Cynthia second. George third. Patrick C. Smith on Melanie. Ron Burns on BW. That was Ben Webster. So Donovan is sold to Michael Butler for 20. Asia is sold to George Samberes for 32. And the last bid on the Cynics was Teresa at 8. William Dragovich, you've been outbid. All right. Let's see what else we got over here. Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. Original in the original company sleeve. $7 start. And I've got a quick handful of buy it now singles. Okay? Taylor Dane, Don't Rush Me. Billy Thorpe, these are all $6.99. Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun. I don't know if I've seen that on a single. People, I Love You. Elton John, Victim of Love, a promo. Bryan Adams, Heaven, the picture sleeve. And Phil Collins, Two Hearts from Buster. Those are all $6.99. Phil Collins, Bryan Adams, Elton John, People, I Love You, Billy Thorpe, and Taylor Dane. $6.99 each on all those singles. They're available right now for you to say sold on all of them. Then, don't lose focus for the half-off bin that's coming up right now. First thing we have is Larry Smith on Taylor Dane, Cynthia Herdman on Elton John, Debbie Winston on Phil Collins, Paul Harden on Bryan Adams. Whoop, my bad. Taylor Dane sold to Larry Smith, Cynthia Herdman on Elton John, Debbie Winston on Phil Collins, Paul Harden on Bryan Adams, Susie next on Bryan Adams, Susie next on Phil Collins, Robert next on Bryan Adams, MJ 8, 10, 11. That leaves Billy Thorpe, and that leaves People I Love You if anybody wants those, okay? Now, the next Japanese pressing for a $15 start is the Gone with the Wind soundtrack. $15 start, Japanese pressing of Obi. Back to the half-off vintage bin. Peter and Gordon, Woman. Peter and Gordon is $5. Genuine House Rock and Music 3. That's a blues compilation from Alligator Records. Now just $7.50. This is a half-off bin. First come, first serve. No more, no less. Marshall Tucker Band's greatest hits. Now just $10. No condition notes. $10 on MTB's greatest hits. Gone with the Wind's at 15. MJ's at 13. The Cynics is at 11. So, Teresa, you're out on the Cynics, and everybody else is out on the Michael Jackson except Robert. Another Marshall Tucker, VG Plus $7.50. Steve Loin, The Doctor, There's No Place Like Mars, that's $5. And Millhouse, Obscenity in the Milk. Millhouse is $15. So Paul Harden says his Billy Thorpe wasn't for Bryan Adams, or his BY comment was for Billy Thorpe, okay? So that means he doesn't get Bryan Adams, he gets Billy Thorpe, and that means Bryan Adams is sold to Robert Burnett. So those are now sold, okay? Now, we have two Marshall Tucker Band's greatest hits. One's no condition notes, one's VG Plus. Michael Butler, you're first. That means Chris Ferrara, you're second on Billy Thorpe. Michael, do you want Near Mint or VG Plus? And then Tim, you're next. We'll figure that out. Gone with the Wind 16. Jetstream on Paul Gone. That was this Paul Gonzalez back here. That's sold to Jetstream. David Shelton third on Marshall Tucker. What's the color of the Cynics? I don't know if we even looked at it. The Cynics is on black vinyl. The Cynics is on black vinyl. Next is Chris Knapp on Millhouse. Sean was next. Gone with the Wind, 18. And then we have Michael Butler wants the Near Mint Gone with the Wind. So that's $10. And then let's give this one here to the $7.50 one to Mike Tim Graham, unless he says otherwise. Okay? And then JK was third on Millhouse. Now that means MJ is sold for $13 to Robert Vladicek. That's sold to him, okay? Now Gone with the Wind's at 25. They're still bidding on the Cynics. Back to the half off. We have the Mighty Clouds of Joy Kicking. That is sealed for $10. We have London Town in Shrink. Paul McCartney, $12.50. Sammy Hall Singers, Turned On to Christ. A 1970 gospel album sealed, unopened. $5 on that. Life and Love, Leon Russell. That's a sealed original for $10. And Point of Entry is a 1982 U.S. prog album, $7.50. Gone with the Wind's at 25. Now it's at 26. And now the Cynics, the last bid on the Cynics that came in was with Teresa at $12. And it goes back to William Dragovich, okay? Now, next Japanese pressing that goes up right now is Mother Focus. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. Mother Focus, $15 start. Susie Breedlove on Leon Russell. Michael Peevler on Leon Russell. Susie was second. Gone with the Wind, 29. Gone with the Wind, 29. We have PJ and the Magic Bus, Hit the Road, a 1987 U.S. alternate rock EP. That's $7.50. Also, we have, this is $15. It's a fusion record. Play Group. What is this called here? Epic Sound Battles, Chapter 1, Play Group. $15 on that. And we also have They Called an Accident. They Called an Accident. And this is sealed for $7.50. $7.50. Gone with the Wind, 25. Gone with the Wind, 26. Gone with the Wind, 28. Gone with the Wind, 29, 29, 30, 30. And then Bill Stewart, third on Leon Russell. And then we have either Michael Butler said, okay, so either something's called Watch Your Mouth or Michael saying Watch Your Mouth. Cynics is out. Rebecca Howard on PJ. I don't think there's anything in here called Watch Your Mouth, is there? PJ is sold to Rebecca Howard. Cynthia Herdren on Magic Bus. So you're second. Then Chris Knapp third. Gone with the Wind, 31. Gone with the Wind, 31. Mother Focus is a $15 start. They're still bidding on Gone with the Wind. And then because he's out on the Cynics, we can officially sell this Cynics here, and that is sold to Teresa for $12, right? $12 on that. You said Mother Focus. Oh, my bad. I get what you're saying now. What'd you do 25 on Rush Power Windows? Where is that? Let me figure out what we got on these. I will sell a new sealed Rush Power Windows to you that are marked for $34.99 for $28. New sealed Rush Power Windows, $28. Okay? Now, awesome. I'm taking a quick peek at our upcoming 45s. All right. Gone with the Wind, 32, 34, 35. Accident. How much is Accident? This is a sealed original, $750. Gone with the Wind, 37, 38, 40, 41. Mike Owen said sold. I've got one other Rush if anybody else wants one for $28. This is sold for $28 to Mike Owen, okay? Now, here are some buy it nows before I put up the next singles auctions. These are buy it nows for $6.99. Eric Clapton with Tina Turner, Tearing Us Apart. Heartbreaker, Pat Benatar. New Edition, With You All the Way. Hold the Line from Toto. Graham Nash, Innocent Eyes. And Haircut 100, Love Plus One. Back to the half off crate. The Sting soundtrack, that's now just $5. Hey Jude, Jimmy Caravan, sealed for $10, a 69 US. Kent Carter, Bohavis Cathedral, now $20. And Fleetwood Mac Live is $15. Fleetwood Mac Live, $15. Okay? Gone with the Wind, 33, 34. Michael Peevler wants the other Rush for $28. New sealed remaster power windows. That is sold for $28 to Michael Peevler. Now, for the 699ers here, we got Christopher Morris on Pat Benatar. How much was an accident? $10. It's sealed original. Cynthia Herdrell on Toto, Hold the Line. Debbie Winston on GN for Graham Nash. Cynthia next on Pat Benatar. Brett got Haircut. And then Mother Focus has a bid for $20. Gone with the Wind, $46. Chris next on Haircut. And then in the half-off Bill Hannum on Fleetwood Mac. Then Mike Langford, then Cynthia, then Michael Peevler, then Greg Beddinger. So that leaves New Edition and Eric Clapton and Tina Turner. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Or wants any of those two there. Okay? So, yeah, lots of claims on Fleetwood Mac Live. Gone with the Wind is sold to Jeremy Dalton for $46. And Mother Focus is sold for $20 to G. Bepco. Now, that was a great half-off bin. This thing was plumb full when I laid it over here. We need to read through it one more time. Half off, and I'm about to introduce all new auctions, okay? Susie on New Edition. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Let's go ahead and read through these one more time. New 45 auctions coming right now. This is really cool. It's from Disney. It's the Aristocats. It's a storybook and record. The disc is really nice. Nothing wrong with the book. No writing, no rips, no tears, no coloring. The Aristocats. $10 start. The Aristocats. That's now up for bid. A $10 start. Our next auction is J. Giles Freeze Frame. A Japanese pressing for a $15 start. Michael Peevler has offered $30 for Sticks. One of the few unsold auctions tonight. Sold for $30 to Michael Peevler. All right. Let's read through these one more time, and then we might even do another one. This one did so well. First thing I have is the Best of the Kingsmen. There is some writing, but that does have Louie Lou. It's a Rhino compilation, $9. The Aristocats has bids for $10 and now $12. Jay Giles has three $15 bids. Benny King, Save the Last Dance for Me. Gold stamp promo. There is some writing on the cover, $9. Michael Martin Murphy, River of Time, gold stamp promo. There is some writing on the cover, $7.50. Frank Sinatra, Round 1. No condition notes, $15. Willie Nelson and Family. Nice, nothing wrong with that one, $12.50, double LP. Willie Nelson, there's one Once More with Feeling. You may have never seen this before because it's a special RCA Special Products release through Realistic Radios. $10. Jay Giles is at $25. The Aristocats, a.k.a. Disney's, at $20. Our next auction is the Zombies, Tell Her No, a classic song in the original parrot sleeve. The Zombies, Tell Her No, $7 start. Kevin LeBady on the Frank Sinatra, that's sold to him for just $15. England Dan and John Ford Coley is $5. Rick Wakeman is $10, The Six Wives of Henry VIII. Borstal, fresh out of Borstal, is $9. Richard Thompson, Across a Crowded Room, $7.50. Aristocats is at $30. Jay Giles is at $27. Zombies is at $7. Peter and Gordon is $5. Woman. Genuine House Rockin' Music. The Alligator Records. This is the Volume 3 sealed for $7.50. Steve Loyne, The Doctor, There's No Place Like Mars, $5. The Mighty Clouds of Joy, Kickin'. That's sealed for $10. London Town is $12.50. Paul McCartney. Sammy Hall Singers, a 1970 gospel album, $5. Point of Entry. This is an 82 US prog. I'm trying to figure out what this word says at the bottom. Pharaoh, Point of Entry, an 82 US prog album, $7.50. Charlie DeFrank wants the Alligator Comp, House Rockin' Music. Tim Graham on London Town. Zombies is at $9. Epic Sound Battles Chapter 1 Playgroup, a 1982 UK experimental fusion album, $15. The Sting soundtrack, Shrink, Nice, $5. Marvin Hamlish, from the music of Scott Joplin, Ragtime Music. Hey Jude, Jimmy Caravan, sealed for $10. Kent Carter, Bohavius Cathedral, $20. And They Call It an Accident soundtrack, a sealed original for just $7.50, with Steve Winwood and U2 and Marian Faithfull, just $7.50 on that. Greg Beddinger, second on Wings, Patrick third, but Greg does want Willie live. All right, so the Aristocats, the last bid was $30 of Tim Graham. Brad Waits is out. Jay Giles is now at $45, and the Zombies is at $9, and that was with Teresa, and Richard Miller says he's done. Now, we got Chris Knapp on Point and Accident. Point and Accident. Those sold to Chris Knapp. Paul Oakley on Borstal. Chris Ferrara on Epic and Point. Point's already sold. Let me see what's left with Epic. Epic, I can sell you Epic. Mike Langford second on Point, a.k.a. Pharaoh. Paul Oakley got Borstal. Okay. Now, final call for anything in there before I possibly add these up for a bundle price. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 records left in there if anybody wants them for $60. That's $5 a piece if you want me to do the math for you right quick. If anybody wants those, $60 bundle. Time to sell some auctions. Let's do some more. I got a few more Disney records. Really cool. Excuse me. Aristocrats is sold for $30 to Tim Graham. Teresa gets the Zombies for $9. And Jay Giles is sold to Cynthia for $45. Kevin LeBeatty wants S Ring, the Sting, for $5. Now, does anybody want what's left for $55? Now the bundle's $55. All right, let's do some buy it now 45s. Got some cool stuff, and then all new auctions. Phil Collins, A Groovy Kind of Love. Here's a Japanese Chase, a Japanese press. Get It On by Chase. Very cool picture sleeve from Japan. Peter Cetera, Big Mistake. Peter Cetera, One Good Woman. Peter Cetera, The Next Time I Fall. Roy Orbison, Crying, very cool. And Santana, Hold On. Teresa said, bill her for the Zombies, but send it to Richard Miller. Nice. Richard Miller, you just got a free record. You can thank Teresa. These are all $6.99. First, Rebecca Howard on Chase. Susie on Phil Collins. Brandon Lack on Peter Cetera. I'm assuming you want all three, right? The Next Time I Fall, One Good Woman, and Big Mistake. Chasing Heart was next on Peter Cetera, maybe. Michael Butler first on Roy Orbison, then Cynthia. Susie on Santana, and Kevin Rubenthal, you were next, actually third on Roy Orbison. Nobody on the bundle deal. Man, that's the second bundle deal of the night I got turned down on. All right, whatever this is here, it's got a bunch of nudity on it. What is this? All right, this is very nude. I'm only going to show it once, okay? And now you don't get to see it again until I'm selling it. This is Tycoon It's a picture disc. Such a Woman and Don't Worry. $5 start. She is completely nude on the front of that. $5 start on Tycoon. That's now up for bid. I might already have Next Time I Fall. Can I see it? Big Mistake, One Good Woman, and Next Time I Fall. Next Time I Fall with Amy Grant, One Good Woman, and Big Mistake. So he for sure wants those two, and then we'll hear back on that one. Now, let's do another really cool Disney record here. This one looked really cool. Let me find it right quick. One I don't think I've seen too many times. I don't see the Aristocats much either. Let me find it. Here it is. All right, here is Walt Disney Stories of Mary Poppins. Once again, nice. Storybook, Mary Poppins, Disney, $10 start. I want the other two. Okay. So this is sold to George Sambares. Nudity and Disney back to back. We like to keep it balanced. Chad's popping all of his bones back into place. Chad's stretching. Oh, man. Oh, sorry. I'm down. I've hit the floor. I'm okay. All right, I'm going to stand up now. I'm going to attempt to stand up. Okay, I'm back. And here comes the thunder. Y'all broke my heart not taking the bundle. Are you kidding me? All right. I guess I'll have to live with it. They say life ain't fair. It's another lonely night here at Coletco. Let's find the next crate. Okay, I had to go put something away in the shipping room before I lose it. And now let's shift all this down and see what we got. This has got a lot of sealed. Let's run through this one right quick. Buy it now, best offer. And then what's this one? Ooh, here's a good one too. Oh, man. That's a great looking crate right here. Okay, I've got two more that should keep us busy for almost the rest of the duration of the show. And I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, you don't want to go anyway. You don't want to go anywhere, all right? Plus all the 45s I'm cracking open. Here we go. And these are going to be buy it now, best offer, because there is a lot of new sealed stuff in here. But let's get it all sold, and let's do it, all right? Back to business. I mean, it's already 11 o'clock, but I do need to stop relatively early tonight, okay? But we'll see what happens. We got 288 people still watching. Please make offers or go ahead and buy them. It doesn't matter to me. Some people don't like making offers. You can go ahead and buy them. That won't make me mad whatsoever. AJJ, Andrew Jackson Jihad, the Bible 2, sealed for $19.99. We have one of them. I also have 3 copies of Los Lobos, How Will the Wolf Survive? All analog mastering by Chris Bellman. Back to the 80s from Rhino, $29.99. 3 Los Lobos there. We have Classless Act, Welcome to the Show, featuring a track with Vince Neil of Motley Crue. That's sealed for $19.99. And the Foo Fighters Sonic Highways, Foo Fighters is sealed for $29.99. I've got Lake Street Drive Fun Machine, the sequel, sealed on Tangerine for $19.99. And 1-2-1 copy of Red City Radio Paradise, that's sealed on multicolored vinyl for $24.99. Here was the last bids: Disney 10, Mary Poppins 11, Disney 15. And I can't believe I'm doing this, but no one bid on Typhoon for a $5 buy it now. So the Nudie picture disc is a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants it. $5 buy it now. Andrew Jackson sold to Dustin Hodges for $15. That's sold to him. Mary Poppins is now at what? Brad has it for $15. Brandon Lack, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And then we have Richard Miller on Typhoon. Teresa was second. Then Paul Oakley. And then we have Foo Fighters. That's sold for $25 to Jeremy Dalton. Thank you, Jeremy Dalton. That is sold to you. And then we have Alan Hagen on CA for $15. Classless Act. That's sold to Alan Hagen for $15. Now, a third bite now on Typhoon. A fourth bite now on Typhoon. A fifth bite now on Typhoon. And then Brandon Lack, let me know if you want back in on Mary Poppins. Brad has it for $15. And then we paused right here at Alt J. This is called The Dream. Alt J is sealed on Milky Clear vinyl, $19.99. LL 15. LL Los Lobos are marked for $29.99. I can't do that, but I will sell them for $25. They're all analog remaster. We have TF, and that was for something. I'm not for sure what that is either. Waiting for Brandon Lack on that. More Typhoons are coming in. Nobody wanted a bid, but a lot of people wanted it looks like. Let's go ahead and grab some more buy it nows and other stuff here. But first, here's an artist we never get singles of. This is really cool. It looks like it was in a radio station. Wow, look at this. Looks like it's in a radio station, yeah, and it says Saturday night only. Play Saturday night only. 11 of 82, Rush, New World Man. Looks like it was at a radio station. And Vital Signs live. So New World Man, a Rush, it's got radio station markings that say play only on Saturday night. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on Rush. That's now up for bid. Next is still never did hear from Brandon Latt. He did say out. Okay. I was like, what happened to Brandon? I know he's in the chat. Brad Waits, you get Mary Poppins for $15. I've got to lay Mary Poppins on top of the nudity. Sorry, Mary, and sorry, nudity. Okay. Now we have first Rush is a $7 start, and then we have LS at $10. Lake Street Dive is $15 if anybody else wants one, or if anybody does want one. Jack Harlow is sealed on tan-colored vinyl for $24.99. Adrian Quesada, this is Black Pumas, sealed on red vinyl for $24.99, or Adrian Quesada of the Black Pumas. Rex Orange County is sealed for $24.99. And we have two copies here of something, Earth Gang, Mirrorland. Earth Gang is sealed for $29.99. Rush is a $7 start. Our next single is going to go up right now for auction, right before I do some buy it nows for $6.99. This is Atlantic Star, One Lover at a Time, $6.99. Earth, Wind & Fire, Touch, $6.99. Donna Summer, Dinner with Gershon, $6.99. Club Nouveau, Let Me Go, $6.99. Finn and the Sharks, Wheels Start Turning, $6.99. Corey Hart, It Ain't Enough, $6.99. Gene, however you say that, Missing the Young Days, $6.99. Humble Pie, Rock and Roll Music, $6.99. Those are all available for $6.99. Craig Weatherford, Alt J for $12. These are marked 19. I will see Alt J. We're so close to like selling almost everything that's been. I'm within like $3 and $5 of selling a bunch of titles in here. 15 on Alt J. Those are all $6.99. Final call on Rush for $7. And we have what here? Majesties, Fast Reaches, Unclaimed. Majesties is unopened on red vinyl, $29.99. That looks pretty scary. We have two copies of that. Teresa said she'll take an Alt J for $15. Craig or anybody else, let me know if you want one. There's only one left after get one for Teresa. Debbie Winston on AS. The only thing claimed in there was Atlantic Star for $6.99. We have Humble Pie, Jean Bivar, Corey Hart, Finn, Club Nouveau, Donna Summer, and Earth, Wind & Fire. Those are all still available if anybody wants them. Also, Nathaniel Merriweather presents Lovage. That is sealed on turquoise vinyl for $29.99. Craig gets the other Alter J for $15. And then Jason and the Scorchers. These are new and sealed copies of Fervor, or they might be originals. I couldn't figure this out. I think these are sealed OGs. They've got to be. Yeah, I think that's just like old stock. $15 on those. They're $19.99. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. Next Japanese pressing for a $15 start is Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group. $15 start if anybody wants that. What is the Donna Summer? Dinner with Gershon. If anybody wants Rush, it's a $7 buy it now. Next auction is Pretty Young Thing, Michael Jackson. That's a $7 start. Also, we have John Moreland in the Throws. John Moreland is sealed on green vinyl for $24.99. We have Andy Pratt, Shiver in the Night. That's a sealed original, $9.99. Bette Midler from Seinfeld, No Frills for $9.99. We have Styx Hooper, The World Within, a 79 US Jazz Funk, $19.99. Odetta in Japan is VG $14.99. 10cc Bloody Taurus is VG Plus $11.99. Martin Denny, Another Taste of Honey, EX $12.99. Also, Animals as Leaders, Live 2017, 2018 Clear Vinyl, $24.99. Cynthia Herdren wants BM, and BM was for Bette Midler. That is sold to Cynthia Herdren. Also, Bob Dylan Infidels, $24.99 on Bob Dylan. And Animals as Leaders, Weightless, clear with blue and red splatter, $39.99. Jeff Beck has a bid for $15. Final call. Nobody bid on Michael Jackson. That's a $7 buy it now. Let's also go ahead and put up another New Orleans single. And the next New Orleans single is going to go up right now. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. And it is Manny Frazier of the Grodes, Love Me Baby. This is going to go up for a $5 start. That's our next New Orleans single. Next is JB15, Final Call. Animals, 19, Hattori Hanzo. Animals as Leaders, Live, Hattori. You get that for $19. Denny Price again. Denny, Martin Denny, A Taste of Honey, was EX, $12.99. EX, $12.99 on that. We have Loggins and Messina, Native Sons, $9.99. Jetstream said Styx, $14. Styx Hooper is sold to Jetstream for $14. Thank you. Also, the Platters, Only You, guest star label, $9.99. And we have Preservation Act 2 by the Kingston Shrink, $19.99. Let's grab some more buy it nows. These are going to be $6.99. Hope everybody's paying very close attention. Hope everybody's paying very close attention. These are all $6.99. We got Starship. It's not over till it's over. Ronnie Hawkins, Bo Diddley, Aretha Franklin and George Michael, Murray Head, One Night in Bangkok. We have Peebo Bryson, Regina Bell, Without You. We have Money Earning Mount Vernon, Chairman of the Board, Paid to the Piper, and Kim Carnes, Abanda Danda Dango. Those are all $6.99. I'm not for sure what that last one I read was. Abanda Banda Badango, I think is what I read there. Kim Carnes, Banda Bam Bam Banda Badango. Kim Carnes, also Chairman of the Board, Paid to the Piper. We have Heavy D and the Boys, Money Earning Mount Vernon. That was Heavy D and the Boys. Peebo Bryson, Regina Bell, Without You. That's the love theme from Leonard, Part 6. One Night in Bangkok, Murray Head. And then we have Aretha Franklin and George Michael. We have Ronnie Hawkins, Bo Diddley. And Starship, It's Not Over Till It's Over. Now, Teresa's the only bid on Manny. That's sold to Teresa for $15. Jeff Beck only got one bid for $15. Wow, Japanese pressing. Sold to Patrick C. Smith for $15. Chris Ferrara wants a sealed Jason and the Scorchers. That is sold to Chris Ferrara. And now our first claimant here was Robert Barnett on Aretha Franklin with George Michael. That's sold for $6.99. Cynthia Herdren first on Starship. Edwin next on Starship. And Larry Smith next on JC. And JC was for something. And then he put KKKKC. And we have Ronnie Hawkins, Bo Diddley, Murray Head, Peebo Bryson, Regina Blue. Not Heavy D's, not Chairman of the Board. It may be Kim Carnes. Maybe. And then what was JC? That was maybe something that's already sold. And then we have Chairman of the Board. We have Heavy D and the Boys, Peebo Bryson, Murray Head, and Ronnie Hawkins. Okay? Next in here is Gallery. Nice to be with you with the hop sticker. I Believe in Music, Genesis, and then there were 3. Genesis is $24.99, and then there were 3. Also, we have Charlie McClain, Radio Heart, $9.99. What was the song on Heavy D? Heavy D it's called Money Earning Mount Vernon and Don't You Know. Money Earning Mount Vernon and Don't You Know. Also, we have Gene Shepard Here and Now. That's sealed for $9.99. And this is Harrison Johnson and his Los Angeles Community Singers, Don't Make War. And this is sealed for $19.99. Sealed for $19.99. Robert Vladerchek wants the Heavy D. Thank you. All right. There we have it. What's my plan tonight? We'll be live for at least another hour, but I don't think any more than an hour. I don't really know. Somewhere I'm going to end either right now or in 1 hour and somewhere in between. I don't know yet, but we still got a lot to do. Okay? Still got a lot to do. Still got a lot to show. I'm trying to blast through a box of 45s and put up auctions and keep up with all the claims and everything else as usual. But first, I am go ahead and put up this right here. This one should get a lot of activity. This is more Jungle Book, Disneyland record. Awesome. $10 start on more Jungle Book. Jungle Book Disney record, $10 start on that. Okay? It just thundered really loud. Evidently, storms are to the south of me. That's good. I'm in Lebanon, and it is storming. I can hear thunder. The building's shaking again, but I think the heavy stuff is nowhere near me, or not on top of me, I should say. I do have to take care of business, though, because I'm going to be gone for the next 3 nights. Paul's going to do the sale tomorrow. He'll be here Monday and Tuesday. I've given him authorization to dig up some really good stuff. That way everybody's watching, and he can get a lot of records sold on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Let's go through another crate. There's another killer crate over here. Let me read through these. If y'all miss something, let me know, okay? Let's try to get a few more of these sold right quick. I discounted Los Lobos down to $25, new and sealed, all analog mastering for just $25. Also, Lake Street Dive. Somebody offered 10. I offered back at 15. Sealed on tangerine colored vinyl. So 2 sealed discount records there. Big City Radio was marked $24.99. Jack Harlow, this is sealed for $24.99. Adrian Quesada was sealed for $24.99. Rex Orange County was sealed $24.99. Earth Gang was sealed for $29.99. This record here, which was Majesty's, that was unopened for $29.99. We sold 1 Jason. There's 2 left. Nathaniel Merriweather Lovage, $29.99. And then we had John Moreland, Bette Midler, Andy Pratt, Odetta, 10cc, Bob Dylan, Animals as Leaders, Martin Denny, Loggins Messina, The Platters, The Kinks, Gallery, Genesis, Charlie McLean, Gene Shepard, and Harrison Johnson, okay? Now, Disney has 1 bid for $10, final call. Have I instructed Paul to every offer? No. Paul will be a tough negotiator, okay? He will be a very tough negotiator. Hattori Hanzo on LL. LL was Los Lobos for $25. Tracks on the Platters. Majesty's 24. Sold to Hiram. Jungle Book, another $10 bid. The tracks on the Platters. I don't know if it even lists the tracks. Only You, Shake It Up Mambo, The Faint, Tell the World, Traveling Guitar, Though VIB, Maggie Doesn't Work Anymore, Auburn, Love All Night, and Echoes of Spain. Okay? Next was Majesty Silver 24, Jungle Book, 10-12, John Hannigan, 11, Mike Johnson gets Genesis for 15, Jungle Book 12, now 15. Somebody just go ahead and bid 30 and we'll wrap it up. Somebody just go ahead and bid 30 and we'll wrap it up. There's only been 2 no bids from a second ago. I can't believe it. Rush is $7, New World Man, and Michael Jackson, Pretty Young Thing, $7. I can't believe it. Jungle Book's at 18. Platters is in Shrink, guest star label, no condition notes, $9.99. Alan Hagen also wants a Majesty's for $24. See how easy that is? Robert Vladerchek on MJ for $7. I can't believe no one bid earlier. Did that come through the mic? Did y'all hear that thunder? And the thunder rolls. There's another crate over here that's another really good looking crate that we're about to knock out, okay? And it's got a lot of vintage. There is some sealed stuff in here, but everything looks really nice and clean, and just, this is one of those crates I'm like, wow, how did like all this didn't sell the first time I read through it? And I think it's kind of been tucked over here, kind of out of sight, so let's try to read through this one right quick, okay? That was thunder. The building is currently shaking right now. Yes. Oh, man. And Chad's going to stretch before I do anything else. All right. Jungle Book's at 21 with Holden. Tim Graham has it for 25. Somebody just go ahead and bid 30 and we'll wrap it up. First thing, these are buy it now best offer. Climax Blues Band is $24.99. Climax Blues Band is $24.99. David Shelton got Rush for 7. Brent Robley gets the platters for 6. Brent Robley gets the platters for 6. Let me get a new stack of 45s albums, Japanese. All right, so Japanese pressing coming up right now for a $15 start. And this is Corey Hart, Boy in the Box. And Corey Hart is a Japanese pressing with poster and insert. $15 start on that. Next, let's go ahead and show this one more time. These are buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate. Climax Blues Band plays on. That's a Parlophone UK, $24.99. The English Congregation, and this is Jashelle. That's $19.99. Also, Lloyd Cole and the Commotions, Mainstream. Lloyd Cole is in shrink wrap with the hop sticker, $39.99. Also, Phil Collins, no jacket required. Phil Collins is $19.99. Beautiful copy. Original under sleeve. Phil Collins is $19.99. Studio. Also, Eric Clapton, Historia del Musica Rock. Clapton is $19.99. Corey Hart's a $15 start. This is a buy it now best offer. Joe Cocker, Unchained My Heart. Joe Cocker is $24.99. England Dan, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Jive, $9.99. And the Dragster, Stoke, is $19.99. Jeremy Dalton on Phil Collins. More Jungle Book is sold for $25 to Tim Graham. Thank you, Tim. That's so to you. Looks like we need some more 45 auctions. So let's do that right now. Possibly some more 45 buy it nows. And that's 3 there. And then we'll do that one as a buy it now. And let's see here. All right, here's some quick buy it nows. These are all $6.99. We have Carpenters, Calling Occupants of Interplanetary Craft. That's a song by Klaatu. They covered $6.99 on the Carpenters. Stevie Wonder, Ribbon in the Sky, picture sleeve. Theme from SWAT. A promo from Rhythm Heritage. A Disney book. This is The Large and Growly Bear. That is me when I get hungry. That is $6.99. And Scritti Politti, Perfect Way. Those are all $6.99 each. Also, we got Dr. John Love Potion, $24.99 on Dr. John. We got the Droogs, Heads Examined. The Droogs is $19.99. And the Best of the Duprees for $12.99. Teresa Brookshire on the Dragsters. That's so to Teresa Brookshire. Thank you. Also, Ian Deary and the Blockheads, Greatest Hits, $24.99. We have Yes, Close to the Edge. This is a German press. There's a little bit of cover damage right there. But Yes is very nice for $24.99. And then Steve Earle and the Dukes is $44.99. $44.99. Steve Earle and the Dukes. Next is Teresa on D. And D was for, I'm not for sure. And then we have Michael Butler on Ian Dury. That is so to Michael Butler, Ian Dury. Corey Hart is a $15 buy now. It's a no bid. The Joe Cocker was called Unchained My Heart, $24.99. Dave Edmunds' picture disc is $19.99. Jackson 5's third album. What a nice looking copy here. Jackson 5, $29.99 on that. This is a buy it now best offer bin. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is $19.99. That's Works. Also, we have English Beat for $19.99. Too Nice to Talk To. Huey Lewis and the News 4, that's $19.99. And then Kansas Audio Visions, $19.99 for Kansas Audio Visions. Susie wants the Disney record for $6.99. That leaves Scritti Politti. That leaves Rhythm Heritage, Stevie Wonder, and The Carpenters. If anybody wants those, $6.99. Would you do 12 on Eric Clapton? David Shelton gets Eric Clapton for 12. And then we have EB for... EB, and what was EB here? EB $15. EB $15. English Beat. Patrick Fu, you get that for $15. And then Jackson 5, $29.99. Jim B, I will sell this to you for $22. I'm getting you prepared for Paul's $2 bumps next week. Joey Forge wants Huey Lewis. That's sold to him. And then we have Malo. Malo is a nice looking German copy here. $24.99 on that. Susie Breedlove on Kansas. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Brent Robley on Dr. John for $14. Let's pull that. And that's sold to Brent Robley. The Carpenters was a promo. Yes, the Carpenters was a promo. Next is going to go up right now. Give me 1 second to grab a new handful from back here. We got this. And that's pretty cool. And that's going to be a buy it now. That'll be a buy it now. That might be a auction there. We'll make that a buy it now. Buy it now. That's definitely an auction. Buy it now there. Gonna get some 45s done here. That's a buy it now. Buy it now. On that. And then this. John's hit a whole patch here. I was trying to find. Aha! I have found it. And there's that. And then that. Boy, we've hit a Carpenter's collection here. But first, here's some cool singles here. This is a $7 start. Close Encounters of the Third Kind, John Williams, that's a promo. And then The Haunted House, selection from The Haunted House and Other Spooky Poems and Tales, Scholastic Records, Haunted House, that's a $7 start. Next is Jackson 5, sold to Jim B for $22, Corey Hart 12. Corey Hart is going to be $15. That was reduced from $35. I've got to keep the Japanese pressings probably a minimum of $15. Larry Smith sold on The Carpenters for $6.99. Edwin Riviera on Yes, and that's sold Edwin Riviera for $18. And then Cynthia Herdron on HH, Haunted House and Haunted House. We also have Yes Tormato for $19.99. We have Buddy Holly, a rock and roll collection. Buddy Holly is $19.99. The Hollies, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. This is in shrink wrap, yellow vinyl, $19.99. The Hollies, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. The very first, or the first Verve session, Billie Holiday, $29.99. Great vintage stuff in here, all high grade and nice. $19.99 on Hall & Oates, $19.99 on that, and with the original on her sleeve. Jethro Tull, A Passion Place, $19.99. And the best of ZZ Top, $34.99. The best of ZZ Top. So E.T., or excuse me, Close Encounters, the theme from John Williams, a promo, a $7 start. Haunted House is now at $9 with Cynthia Herdron. Teresa, you're out. We got Corey Hart sold to Paul Harden for $15. Robert Vlodarchek on BY. And BY was maybe for BH. That was supposed to be for Buddy Holly. Yep, that's sold to Robert Vlodarchek for $10. Now we got we got Haunted House for $11 and Hall $14, sold to Edwin Riviera. That is sold. And we have Fleetwood Mac Live and shrink wrap, $34.99. Very nice. We sold one of those earlier, a bunch of claims for it. And Marvin Gaye, every great Motown hit of Marvin Gaye, $29.99. Here's some more buy it nows for $6.99. First thing we have is Let's Go to the Dentist with Captain Kangaroo. Captain Kangaroo, that's a flexi disc cardboard record. Go West, Don't Look Down, the sequel. Casey and the Sunshine Band, we got Blackwater Gold and Blackwater Gold Part 2. The Carpenters, Yesterday Once More promo. The Carpenters Solitaire promo. Roy Rogers and Dale Evans sing Happy Trails to You. And then we have the Romper Room of Books, Happy Animals. Those are all $6.99. Haunted House at $11, Haunted House $14. Captain Kangaroo is sold to Cynthia Herdron for $6.99. Also, we have in the bin Genesis Abacab. So many great titles still left in here. $19.99 on Genesis Abacab. Price on Marvin Gaye, $29.99. Captain Kangaroo's already sold. Larry Smith wants the Carpenters promo. I'm assuming that means he wants both of them, right? Yesterday Once More was a promo. and Solitaire was a promo. Robert Vlodarchek wants Happy Trails with Roy Rogers, and that leaves Casey and the Sunshine Band, Go West, and Happy Animals. And let's put those right over here. And now we have Haunted House. The most recent bid on this is Cynthia at 11. Teresa, you're out. Nobody bid on John Williams, Close Encounters. That's a $7 buy it now. And Lou Graham, Ready or Not. Lou Graham is $19.99. This is a buy it now best offer bin. Bob Dylan, New Morning is $19.99. Eagles, their greatest hits, $34.99. How much is Joe Cocker? $24.99. We have the Fixed Phantoms for $24.99. New and sealed Fiddlehead, Death is Nothing to Us. That's on neon orange vinyl, $24.99. Aesop Rock, Skeleton, that is sealed on red vinyl for $29.99. And this is Larry Coryell at the Village Gate, sealed $19.99. Now, there's another record that, Laura put this out when Paul marked some the other night. I forgot what he was saying about a track on there. Sounded like Cream and Jimi Hendrix on that record. Yeah, it's that last track, I'm pretty sure. It's this Beyond These Chilling Winds. He said it sounded like Cream and Jimi Hendrix had a baby. I was like, wow, I want to listen to that. ST gets John Williams for $7. Regina gets Go West for $6.99. And now that leaves Haunted House is now at $15. And we have Temples Exotico. That's sealed on pink vinyl. So that record I'm talking about is right here. It's live at the Village Gate. And this is sealed for $19.99. $19.99. That's the record I'm talking about there. Okay, so let's see what else we got here for our next buy it nows or auctions. Possibly, ooh, boy, here's something you don't see too often. The last one of these we had ended up being a bidding war. How about a mono cut King Crimson Night Watch? King Crimson, double-sided promo from King Crimson in the Atlantic sleeve. King Crimson, a $7 start. We got Larry Coryell. At that price, we need to definitely sell the other two. I'm going to sell one to Chris for $14.99. Does anybody else want a Larry Coryell for just $14.99? Jetstream gets one for $15. Who else wants one for $15? There's one left. I'm going to go ahead and leave it out of the bin. Also, we have, I've already shown that, Talking Heads on red vinyl, $29.99. That is more songs about buildings and food. $29.99. My crate over here has filled up on me, so let me swap out crates right quick. Uh-oh. The lights just flickered. The lights just flickered. Let's see if there's a loud thunder. Let's see if there's a loud thunder boom coming. Either that or I'm having a stroke. All right, let's see here. So, next thing we had was Larry Coryell sold to Chris. Larry Coryell sold to Jetstream. Teresa bid 18 on the Haunted House. Brent bid 10 on King Crimson. Paul Oakley gets the last Larry Coryell. Chris Knapp was 4th. Haunted House 20. King Crimson 12. Talking Heads sold to C-Note for 25. ST, you got Close Encounters. King Crimson 16. Haunted House 22. And we have Sturgill Simpson for just $19.99. Meta-modern sounds in country music. So we got 3 of those. We have When Facing Things We Turn Away From. Luke Hemmings, debut album starring Glide in Motion. Sealed $19.99. We have 1 copy of Bing and the Music Ladies, as in Bing Crosby. $9.99. That looks interesting. Also here, this is $24.99. And this is Motorcycle, Ancient Astronauts. Haunted House is at $25. King Crimson's at $17. ST wants a Sturgill Simpson. Those are $19.99. I feel like that's a great price. ST says he'll take one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let's go ahead and put up some more Buy It Now singles and see what else we can come up with, okay? These are going to be $6.99 each if anybody wants to bid. First, we got Paul Brothers on Sturgill. Richard Miller, do you want the last one for sticker? We got 2 at sticker. I got 1 more at sticker for just $19.99. Here's some Buy It Nows for $6.99. Red Wine, UB40. Boy, here's a great song. Time Has Come Today, the Chambers Brothers. Sam Cooke, Having a Party. How about a promo, Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. Also, we have Pop Music. And this is a reissue, but it's pretty cool. Big River, Johnny Cash, $6.99. Now, we have Hattori on 22 for Aesop. That is sold for 22 to Hattori. Thank you. And now King Crimson Brent's out. That is officially sold to Robert Warner for 17. We got Haunted House. Who's bidding? Who's in? Cynthia, 25. Teresa, you're out. One Sturgill left for $19.99. Tony McDaniel on SC. And SC was Sam Cook for Tony McDaniel. Debbie Winstead on RWR. RWR. Red Wine. And then Shane on Johnny Cash. Then Robert. Then Cynthia. So we still got M Pop Music. We got Susie fourth on Johnny Cash. We got Paul next on UB40. Chris Ferrara on Pop Music. Steven next on Red Wine. Spackle Tab next on Johnny Cash. We still got Joe Cocker and the Chambers Brothers. So that's like a 15, 18-minute song. Time Has Come Today. Definitely the single cut. And Joe Cocker's a promo. Teresa, just so you know, you are on the Haunted House. The high bid is $25. Last thing we did, she just bid $27. So the last thing we had was Sturgill Simpson here. We sold 2 at $19.99. Great price, Meta Modern Sounds. Also, finishing the finishing the Buy It Now Best Offer bin. Bonnie Raitt, Sweet Forgiveness. That's $14.99. ST on the Chambers Brothers. That is sold. And then Michael Butler was second. We got Gary Stewart, Cactus and Rose. $14.99 for Gary Stewart. And what do we have here? What is this? It's another Moto Psycho, which is a prog album, $29.99. Our next single is Walt Disney presents The Jungle Book, The Bare Necessities. I don't know if I've seen this particular version. 4 complete songs on a Disneyland, near mint minus and pristine, 33 1/3. A 4-track EP, Jungle Book, a Disneyland EP, The Bare Necessities, $7 start. Haunted House is now at $30. Hattori Hanzo, Bonnie Raitt, sold to you for $10. Next is Surfer Girl, The Beach Boys. Surfer Girl is $19.99. The good old Beach Boys there. And we have Three Dog Night, suitable for framing. Three Dog Night is $19.99. EMI Stateside, UK, $19.99. Joe Cocker is sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99. Jungle Book has a bid for $10. Haunted House is at $30 with Cynthia. Teresa, you've been outbid. Now Jungle Book's at $7. Now Jungle Book is at $7. Now $10 with Susie. I think I heard someone speaking in tongues, or else the gummies are better than usual. That was me. I said, shh. I can't do that again. I don't know what came out of me. That was wild. I'm going to take a deep breath, though, and try to reset my mental capacity. Okay? All right. I think I'm good. Let me try to grab some more singles here. Oh, boy. Let the bidding begin on Jungle Book. They're still throwing punches on that. Patrick wants Three Dog. That's sold to Patrick. Beautiful copy. Grease is the word. Something, something. Frankie Valli. How does that grab you, darling? Nancy Sinatra. Stan Freberg. The old Payola Roll Blues. Me and my Bobby McGee. Janis Joplin. Me and my Bobby McGee. Half Moon, the B-side. In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida. Cher, Alfie, from Alfie. We've had fun. We had Seasons in the Sun, a mono promo, and a stereo cut on the back. The Beatles, Yesterday. All my troubles seem so far away. Act Naturally. They're going to make a big star out of me. All right, those are all $6.99. First thing we have is we had a battle, a hoedown for Haunted House. The last bid was Cynthia Herdron for $30. I was waiting for Teresa. Paul Brothers got the Joe Cocker. Jungle Book had bids for 10, 7, 7, 11, 15, 15, 18. We sold Three Dog Night. Now 30. Teresa's out on Haunted House. That sold to Cynthia Herdron for 30. Cynthia Herdron got Grease is the Word for $6.99. Jungle Book 31. Cynthia Herdron on JJ. And that JJ stands for Janis Joplin in this instance. Spackle Tab was next. Cynthia on TG, Terry Jacks, Alex Kane, Inagata Davida. Brent next on Terry Jacks. Debbie next on Season of the Sun. Cynthia got the Beatles. Brent wants Hada, but he was trying to say Gada. And then Susie was next on Season, and Paul was next on Beatles. So that leaves Nancy. How does that grab you, darling? And the last of the secret agents, question mark. From the movie, from the motion picture, Last of the Secret Agents. I've never seen that before. And then Stan Freberg, the old Paola Row Blues. And then Alfie from Cher, from the movie Alfie. And the flip on that was She's No Better Than Me, written by Sonny Bono. Jungle Book is a final call for $31 of Holden. John Hannigan, you've been outbid. All right, let's get back to the Buy It Now Best Offer stuff. First, next record is Locomotive GT. That's a prog album from 1974, $19.99 on that. Also, we have Nantucket. Nantucket is $14.99. I've got Soft Machine for $34.99, Alive and Well. Siren, All Is Forgiven. Siren's a 1984 U.S. promo hard rock, $19.99. We have Mick Mars, The Other Side of Mars. Motley Crue, $34.99, and Elvis Costello Trust, $19.99. Holden, you get the Jungle Book for $31, and Regina wants Cher, and now we have another one going up. I think this one's pretty cool. I've never seen this particular one either. Well, let's just do back-to-back Disney here. I've never seen these, like, obscure, they're, like, tall. I mean, see, they won't really fit into a sleeve, but let's do it. So let's do Bambi and Mother Goose. And this should be like a 45. Yeah, I mean, it's a, wow, these are nice too. So they must have been like in a store, some kind of custom store display because they're oversized. Maybe where that tab stuck out where people could flip through them. I'm not for sure. But for them to have the price on it like that, that's what I'm assuming. Looks like there was a whole set here. But either way, Bambi, a $7 start. And then we got a really cool one here, Mother Goose, with Mickey Mouse. And here's another one. It's also extremely nice. $7 start on that, okay? And then ST wants Soft Machine. That was a great crate. There's still a lot in here, and there's opportunities to make offers if anybody wants to do that. But before I do anything else, I'm going to take this stack of sold records in here before we have a disaster. I don't want any disasters. And I feel like I need to read these titles and just see if anybody wants to throw an offer out there on anything, okay? There's those next two, and I'm about to put up some other stuff, okay? First, let me read these titles, okay? Surely you missed something, because there's a couple I'm going to be like, is nobody going to make an offer on this? First thing I have is the Climax Blues Band plays on. The English Congregation, Lloyd Cole and the Commotions, Mainstream, England and John Ford Coley, The Droogs, Heads Examined, The Best of the Dupree, Steve Earle and the Dukes. We have Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart, Dave Edmonds, Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, Jackson 5 has already sold, Mallow, really cool German press in there, high quality, Yes, Tormato, The Hollies, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. Susie, you tied John on Bambi, but you do have Mother Goose for 7. Final call. The first Verve sessions of Billie Holiday, Jethro Tull, A Passion Play, The Best of ZZ Top, Fleetwood Mac Live, Genesis Abacab, the Greatest Hits of Marvin Gaye, Sorry Thunder distracted me, Lou Gramm, Bob Dylan, New Morning, Eagles, Their Greatest Hits, The Fix Phantoms, Fiddlehead was new and sealed, Temple's Exotico was new and sealed. David, I will say Fleetwood Mac Live for $25 if you want it. $25. It's Near Mint in Shrink. And then David Cole and the Commotion ST was $39.99. Near Mint, Shrink, and Hop Sticker that time. Also, we had When Facing the Things We Turn Away From, Luke Hemming. Luke Hemming. Bambi has a new bid for 8. John Hannigan, you're out. We're about to sell Mother Goose for 7. Bing and the Music Maids. Bing was $9.99. We have Motorcycle, one Sturgill Simpson for 19. David Suddy does get Fleetwood Mac for 25. Next is Gabe Baez on Malo for 20. Let's sell Malo right here to Gabe Baez for 20. And then we have ZZ Top at 20 and Eagles at 20. So we got Eagles at 20 and ZZ Top at 20. Those are sold for 20 and 20. And that's sold to Richard Bradshaw. And then next is the price on Siren. Siren's here in the first of the bin, Richard Bradshaw. That was $19.99, 84 US promo Hard Rock. Ken Crooker wants to Bing. Bing sold to Ken. Eagles already sold. Dylan 15. The Dylan here, which was what? New Morning. New Morning, that sold to Paul Harden for 15. And then Chris wants a bundle deal on Droogs, Lloyd Cole, and Temples. Bambi 10, Bambi 10. Okay, and that means that we need to sell Mother Goose to Susie for $7. Okay? Now, here's the problem, Richard Miller. I got somebody saying they'll take Siren, and then you offered $14.99. You're stuck in the same problem as earlier, Sturgill Simpson. Basically, you've been outbid, $19.99, but you have dibs if you want it. That's how that works. Bambi's tied. Susie has it for 10. Somebody, if you want Lloyd Cole, I would ask right now because I'm about to put it in a bundle package with Chris Knapp, and we'll figure out what they say. And then somebody asked about Steve Earle, too. Steve Earle is $44.99, Alan Hagan. $44.99 on Steve Earle. Richard says he's going to pass, so this is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $19.99. And then Bambi's at $12. And Susie, you're bidding against yourself. And then we have Michael Peveler on MM for $25. And MM for $25 was... MM for $25 was... MM for $25. What did Michael maybe ask him? What was MM? MM pass on Cole. Okay. So let me go back and try to... All right, so Cole, and then what was Chris Knapp, Lloyd Cole, Temples, and Droogs? Droogs is back here. And then I think Temples is still in the front. There was something Temples. Maybe not. Maybe that's back here in the back. And if I've missed something, I'd go ahead and send it again. Where's the Temples record? Temples? Are you sure there's something in here called Temples? Temples, right here. Yes, that's new. Okay. So we would have, I'll do a total of $20 off. Kind of like a buy two, get one free. Because I'm going to do 30, 15 is 45, and 20 is 50, is 65, right? Hold on a second. 20, 15, 35, and 30 is 65. Yeah, which would be $20 off. $20 off on that if you want it. Okay. And then Bambi's now at 13. Michael Pevelers wants Mick Mars. Okay. M&M. This was sold to you for $25. Okay. And now Bambi's at 13 with John Hannigan. Susie, you've been outbid. Let's run another 45 auction right quick. And I'm about to do some buy it nows as well. And let's see what I got right here. Let's do some buy it nows first. We have Gremlins for $6.99. Storybook number 4. Cheyenne, that's pretty cool. Peter Pan Records, Cheyenne, $6.99. Billy Joe, a promo, Just the Way You Are. Steve Winwood, the Finer Things, yeah, $65. $65 is the price, yes. The Dramatics, What You See Is What You Get. Not for sure who this is. Shoes, okay. I'm going to auction that because I've never seen it before. And Walt Disney, 10 feet off the ground from the motion picture, the one and only genuine original Family Band, $6.99. All right. So Bambi's now at 15. John, you've been outbid. Okay. And then we have Brandon Lack put Gray. I think that's for Gremlins. Then Shane. Then Brandon. Then Cynthia. Then Mike. Susie on Cheyenne. Craig on WA, which was something. What was WA? And then we have Bambi at 16. He said, give me a minute. And, whoa, Walt. Walt Disney? Right? Or am I still missing something here? That's sold to Craig, and then that's pending. Climax Blues Band. It is still available. It is $24.99. The Climax Blues Band plays on. Walt Disney. Okay, sorry. That one there. And then, no, I was just, I've never seen you really buy a Disney record before, so I was making sure I had myself right. I was like, Craig buying a Disney record? And so we still got Moves or Shoes. Who is this right here? This one threw me for a loop. It threw my whole rhythm off. Shoes. Okay. And then we have the Dramatics, Steve Winwood, and Billy Joel. And he says, send the Disney to Susie. Okay. There we go. A kind gesture. I was going to say, Craig's not typically one to buy a Disney record. So this is sold to Craig for $6.99 and send it to Susie Breedlove, okay? Now, Bambi's at 16 with John Hannigan and Susie, You've Been Outbid. Here's the one I set aside. I've never seen this before. Jerry Garcia, Midnight Town, and Let It Rock. Very kind of just really cool. It's got his logo silhouette, or not silhouette, his logo on it. Jerry Garcia is a $7 start, okay? And then Climax Blues Band is sold to Adam Minardi for $20. So that second read-through definitely took out a bigger chunk. Chris Knapp says he has Lloyd Cole, okay? So do you want the Droogs and the other one for $15 and $20, which would be $35 for those two? That's $10 off. So we got, here's what's left. Lloyd Cole, Elvis Costello, Nantucket Locomotive Beach Boys, Motorcycle Gary Stewart, Steve Earle, Sturgill Simpson, Motorcycle, Luke Hemming, Fiddlehead, The Fix, Lou Graham, Marvin Gaye. And let me go ahead and read the track listing on this one, or some of them. I Heard It Through the Grapevine, Mercy, Mercy Me, From What's Going On, Inner City Blues, From What's Going On, Let's Get It On, What's Going On, and then some of his famous duets here with Tammy Terrell. Your Precious Love, You're All I Need, I Could Get By, Ain't Nothing Like the Real Thing, Baby. Motown, that's $29.99, or best offer. Still got Genesis Abacab for $19.99. Billie Holiday, The Hollies, Yes, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Dave Edmonds, Joe Cocker, The Best of the Duprees, England Dan. Jerry Garcia does have a bid with Robert for $7. And now I was waiting for Susie to come back in on Bambi, and she's back in at $17 on that. These are sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you. Those sold to you for $20 and $15. Those sold to Chris Knapp for $20 and $15. Let's go ahead and read off some more Buy It Now singles here and see what we got going right here. I think you're all going to like these, okay? And whoever gets this first one will probably want both of them. We got, once again, Gremlins. This is $6.99. We got Gremlins for $6.99. That's storybook number 1 and 2. We have Fort Uas, the what? Furosity. This is from The Happiest Millionaire, another Disney. Also, Paul Revere and the Raiders, Good Thing, Undecided Man. Olivia Newton-John, Living in Desperate Times, from Two of a Kind. Andy Taylor, Take It Easy, Andy Taylor. Tanya Tucker, One More at a Time. And Honeymoon Suite, New Girl Now, $6.99 on that. So we had Jerry Garcia at 7. Bambi has a new bid for 17. Michael Peveler gets Genesis for 15. Jerry Garcia, 18. Beach Boys Details, do you know which pressing, mono or stereo? This is a reissue from 1976 on this yellow and red capo label, and that's $19.99. That should be in stereo. Okay, Jerry Garcia, 9. Mike Straws, that time, first on the Gremlins, and I have a feeling he wants both of them. Sold and sold. Then Shane, then Brandon, then Cynthia. Janet gets Marvin Gaye for $22. Brandon Lack, you were 3rd on the Gremlins. And then Autumn was 4th. Larry Smith wants Olivia Newton-John. And then Bambi has a new bid for 18. Debbie next on Olivia Newton-John. Larry Smith on Tanya Tucker for $6.99. And then we have Jerry Garcia, 20. And then best offer on that already sold. And then a Taylor Ann at Exclusive Tan and Beauty H Suite. I think Wade got some autocorrecting, but I think he wants Honeymoon Suite. He accidentally tagged some people there. And then we have Andy Taylor, Paul Revere, and this Furosity. Andy wants Andy Taylor. Okay. Kelly's second on Honeymoon Suite. Marvin and Tammy's already sold. And did I see a Quadrophenia? Not in here. No Quadrophenia in here. No. And then Robert's out on Jerry Garcia. That's a final call to John for 20. And now Bambi's at 20 with Susie. And then we have, 1 second here. Locomotive was asked about. Locomotive was asked about by Spackle Tab. This is a 1974 U.S. prog album, $19.99. ABC Records, really clean. Right. Busy crate there. Let's see what else I have here. I'm almost done with, we're almost actually done with a whole nother 45 box. I'm going to do some, ooh, that's a good one. That's our next auction. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Okay. All right, so here's some more buy it nows. These are all $6.99. Another Disney Storybook and Record, Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark. I guess that's why they call it the Blues. Elton John. Stevie Wonder, You Will Know. The Carpenters, Top of the World promo. The Carpenters, Top of the World promo. Carpenters, I Need to Be in Love. And then the same song, a promo version. Carpenters, Goofus. And then Disneyland, Birthday, Birthday. Disneyland, Birthday, Birthday. So first thing is John Hannigan, you're out on Bambi. Let's go ahead and sell John Schmidt, the Jerry Garcia, for 20. Next is Tim Graham on Noah's Ark for $6.99. No condition notes on the Beach Boys. It's EX Plus or better. Noah's Ark sold to Tim Graham. Debbie Winstead on Elton John, then Cynthia Herdron. Susie next on Ark. John's out on Bambi. Larry Smith wants the Carpenters that are promos. This one and this one. Susie got the Disney Birthday Record. And then we got Carpenters, and that's another promo. So yeah, there's 3 Carpenters promos in there. So we still got Stevie Wonder, which was a promo, and Carpenters. Bambi sold to Susie for 20. Okay? Now, Adam Bernardi was asking about this. Adam, if you're passing on the Beach Boys, I'm going to sell it to Christopher Dean for sticker. And then Spackle Tab gets Locomotive for 15. We're about to do one more crate, and it's probably going to be the last crate of the night, but probably not the last records you're going to see because we've got more 45s coming. But first, we got a question on the fix. This is called Phantoms. No condition notes, $24.99. Our next auction is another one of these Disney records. This one's really cool here. Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs from that same series. This is very nice, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. That's a 4-track kind of music deal. Now, here's a whole stack of children's records, Disney stuff, all for $6.99 each. From Disney, Hansel and Gretel. From Peter Pan Records, Doggy in the Window. Doggy in the Window. 3 Little Kittens. 3 Little Pigs. Another 3 Little Kittens. That's from Wonderland. And The Farmer in the Dale. Those are all $6.99 each there. And I think I had one more stray because I didn't want to do back-to-back Stevie Wonders. But here is Stevie Wonder, Master Blaster, and Master Blaster Jammin' version. $6.99 on those. Okay? Susie has Snow White for 10. And let's grab a new crate to go through right now. Okay? Let's go through a crate let's go through a crate right now, I should say, okay? Let's go through a new crate. Sorry, my brain, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm going in circles. It might be a good night that I stop. Yeah, let's try to find one more. I just basically kept saying the same thing over and over. Shutting down. Okay, let's see what we got right here. All right, this has got new and sealed, vintage, and I think it's all stuff Paul marked, and we're going to go through it. Buy it now or best offer. Okay? Buy it now or best offer. Everybody's gotten really quiet. Right now, Snow White's at 10. Now, the next comment says, Susie says, take all. Now, what exactly does that mean? And then Regina put doggy. So, Chad needs some water. Plus, the chats went really quiet. This is going to be a great crate. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Rod Stewart, blondes have more fun. This is $14.99. Rod Stewart, blondes have more fun. $14.99. Somebody asked earlier, do you have any Rod Stewart records? Not only do I have Rod Stewart records, I've got hundreds of Rod Stewart records. I've got 3 copies of Mandy Moore, Silver Landings. Mandy Moore is sealed for $24.99. Snow White is sold to Susie for $10. And now that leaves Stevie Wonder still available for $6.99. And Susie gets this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, all for $6.99 each. Those are all sold. I still got Zach Bryan. This is going to be a buy it now or best offer. This is opened. It is near mint. It's only $24.99. David Shelton, he gets Rod Stewart for $12. Next is Mark Lanigan Band, Phantom Radio. Mark Lanigan Band is sealed for $26.99. We have 3 of those, and the Scooters is $9.99, and that's called Young Girls. One more, nice. Led Zeppelin, sealed, already just $24.99. Already just $24.99. Susie says, give Regina the Doggy in the Window record. So Susie is going to pass on Doggy in the Window because Regina wanted it. And she said, but pay, she said, send me the bill and send it to Regina. She says she'll pay for it. Send her the bill, but send it to Regina. Okay? Now, I can't believe it, but we have somehow managed. We just showed everything. This was full. That's the only stack that's left back there. And I think right where I found this one, there was another one over here. Let me see if I can find this one over here and see what we got, okay? Wow. I got a whole nother box here we've never been through. Let's do it. Whole nother box. Wow. All right. Anybody got the Misfit stuck in their head? All right, let's see what happened. So we have a Zeppelin sold, a Zeppelin offer. Here's what I'm going to do, because I love distributing Led Zeppelin records. This is my favorite thing to do, Sean. So, Garrett, if you're good for 22, I'll sell you one for 22. I'll sell Diego one for 22, which is less than what he offered. And I'll sell somebody else, the third and final Led Zeppelin there, for $22 each. We just got to get one more person balled in, and we'll sell all 3 of those. GMB is dying to see some more New Orleans stuff so he can pay for his children's college tuition. So let's see what we can do for him. Let's put up a couple so he can pay for some college tuition. The next New Orleans single is going to be Invictus. The Invictus is going to be a $5 start. And then the Sawdust Caesars. The Sawdust Caesars is going to go up for a $5 start. Jim, I hope these can fund your kids' college education. These are 22, 22, 22, and these are sold to Diego, Garrett, and Chris X. Michael was next, and then Adam Bernardi. Okay? Next is Pepper. Pepper is a 1977 U.S. pressing, $9.99. Lake Street Dive, translucent blue vinyl, $29.99. There's one, there's two. We have Whitney Morgan in the 78s. Sealed, Whitney Morgan, an original 2010 U.S., $49.99. Oh no, is Teresa gone? Boy, if she's gone, I better not put up any more then. That throws off the entire New Orleans batch. Those only go up for auction when she's watching. Or Tim Voldness. They will battle out till their fingers are purple. There's another great auction. Here's some buy it nows. Dusty Springfield, Wishing and Hoping. Dusty Springfield. Elvis Costello, My Funny Valentine. Red Simpson, Roll Truck Roll. Otis Redding, Papa's Got a Brand New Bag. Los Bravos, Black is Back. Black is Black. Black is Back. Back is Black is AC/DC. These are all $6.99 each. All right. So here's the current bids on these. Invictus 5, Sawdust 5. Let's not forget about William Dragovich. William will throw out some bids, okay? He's in already on both at 5 and 5. Brent wants Elvis Costello for $6.99. Nice handful of bite hours there. Still got Dusty Springfield. Susie wants Los Bravos. We got Otis Redding, Red Simpson, and Dusty Springfield, okay? We've got 2 copies here of John Moreland Visitor. John Moreland is sealed on cream-colored vinyl for $32.99. The Monophonic Sage Motel, sealed for $29.99. That's on orange with black swirl. That's $29.99. And then Ken, music by Mogwai, red swirl vinyl, $19.99. And Neil Diamond, Taproot Manuscript, EX, $14.99. A gatefold, shrink and hype. And it has the manuscript with it. $14.99 on Neil Diamond. These are sold to William Dragovich for $5 and $5. The next single is David Bowie. Fame. Awesome. The flip on that was right. That is from Young Americans, the original 7-inch single with the picture sleeve. And we got the Zombies. She's Not There. I love these parrot sleeves. Look how nice that is. The Zombies. She's Not There and David Bowie. Fame. John Lennon doing backing vocals with that with him. How about the Box Tops? Nonstop. EX, $17.99. Those are auctions right quick for 7 and 7. I'm about to do some more buy it nows though. We have the shirts, Streetlight Shine. The shirts is VG Plus $9.99. And Bridges, Gil Scott-Heron. We just had an auction for one of these earlier that was EX Plus. Here's a VG Plus copy from 1977, just $59.99. Gil Scott-Heron, Bridges, VG Plus, $59.99. We had an EX Plus copy we sold tonight for what, 100 and something? 110? It was up there. So here's the current bids. We got David Bowie, Diamond, Spackle Tab, Diamond, $10.99. Diamond, Neil Diamond, sell that to Spackle Tab for $10.99. David Bowie 7, Zombie 7, David Bowie 7. I need a nice copy of Bat Out of Hell. We sold one tonight out of New Arrivals. Patrick wanted Neil Diamond at full price. I just lost $2 to Spackle Tab. That's okay. One more record here. FM Live, Climax Blues Band, VG Plus $14.99. Let's go through another handful because that last handful produced me 3 auctions. I got a Fiona Apple single over here and maybe even something else I'm not going to tell you about just yet. Here are some more buy it nows though. I've never seen that. Okay, first is Mungo Jerry, In the Summertime. Mungo Cherry, In the Summertime. Teddy Bear Fun, The Teddy Bear's Picnic, and Me and My Teddy Bear. Woodstock, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, and Teach Your Children Well. Those are double-sided hits. Charlie Daniels, Still in Saigon, a promo. Sting, Russians. Sting's in the picture sleeve. Here's the one I said I've never seen before. A single from Reactor. Neil Young, Southern Pacific, and Motor City. I've never seen a single from Reactor. 1981, Neil Young, not really a single guy. And then We've Only Just Begun, The Carpenters, $6.99. So the most recent bids was The Zombies is at $7. She's Not There. David Bowie, 10, 12, 13, 15, 18. Susie on TB for Teddy Bear. And no, I don't have another copy. Well, not tonight. I don't have one out for sale. I don't know if there's one in the back or not. Technically, I'm in the back, but I don't think I can get to one. Teddy Bear sold to Susie. David Bowie, 20. Shane on Charlie Daniels. Davey Winston on Crosby. A great song there, written by Joni Mitchell. Susie Breelove on Sting. David Bowie, 24. Robert Vladorchek on Mungo. Davey Winston on Carpenters. And the only thing left there is Neil Young. All right, back to the Buy It Now Best Offer, Ben. These are BIN or BO. First thing I have is Tom Powers. This is EX999. Paul says that's a singer-songwriter record on Big Tree Records, $9.99. The Zombies, I guess, is sold to Teresa for $7. Figured that would, might do more, but it didn't. And now Bowie's at $30. We have Photo Glow, VG Plus, $14.99. Susie gets Neil Young. And we have Eric Quincy Tate, EX, $16.99. James Taylor is EX, $16.99. One Man Dog, James Taylor. We have Todd Rundgren's Utopia, EX, $12.99. Todd Rundgren's Utopia. That's EX, $12.99. And this is really cool because it has the hype sticker that actually tells who it is. It's Leon Russell, but it says Hank Wilson. Hank Wilson's back. And you really wouldn't know it's Leon Russell unless you knew or it had that hype sticker on there because it's billed as Hank Wilson. I love that hype sticker being on there. Diego Sanchez on Eric Quincy Tate. Cheryl Smith on TR for Todd Rundgren. And now let's do some more buy it nows and plus a new auction. Let's go ahead and run that Fiona Apple. Here's something I don't see too often. Fiona Apple from 1996, Sleep to Dream and Carnival. And that's a $7 start. David Bowie's at 30 with Cynthia. Robert's out and C-Note's out, so that's a final call for 30. Let's grab a new handful of 45s right quick. These are all $6.99. Ooh, big hit song here from the 80s. John Waite, Missing You. John Waite with the original Walmart price tag. Kind of a deep cut, but a good song from Paul McCartney. Wings, Arrow Through Me. That's from Back to the Egg, which really wasn't that much of a success, but that's probably the best song from the album. A promo, speaking of the Beatles. Ringo Starr, Hey Baby, a promo. Ringo Starr, A Dose of Rock and Roll, a promo. Never seen this picture sleeve. Casey and the Sunshine Band, You Said You'd Give Me Some More. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Something's Happening. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Make Me a Star. And then KC, Give It Up. And I'll wait on those two, okay? So, we got David Bowie sold for $30, and that's with Cynthia. Fiona Apple's a $7 start. Let's grab a New Orleans single to throw up. This is the Tombstones. And the Tombstones is Graveyard Love, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. Brian Martin wants Arrow Through Me. That's sold to Brian Martin for $6.99, and he says he's a first-time buyer. Thank you. So just make sure, if you already know, make sure you message our page. We need your email address and mailing address, okay? $7 limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, we'll take care of you, all right? Send you an invoice on Monday. Jim B has Fiona Apple for $7. Oh, no. That must be a good one. And then Susie, let me know if you want KC. Let me know if you want KC, KC, or KC. Your pick on those, okay? Let's go back to the Buy It Now Best Offer bin. Phone, Stickman. That's a 1986 New Wave, VG Plus, $14.99. We have Ennio Morricone, Joan Baez. That's a soundtrack. Psycho and Vanetti. EX $17.99. Fiona Apple's at $8. And we have P.F. Sloan, Songs of Our Times, 65 stereo, VG Plus $34.99. And the Tombstones is at $5. And the Stylistics, EX $22.99. A 1971 ARP, EX $22.99. And we have Alan Thomas, a pitcher, VG Plus $9.99. Susie wants KC, and KC. Those are all sold to Susie. Now, Robert has the Tombstone for $6. How much was Leon Russell? Leon Russell is VG Plus $14.99. It's VG Plus $14.99. Fiona Apple's at $8. The Tombstones is at $6. Brian Sanchez on Ennio Morricone, the soundtrack here. So we still got Ringo, and we have John Waite. Those are all still available for $6.99. Need to sign in on our A-list. No, I think everybody, well, most of the people have been on these singles. I think most people are looking all these up individually, one at a time on Discogs. With the singles at least. So I'm pretty sure Craig is too. James Taylor. This is called One Man Dog. It's EX. It is $16.99. The big hit song on here is Don't Let Me Be Lonely Tonight. Also, you got One Man Parade, Nobody But You, Chili Dog, Fool for You, an instrumental, new tune, Back on the Street, and then Don't Let Me Be Lonely Tonight. We also have Whoa, Don't You Know, One Morning in May, instrumental, Someone, Him, Fanfare, Little David, Mescalito, Dance, and Jig. This album was known for having a lot of noodling, okay? A lot of snippets, a lot of almost like unfinished songs. It's like he was writing songs, but like didn't really finish them or polish them. That's what this album's known for. It's a lot of noodling on here. But there was one big hit that came out of here. Don't Let Me Be Lonely Tonight. Is that Lee? What's his name? Lee Sklar, that famous bass player. I think he plays on here. But yeah. All right, that's EX $16.99. Clay Moore wants both Ringos. That's sold and that's sold. Clay gets that one. Clay gets that one. Fiona Apple's at 9. Fiona Apple's at 11. And now the Tombstones is at 8. Let's keep reading off some stuff here. I got Bob Matthews, Maiden Voyage. Bob Matthews is a private press rock album. EX edition $27.99. Alive at Wembley, all-time low. That's sealed for $24.99. CC Spacek, Hanging Up My Heart. That's sealed for $14.99. Terry Stafford, Say, Has Anybody Seen My Sweet Gypsy Rose? $14.99. And Ray Stevens, just for the record, Ray Stevens is $9.99. All right, so here's some more Buy It Now singles right quick. Here is some more Buy It Now singles right quick. The first thing I have is Joe Ely Band. That's $6.99. Texas Special, Joe Ely Band. Don Williams, Turn Out the Light and Love Me Tonight. Very cool here from the Rolling Stones. Tumbling Dice in the original sleeve there, the Rolling Stones. Also, we have Sam Sparrow, Black and Gold. Streets of Fire, A Rock and Roll Fable. And the Shangri-Las, I Can Never Go Home Anymore. Those are all $16 or $6.99. $6.99 on those. All right. I'm going to read a few more LPs here. I've got Skip Ewing, The Coast of Colorado for $14.99. Also, Alton Gunn, Yol, a Turkish psych funk disco record, $27.99. The Best of Leon Everett for $9.99. And we have Lord, Solar Power. Lord is unopened, $24.99. So first we have Fiona Apple, $13.15. Shane Deaver's got the Rolling Stones, Tumbling Dice there. Paul was second, Paul Oakley. Then Burt Jordan, then Cynthia, and then Charles Seibert. Fiona Apple, $16. Romelu wants the James Taylor record. That is sold to Romelu, the James Taylor record, right? And now Lord is sold to C-Note for $20. Fiona Apple's at $17. And we have Susie Breedlove on Streets of Fire. And that left the Shangri-Las, Sam Sparrow, Don Williams, and Joe Ely. Okay. We have another Lord, if anybody else wants one for $20. Rebel Heels, 1 by 1 by 1, sealed for $9.99. Ken Crooker wants the Sissy Spacek, which was a sealed original for just $14.99. That's sold to Ken Crooker. Also, Chris Ray, whatever happened to Beanie Stantini? That's sealed for $14.99. What happened on the tombstones is my question. William Dragovich went out. Robert, that's sold to you for $8. Fiona Apple. Fiona Apple then is sold to Craig for $17. Michael Peveler on LR for $10. Leon, who was LR? Was that for Leon Russell from earlier, Michael, maybe? And then we have treatment of diabetes. You listen to this and it will help treat your diabetes. Sealed for $9.99. Amos Lee transmission, sealed on blue vinyl. We've got 2 of those for $29.99. Amos Lee. All right, quick handful of buy it nows. These are $6.99. Imagine all the people. Imagine you buying this record. Bob Seger working on those night moves. Alabama, Feel So Right. Amy Grant, Find a Way. Herman's Hermits, Listen People. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Do You Feel All Right? And Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians, What Am I? Okay, next is Michael Peveler said he will take the LR for $10, which was Leon Russell. Question is, what have I done with it? I think I just moved it up front. I did. That's sold to Michael Peveler for $10. And then Richard T. Sawley wants the Iffy Ben. Is that a buy it now on something called Iffy, or was you saying that was an Iffy Ben that we just went through? These are all $6.99. Edie Brickell, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Herman's Hermits, Amy Grant, Alabama, Bob Seger, and John Lennon's Imagine. Those are all $6.99. Imagine you buying that record. Wow, there's some great records in here. What time is it? Okay. First question is, what's the tracks on Ray Stevens? Ray Stevens? Just for the record, Ray Stevens. Cornball, Give Me a Smile, Once in a While, One and Only You, You Are So Beautiful, Can't Stop Dancing, Ohm, One Man Band, Country Licks, and Honky Tonk Waltz. All right, so here's what I need to announce. I am opening the floor for final calls. We've got 190 viewers on YouTube and Facebook combined. It says 48 on X, but there's not 48 people on X. We got about a little less than 200 watching right now. It is midnight. I can't believe there's so many people watching right now. But in case you missed my announcement earlier, I am leaving. I am leaving in 6 hours, and I think I'm probably going to be driving the first leg. Somebody else probably could drive, but I know for sure I'm leaving in 6 hours to go to Augusta, Georgia. With that being said, I need to start wrapping up the show. So this is an opportunity for final calls. I could keep going, but that gives me 6 hours to prepare for being gone for 3 days. I've got like bills to pay. I've got all kinds of stuff. Okay, I got a long list, and then I got to go home and pack, get ready, and do all kinds of stuff. And so I have to stop early. I think this is the first few days I've took off. I think since the day after, or Christmas Day, because I was back here working, I think on the 26th. I don't think football was before, Ohio State was before Christmas, I think, wasn't it? So this is their final call. Ask me anything. As y'all know, I'm here every night, basically until I think everybody's gone to bed. So I hardly ever get off when there's still 200 people watching, when I know there's money to be made. But if I don't take care of stuff now, my trip isn't going to be much of a trip, okay? So I've at least got to try to get some sleep and get some stuff done. I want to do all the work now, so for the next 2 days, I don't have to worry about anything that's going on here, because Tanner's going with me, and he's the right-hand man next in line here. So it'll be basically up to everybody to take care of the place for us. My mom will be around. So that's where we're at. Now, I've got a lot of questions that just popped up. And the first thing, Paul, now please tune into Paul's shows. Buy records just like it's me, but it'll be him. He'll be here tomorrow. He'll be here Monday. He'll be Tuesday. Y'all will see me Wednesday night. The first thing I have here is we did have a bite now. Gabe Baez bought John Lennon, Any Catatonia. None since with the ones we shown last night. Susie Breelove says, charge her for the Fiona Apple and send it to Craig. So the auction that Craig won for Fiona Apple, Susie wants to pay for it. Charles Siebert says he'll give $16 for the Joe Cocker that was in the last crate. Joe Cocker that was in the last crate. Let me see if I can find that. Joe Cocker, that was Unchained My Heart, maybe. That might have been in the crate before this crate. Was that in the crate before this crate? You're talking about Unchained My Heart, right? This is sold to Charles Siebert for $16. And then Brian, somebody already bought the Masters. How much is Ray Stevens? And $9.99. Oh, Steven, I'll get back with you. Yeah, I'll try to do that tonight. I'll add you on my short to-do list of stuff to do. Zach Bryan is $24.99. Can't believe no one bought Night Moves. And I could show some... I could go back through... I'm going to tell Paul probably to go back through those 45s in the back right. The 45s in the back right and the stacks there. He'll probably read back through those. It's his show. He just knows we got to sell records. But it's kind of up to him what he shows and does. But I'm going to try to tell him to keep 3 or 4 auctions going. So War Lungs are all sold. War Lungs are done. We had 2 and both got claimed. But yeah, I'm going to go up front and eat. Zach Bryan was $24.99. These new are $39. They're new $39.99. So sell that to Spackle Tab for $19.99. And that might be the last LP sold. Now, if you've bought something late, it is the $7 shipping's ending right now. I may post one video before I leave. I will post maybe like a final call for new vinyl, and Ed can pull all that stuff on Monday for me. That way there is a video, one more video for final call. But tonight ends the $7 unlimited shipping. The only auctions that didn't sell was Gil Scott-Heron, which was $35, VG Plus. And Seth MacFarlane was $95, which there's only one for sale in Israel for $174 plus shipping. Do you still have the Jordan rookie? You have a second year, maybe you have a second year near where that is. No, I went up front last night. I got the Jordan rookie, but it's not up there. Justin Garrett, I have not pulled Fleetwood Mac rumors for you. Hopefully they've made a note about that. What crate was that in? Let's see here. Rumors. 2LP 45 RPM. Let me figure out what crate that's in. Was that right here? Here it is. I got my finger on it right here. Nobody else on the Tracy Chapman. We almost sold out. This is sold. I got a feeling I'm going to be sleeping. I think I'll take off. And Addison's going with us, Tanner's wife. And, of course, she's pregnant. And she's like, I hope you're ready to stop about every hour. And I was like, that's probably going to be a good thing. I'll take us the first leg of the trip, and then I'll probably sleep. And then I'll probably sleep as soon as we check into our Airbnb, because we're getting up. Well, I think we'll be at the Masters gate at 4 a.m. like we were last year. I like getting there early. I mean, y'all know me. I stay up all night. I don't really sleep. So for me to get to the Masters, I'm going to be like let's get there at 4 a.m. and let's stay till they kick us out both days. And some people do that. Some people get there basically first thing in the morning, and then they stay basically until they say, hey, you got to go. And if y'all have ever been, it's a place you don't want to leave. It is the most beautiful place on earth. It is the most manicured, groomed. It is the most incredible, just immaculate. When you're looking at Amen Corner to number 12, it looks like it's a backdrop hanging. It looks like it's not even real. Like I had to stare at it for hours. I literally put my chair there and just stared at it for hours, watching people come up and hit practice shots into the green. I was like, this is incredible. I can't believe I'm here. That's the first thing I go to after we get merch and everything. I'm going to Amen Corner, and I sit there just all day. There's no phones at the Masters. No phones. It's so amazing. You don't see a phone in sight. No phones. So it's like going to the beach where you kind of just sit there and look at the water, but you're on a golf course with with the best golfers in the world, and you get to watch them play on the most beautiful place on earth. It is an incredible place to go if you ever get a chance. So, do you have some surprise LPs for this show? I have LPs. I could keep showing LPs for 4 or 5 more hours. I have boxes over here. I had unpriced stuff just in case I needed it. As always, I got to stop. How much more records do I have to show? I could keep showing them as usual till 5 a.m. I've got to stop, though. If I don't stop now, we could just, as y'all know, we could just keep going and keep going. I've got 5 more. So there's 5 more boxes of John 45s, like just hit records and picture sleeves. 5 more over here I hadn't gone through. So we could keep going through those. Greg Bedinger says he'll take Ray Stevens. No cigars. No, I'm not smoking any cigars. Do you have any more Led Zeppelin 2s in the future? I have 9 in stock right now. I've got 9 RLs in stock right now. We will run 1 more next week when I come back. You'll just have to keep reminding me. We'll do it near the end of the week. But I have 9 platter packs. Those are coming soon. No more machine heads. No, we sold all those. But if you want on a waiting list, we can get you one for next week for the new invoicing cycle. And platter packs are coming very soon. We're going to try to get them together. We got dozens of them. And then we got these over here I forgot about because I've put them on this bookcase. I don't know what the last thing y'all heard there, but these platter packs have mystery records. These platter packs have mystery records. This is new old stock, and we're going to sell the lot of mystery records and the platter pack. Paul may start doing that next week, or if not, when I come back. But I think they sell new ones, but they're expensive. I mean, they're like $39.99, but I have a feeling some of these might bring that or more because they're full of records and they're like old, brand new old stock. John Somebody got a bunch of them. They're all brand new from the 70s. They're just killer. We got like stacks of them back there. So, all right, now with that, I'm signing off. I think this is a great stopping point. Thanks, everybody. I've got to literally get to work. I'm probably going to be awake for the next, oh man, I'll be awake. By the time they get here, my brother gets here, I'll still be awake. I'm going to be awake for like the next 12 hours probably. I have a feeling I won't start sleeping until we're on the road down to Georgia, or we get into our Airbnb. Either way, thanks everybody. Good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Or actually, no, I'll see y'all Wednesday night, okay? Please tune into Paul's shows and buy lots of records.